Hi, and welcome to this video. In this short clip, I'll tell you what were some of the reasons why I've decided to film this series, what kind of content you can expect, and what is, very importantly, what is my philosophy behind the move 1 pawn to b3. So, I know that many people would ask, well, why are you bringing up philosophy here? We want to learn the moves, we want to learn some of the traps. Well, the thing is, in my opinion, when you choose the opening, it's not a big deal to learn the lines. Well, of course, it takes work, it's hard work, I respect that sort of effort, but it's very important not to just be blindly following the trends or not be blindly following the sidelines, whatever you choose to study. It's important to understand what type of positions arise in a specific line or in a specific opening you choose, and what kind of expectations it is fair for you to have. Well, why would you play 1b3? I guess if you're watching this video, you might not be very inclined to go, let's say, in the main Sicilian and spend, half of your lifetime studying, I don't know, the Najdorf or the Dragon or the classical or the Scheveningen kind of stuff, right? Or you don't want to study, I don't know, the Grunfeld. Well, you want to avoid the main lines, right? Now, you might ask me, okay, why b3 as opposed to, let's say, the London system or as opposed to something else? And I don't have a absolutely universal answer for this. There's many lines which are not the main lines, which are decent, and of course choosing them is a matter of choice, matter of your personal taste. Fortunately, chess allows for a very serious amount of variety. Well, the reason why I like b3 is because for sure you're getting the positions you'll know better than your opponent. That's one big thing. Now, I would like to explain my approach to such kind of a series. Well, of course, probably, and it's pretty much fairly so, but not completely, your expectation here is a little different than the expectation you would have from a series on, I don't know, it's the full hardcore main lines kind of a series, right, which lasts for 100 hours, which talks about hundreds of, I don't know, correspondence games, world championship games, cutting theory and stuff like this. Well, if you have these expectations here, you are wrong, of course. That's not what we're gonna do. But I hope you have the right kind of ones. We are going to skip the main theory. But, and this is a very important but, we are not going to play the opening trying to just skip the first part of the game, trying to get no matter what position, and then just hope to survive, or just hope to trick our opponents later. That's a different story. In my opinion, and that is how I approve of a move b3. That is how I approve of London system. That is how I approve of many lines which aren't clearly the main ones. I don't recommend playing them if you just hope to play the same moves no matter what. If you hope to ignore what your opponent is doing. If you hope to, I don't know, whatever bad things I can come up with. But all of these openings, which are a bit of a sidelines, which are also very reasonable and justified, which are not clearly bad, like, I don't know, move 1 h4, are good when you play them smartly, when you actually understand deeply, with a lot of subtleties, the move orders, when you deeply understand the positional patterns, when you deeply understand the pawn structures. Now, in this video, I'm going to try and achieve this. I'm also going now to talk a little bit about the flexibility of a move 1 b3. When we play b3, unlike, let's say, London, and that's one of the big advantages of it, we don't define yet what's going to happen. Well, let me show you what I mean. For example, imagine your opponent plays knight f6, bishop b2, g6. And actually, one interesting thing about it is that many players will be reacting to 1b3 in the way they react to the main openings, let's say to 1d4, and that's a big thing for us. Well, now you can do so many things, and that's a huge perk of 1b3, variety. Let's say you can take on f6, and later try to play that kind of positions versus his doubled pawns, and where you'll try to show that, let's say, this bishop here is not going to do much because you'll play e3 and d4 and you'll set up a wall against it. That's one option. Now, another option, which I myself have used in classical games, was this, and actually I didn't know the move b3 that deeply at the moment of playing, but I really thought it was a smart decision to go for it because of this reason. So look, I was initially going to play, let's say, d4, but then my opponent had two options. He could have played the King's Indian, or he could have played the so-called hippo, or the so-called modern. He could have gone, let's say, g6, bishop g7, d6, e6, knight e7 kind of things. And of course, white is able to retain an advantage in that opening. That's not the most challenging one. I would be happy to meet it. But I thought, hey, my opponent mostly prefers not to put his knight on f6. He mostly prefers to have it on e7. Why don't I act in a nasty, inconvenient manner? Why don't I prevent him from using his favorite setup? Guess what I did? I went 1b3, and then, once my opponent played his favorite move g6, which he always does, I went bishop b2. Now, you know, bishop g7 is not a move for obvious reasons, so he went knight f6, and then I played knight f3, and then, in a few moves, we've ended up in a King's Indian position, where, of course, you know, white's not winning by default or anything, but I've stopped him from using his favorite setup. And as a result, he had no clue what to do in the rising middle game position. And as a result, I went on to win a pretty lovely game, which I have really enjoyed, and which was very important from the tournament perspective. So that's another thing you can do. Now, one more thing which some of you, the so-called chess kamikaze, would do, for example, knight f6, and I'm not making fun of you guys because I've played myself this way for many times. Well, to be frank, mostly in Blitz and Bullet. I went g4 here, intending some weird stuff with g5, like, let's say, this kind of things. And I understand this is not something you might want to do as your main repertoire. I'm not recommending to do this, but I want to show you can have fun in plenty of ways. Or let's say here, you can make the move e4, leading us to some kind of a weird, I don't know, Sicilian type of position after c5, or some kind of a weird, interesting, I don't even know what to call it, some very original position after bishop g7. And that all you can achieve with 1b3. And that's the case with many lines. Like, for example, after b3, once I was on the black side, and I thought, one interesting line I have here is d5, and then bishop g4, intending, after knight f3, to take it, and anticipating some interesting fun stuff, like f3, and for example, after bishop f5, it has some gambit like e4, and those are very interesting, very exciting positions, which I have prepared as black thoroughly, and I thought, okay, now we'll have some complications. I'll know them probably, well, if not better than my opponent, I'll be fresher, and I thought that would be interesting. But my opponent, after thinking for a bit, after bishop g4, played the move g3. And suddenly it transpired he wants to go bishop g2 and knight f3 and stop me from taking because he can take back with the bishop, not spoiling his structure. And then the game saw some moves like this. And guess what? It might be a little unexpected for you, maybe. We've ended up in some Reti position, which you normally get via one knight to f3. To be honest, I didn't really know much of a, standard typical plans here, and I quickly ended up in, well, not in trouble, but I felt it was uncomfortable, and I had some time pressure as well, pretty shortly after the opening. I was very lucky, and I went on to win this game versus a strong international master. Back then I was rated about 2200, my opponent was 2400, I was black, I was in an unfamiliar middle game, so clearly it was a big success for me as a player. But it just shows to you how, this experienced international master had tricked the back then young junior player into some unfamiliar position with the move 1b3. So I think a big chunk of it is that you can use this move not just as a standalone repertoire, but also as a way to trick your opponent in some other stuff. Or, for example, after, let's say, the move b3, e5. Okay, that's another big one. Bishop b2. knight c6. We have many moves. We can play e3. We can play knight f3. We can play g3. We can play c4. And all of these moves have some of the merits. All of these moves lead to a different kind of struggle, and you might want to try them all one by one in your games. And unlike some other courses where I'm giving you very clear recommendations, against this move you do this, against this move you do that, you've got that many games in the database, you have this engine evaluation or something, or you have this threat later, you know. I'll build this course in a different manner, because I believe that we can play b3 in a very ambitious way. I believe so, truly, or else I wouldn't have bothered to ever record these videos. But I believe that the move b3, one of its huge advantages is that it provides you variety. Variety is good for so many reasons. Well, first, you are an uncomfortable opponent if you can react in different ways. You are someone hard to prepare for. Then, there's one more big thing about it. If you play different positions whenever you want to, you will develop as a player. You'll get to see different structures. You'll get to see different types of situations on the board. If you play the same stuff, you will kind of stagnate, and you'll have maybe the better results at first because you'll know the positions better, and that's something I really recommend that you do at first. You need to choose just one path, try it out. Don't start doing everything at once. It wouldn't result in anything good. So you choose one path and then you try it. But later you might choose the other one as well and compare. So it's important you'll have the variety for the sake of your development as a player. These positions might have very different pawn structures, very different plans, which will inevitably help you improve. One more thing about this move. Well, when you play the same stuff at all times, you know, and it's not really a big thing in my opinion for one, but you can get bored. And I don't take this argument completely, because if the opening's really good, like let's say if you're a pawn up after the opening, well, how can you get bored of getting a winning position? You know, that would be pretty stupid. You need to play it no matter what you feel about it, if it's objectively, let's say, winning, right? But at the same time, I understand that playing, let's say, the same London system at all times might be a little boring. You're getting all the same kind of positions. And London is not boring opening. I'm not trashing it at the moment. I'm just saying that any opening, if you always play it in the same way, and you play your pieces in the same way, will inevitably get boring. But if you approach it creatively, if you vary, if you give many options a try, you'll have a completely different understanding of the situation, you'll have a completely different kind of viewpoint. So I wanted to explain to you in this introduction, and again, I would like to say it again, I wouldn't be giving just one plan. I'll try to give you a few plans versus every single possible black's reply on move 1. Or not necessarily on move 1, but later on in the game. In some critical tabias, I'll give you several choices, several options. Because, well, objectively, of course, the move b3 is not pretending, you know, to claim white's advantage. Black can equalize, and in many ways, if we're being honest. Because I think it would be pretty bad if I was trying to convince you that with 1b3 white is winning or something. I don't do that. I'm trying to be as fair as possible in my videos and in my products. We will have equality in many lines, but you will choose what kind of equality you want, either on that specific day, based on how you feel, how much you remember, or versus that specific opponent. Like, let's say if you play a junior player, juniors like sharp stuff, they don't like, let's say, the endgames. Okay, here we go, we get an endgame. Or we get some boring maneuvering type of a game. Or if you play some older player, well, they have a lot of positional experience, but they don't necessarily want to calculate, so you go for some sharp stuff. Or you play a theoretical player who, you know, spends a lot of time studying. Well, then you go for the offbeat variation. Or you play someone who doesn't care, then you go for the sharp line, and so on and so forth. So I'll be presenting you with plenty of choices in these videos and in this course. And I think this introduction is super important because, again, to me personally, and I hope it is the same case for many of you, the opening is not about memorizing the moves. It's not about memorizing stuff. It's about understanding it. But also importantly, when you choose the opening, when you choose, you need to make a choice based on your needs and wants. you can't choose a sharp opening if your memory is bad. You can't choose a sharp opening if you don't like sharp positions. You can't choose a sharp opening if you don't have much time to study it. Or vice versa, you can't have a positional opening if you are unwilling to play it calmly, and so on and so forth. So I'll give you variety. I'll give you plenty decent options. We'll rely on model games in this course and instead of concrete theory. We'll rely on typical plans. We'll look a little bit at the history of the move 1b3. We'll look at some first games which led to the surge of its popularity. We'll move on to discuss some of the modern games as well. We'll follow some of the apologists of this move, such as Rapport or Jabava, or for example, Vashiela Graf uses it quite a bit in some blitz and rapid games. We'll study the games of those players. We'll see how differently they treat this opening. B3, move 1 B3, is truly a magic world. It's a very interesting system. This move leads you to the positions you know better than your opponent. Yet this move does not yet define what kind of positions you're gonna have after the opening. We'll use all of that flexibility to our favor. Thank you for watching this preview. Not even a preview, but an introduction and an explanation of what this is all about. Thank you anyway. I hope you've enjoyed my logic and explanations and reasoning behind what I'm saying. And I look forward to showing to you some of the actual chess stuff, theory, model plans, structures, and many, many other exciting things. I'll see you in the next videos. Hi, and welcome to this video. In this chapter, we'll speak about the position which arises after the moves b3, e5. In my opinion, that's definitely one of the key moves at black's disposal. Arguably, that's the most, how to call it, not the most precise, but the most ambitious, the most critical move. Let's just think about this for a second. For instance, if black went, I don't know, d5 or knight f6, white would have many options, many ways to possibly even deviate, even change his mind and play something rather than b3, like let's after d5, knight f3. Okay, now we are back to a slightly different opening, and white could have done that. But when black plays e5, that's definitely the most ambitious way to go. It's kind of cutting down white's possibilities to retreat and to change his mind. And after this move, of course, the most ambitious, the most interesting, the most typical positions of the move 1b3 arise. As I said, we won't be trying to concentrate that much on specific theory as opposed to the understanding, as opposed to plans, as opposed to some of the model games. We need to understand the structures and the possibilities we have. Well, things might look a little different, to be honest, in this video as opposed to the rest of the course and as opposed to what I had promised, because I feel like after e5, that's exactly the moment when we've got to play precisely. If white will start playing passively here, or if white will start playing somehow vaguely or, not very concretely, he might simply end up worse. So we need to know what we are doing, especially here. If anywhere, then definitely this moment is here. Now, we of course will play bishop b2, knight to c6. Black also has the move pawn to d6, but I feel, well, that's obviously a pretty passive move. At this point we have plenty of choices. You can play g3 or you can play c4 and play it in more of an English style. You can play e4 and play a pretty interesting original position actually, which is a weird mix of some e4, e5 and b3. But actually white, who is getting a bit more space after the inevitable knight f3, knight c3 and d4, would perhaps enjoy it a lot. Like for example, if black makes a move like knight c6, we can just play knight f3. And let's after knight f6, knight c3, bishop e7 will play d4 and white is a little better. Or actually he can also start with a move like bishop b5. So I guess these positions are not really critical by any means. And again, it's important to understand white could have played it in a different manner too. Of course, a more b3 sort of continuation could have been, let's say, such a move as d4. Let's say ed, queen d4. And, well, it's important to understand that even though, of course, you play the move b3 because you want to, avoid going in some main theoretical stuff, it's important to understand it's still necessary. And it's not still necessary, it's extremely important. It's even more important than in other openings to study some of the typical pawn structures. Like, let's say if white gets to play c4 here, and then, for instance, Fianchetto, his other bishop, will have a structure very typical of some English positions, which arise after, one knight f3, g3, or knight f3, c4s, and g3, b3. And it's necessary to be analyzing those games. We might talk a little bit about this later, but now let us finally move on to the actual content of the chapter. For sure, the only critical move is knight to c6. And here, I already have a little bit of a surprise for black, I think. Well, obviously, this move is not, absolutely new, it has been played. But I would just like to explain a few reasons why I'm suggesting this move as my main recommendation. And as I said, we won't be discussing too much theory here, so we'll speak about a few other moves briefly as well. But I would just like to say first that the main move here is pawn to e3, but I don't like it mostly for that reason that black has a huge variety of choices. Well, he can play d5, he can play knight f6, he can even make such a weird move as a6 preventing bishop b5, which actually makes sense. He can play setups like d6, g6, bishop g7, and they're not too bad either. Like, for example, after d5, white can now go bishop b5 and black goes bishop d6. There's also a move f6, and black has so many possibilities. I'm not so sure, to be honest, if it's easy for us to prepare. We can definitely look at them all, but especially if black knows what he is doing, we might not be the side who would be the freshest, so to speak, who would have more specifics in mind. I think it could be a little bit impractical, at least for the purposes of this repertoire. Well, you might investigate this, of course, a little more yourself. I not only don't mind, I strongly encourage you to do so. After all, any successful opening work is not just, your perception of someone talking, it's also your independent work, it's your interest, it's your passion, especially when it comes to a, slightly less popular opening than the main lines. It's supposed that if you play this, you really love it, you want to be analyzing it and discovering more things on your own. But okay, let us move on. So, this line is something I'm not that happy about. And also there is a move knight to f6, which I'm not that happy about either. Well, white has a move bishop b5 here, for instance, but then black has a fun idea, bishop d6, in case if you haven't seen it before. It's a little weird, but black wants to castle here, protect this pawn, and later go rook e8, hide the bishop back. And these positions are highly interesting too, and they're definitely something to discuss, if not for the purpose of, using this very line, then for the purpose of the pawn structures and interesting ideas. We want to analyze the game of chess, we want to analyze a lot of instructive things, not just narrowly the lines we play. So this is something to look into, but from the opening perspective, well, I have doubts here. So I would like to recommend something slightly different. I would also like to say that here white has a move pawn to c4, which clearly leads the game to some very, very English-looking positions. But again, that's a little bit outside of the move b3. So the move I'm recommending is the third most popular move, but I think it's the most promising one in terms of, well, if not in hopes of getting anywhere advantage-wise, then in terms of getting the very, very b3 b3-esque position typical of the move 1 b3. It's the move knight to f3. We are immediately making use of that guy, attacking the pawn on e5 twice. Now, black has a choice, of course. Well, his main move here is by all means pawn to e4, but he has some other possibilities as well. Well, first, let us take a look at such a move as, for example, pawn to d6, because that's a very natural move of sorts. Black's willing to set up a wall and try to kind of obstruct this bishop. Now, I feel like, for example, playing such a move as c4 is pretty justified, because even if we get some kind of English positions, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? If we can later play knight c3 and d4 and be very active. We don't have to try to shy away from a position of a slightly different kind if it's clearly advantageous for us. So that's another way how we can get an advantage here. Now, a slightly different path, which I like even more here, is there are actually two ways. I really love the move e4, which I think is a very rare move, if not new at all. Because now white's grabbing space and white's preparing to play knight c3 and d4 again, which is slightly similar to what I had said in the beginning of this video, and that's why I've been trying to talk about the ideas, not just dive in the main lines instantly. So here, after e4, I've analyzed this position a little bit, and I thought, well, if black plays it naturally with moves like knight f6, white has plenty of active stuff. He can play knight c3 here, or he even has the interesting sack like d4. The point being that, obviously, if black would take here, we can even consider a move like bishop b5, intending to take later. And here, if black is getting greedy, his position will clearly become very, very bad shortly, like let's say if he takes. At this point, we can castle, or we can make a move like queen e2, and black would be very uncomfortable, say queen e2, pinning that knight right away. Now, if black is to make a move like say d5, we have knight d4, now we're attacking that knight, we're preparing f3, and black's position is already in dire straits. Like let's say he goes bishop d7, okay, we've got f3, or we've got bishop c6 first, sorry, and after whatever black takes with f3, and it's time to say goodbye, the game is nearly over, black's losing that knight. So the position's not, very easy for black. Well, objectively he can equalize here, I think, if he is being a little more solid, if he captures this pawn first. And now I've analyzed plenty of moves. I've analyzed bishop b5, for instance, the most forcing move. And I thought, well, I'll just cut straight to the chase. I thought the move bishop d7 here is the way to go for black. And then after something like castling, we arrive at some equality in the end. Something like this is possible. And now let's say takes. Knight f6, now we take and get our pawn back. And we can get it back by playing knight e5. Or we can get it back by taking and playing knight e5. Or we can play knight bd2, for example. Let's say knight d2 is a very interesting move. And then, for instance, black castles, we now go knight e5. And white's definitely somewhat more active here. I think this could be a position to try out. Even though black has a bishop pair, it's not really that big of a deal because, well, we obviously want to take. That bishop is super active. White's threat might be to take, and let's say if black made some move like queen d6 or queen d5, we could obviously take, and that bishop would hang white, so black cannot stop this idea this way. That doesn't work. Black can make a move like bishop d5 here, but then we have c4. Bishop goes back, now we can make a move like queen e2, intend rook to d1. Maybe later we can make moves like knight f3, knight g5. Maybe we can bring the rook or the queen to f3 and g3, and aligned with the bishop it would definitely be doing a lot of damage to black. Well, that's a very interesting position for us to try, guys. But yeah, I feel like black should be able to, of course, eventually equalize if he's playing it precisely. Black has some move like a6, moves like knight g5. Well, black should be able to find equality here, but that's a very cool, fun, and most importantly, unexplored position to investigate. We said in the beginning, we don't want to be spending hours and hours and days and years analyzing positions that hundreds of players analyzed before us and analyzed simultaneously with us. If we dig, we want to dig in the new land, we want to dig the new ground, we want to make sure when we play a game we would know more than our opponent will. Even if there is no advantage, if it's equal, we want to understand that we are the ones controlling the course of the game. The opponent is the one having to work hard over the board and figure things out. But another idea here would be, instead of playing e4, to make a move like d4, which also I think is very interesting. And this is a kind of a very, principled move. The point being that if black takes, well, of course, that's not good. We just take and now our bishop is fantastic. This is a clear advantage. For example, if black makes a move like, say, knight f6 over here, it's, well, white has many ways to go, but it's easiest to just pose the black structure. And now to make a move like pawn to g3. The bishop's coming over here, immediately putting pressure on this pawn, and both of our bishops are absolutely gorgeous in my opinion. This position is really nice. There was one game which I can recommend that you guys check out, played between Bahadur Jabava, one of the model players, and kind of a modern, representatives of the move 1b3, and Dmitry Yakovenko. Dmitry is one of the, well, he used to be a top level grandmaster, now he's a little below the world's very top 20, top 30, but he's a fantastic player obviously, and he is a great defender, he's got fantastic endgame technique, so the fact that Bahadur went here and managed to win, I think is very interesting and impressive, something to check out. Now, let us finally, I know all of this talk is very interesting, I'm very excited about this, but I think you finally wanna see what happens in the main line with e4. Well, I'll show you that shortly. Sorry guys, but I really need to show you one more move here. The thing is, as I told you, if we play e3 here, after knight to f6, bishop b5, black has to move bishop d6, which looks ugly, but as I said, black wants to castle play rook e8 and hide his bishop back on f8. So, in this position of ours, after move 3, knight f3, some black players might either mess up or mix things up, but they might want to play knight bishop to d6 here as a response to knight f3. Well, we've got to understand what we are doing anyway. Even though this move feels a little ugly, we still got to understand what we are doing. So, at this point, we'll play d3. Why d3? Well, we're preparing to go knight d2 and knight c4. And after, for instance, knight f6, we just go knight d2 and then knight c4. Now, the problem is that this bishop's hanging and so is the pawn, and black cannot really move it. And for instance, if he goes queen e7, we just can take. Now black takes and we can make plenty of moves. We can play g3, bishop g2, and again we have a clear advantage thanks to our bishop pair, and because both bishops are fairly gorgeous here. We can also make a pretty weird move e3 here. It looks a little passive maybe, but the point here is that we just want to develop, and if black plays in the center, we'll play d4, and we'll change the structure in this way. The point being that if black takes, again after taking, well, our bishop is completely unopposed. That's really the key piece, the masterpiece of the board, the lord of the board. Black's just clearly in trouble. And if black makes a move e4, which is a lot more natural, then we are gonna go knight to e5. Now, we're just gonna either spoil the black structure, and later we can play c4, or we can play a4, bishop a3, activate the bishop over here, and white of course will be much better. Or if black is to take, well, that would ruin his position immediately, because we are attacking the knight, we are attacking that pawn, and black's losing material. Things are simply terrible. So black cannot really manage it this way, which is, very understandable. Now let's finally go back, and after b3, e5, bishop b2, knight c6, knight f3, look at the main move e4. I'm sorry guys if it felt a little too long, that we've been talking about all those previous moves, but I feel like it's really important, because we want to grasp some ideas, we want to see how we react to opponents, weird or odd or rare moves, which are not all that pointless in fact, which, carry a fair amount of common sense in them. And what kind of plans do we have? What kind of pawn breaks do we have? Now, we'll of course go knight d4, and at this point black already has a few options. Well, black mostly takes, and after bishop d4 he goes either d5 or knight f6. It's also possible that he starts with the move knight f6 and then we'll play e3, and well, it's likely black will just take and we take back and we transpose. So here black mostly takes on d4, we take back, and now black plays d5, and here we go e3. And at this point, let us stop for a second and look at what's happening. It's very interesting, and it might be a little unexpected. We have already arrived at a very rare position. Now, the main move here, out of about 200 games here, so this position, and black played knight f6. But even though that's the main move by far, that's, I think, a serious mistake. Black shouldn't be doing that. Well, let us see why, and let us see what's his right move. Well, I think his right move is bishop f5 here, which hasn't been played that much. There's only like 14 or 15 games at the moment of recording. Well, at this point, we'll simply continue. We can play bishop e2, we can play d3, for instance. And here, the idea is just to play knight d2 and later to take. Let's say if black takes himself, we will take ourselves. And let's say after bishop d3, if black hurries, we take back. Now, stuff like queen b5 is a large threat. And black just helped us develop a lot. And he is already running in a lot of trouble, actually. For instance, he goes c6, stopping the nasty check. Well, in that case, we just won a castle, and we'll of course start putting pressure on black's position very, very quickly. At this point, we can go for the plan with c4, immediately attacking that pawn, intending to meet a move like bishop e7 with, let's say, knight c3. Now, black should not be castling, perhaps, because after cd, let's say knight d5, and here rook to d1, white just getting an overwhelming lead in development, a very, very clear initiative. So that's something black should better avoid. He can also choose at some point to take on c4, but that wouldn't really help either. Let's say castling rook d1. Again, black can definitely play this, but our position is clearly better. Now, one plan could be to advance with e4, maybe f3, or maybe actually we could consider pushing f4, e5, f5, f6. White has all the reasons to be very aggressive here and very ambitious. Black's position is clearly problematic. White can also go knight e2, g3, f5, or maybe knight f4. If we imagine that this knight comes to g3, it's clear that the knight will be aiming to reach f5. But if black would try to ever stop it with the move g6, the entire diagonal will get crazy weak. So this position is by no means good for black or anything. I clearly don't like it. Well, to cut it short, black's running in a lot of trouble if he does this. But as I said, that's a very precise move, bishop f5, so black's not supposed to be running in trouble here. He should play something like knight f6, for instance, not releasing the tension, knight d2, and he should just develop like bishop e7. And at this point we can take. Black is not supposed to be really willing to take this way, because of course there's always some dangers related with the capture of this pawn, or we can simply develop like bishop d3 or take that knight. So black would take back with the pawn, and now we just develop like, for instance, bishop e2, castling, and now for example castling. And this position is, I would say, roughly balanced. This pawn on e4, it's very interesting actually, because it can clearly prove an asset in the middle game. Like if black gets, let's say, some activity over this diagonal, aiming at our king or something. But on the other hand, if we swap a few pieces, and we have already swapped one pair of pieces, then of course his pawn will prove a serious liability in the endgame. So it's a pretty double-edged position, which is objectively equal, which is, not a surprise or anything if we play move 1 b3 and then we go for a slightly offbeat variation. But I think I'm completely fine with it, because as I said, and we'll see it very shortly, black runs in a lot of trouble in the main line. So if, many grandmasters have gone wrong earlier, it's clear that our opponents will do the same thing. So I am not afraid that, okay, in one line black can equalize. He is welcome to. We'll just play an equal position. We'll play chess. Who plays chess better would win. Well, if our opponent is better, then we just gotta improve at other things. We can't just, hope to win the game out of the opening. That's not realistic. Now, let us go back a little bit finally to this position and discuss the main move, knight f6. Well, as I said, that's by all means the main move, but I clearly think it's wrong, because now it has a very, very strong idea to play pawn to c4. And he is immediately undermining the black center. Now, black has a few options. He can play c5, or he can choose to take on c4. If black takes on c4, we would just develop very quickly. We would develop our knight now, and at this point, well, obviously white already has threats like taking on f6 and taking on e4. So this pawn proves very, very weak, and white's development is excellent. It's simply fantastic. And if black makes a move like bishop f5, actually it's interesting. I think there have been less than 10 games that reached this position, and then a position a few moves later, which we're about to see, was reached only in 3 games, and 2 of them have have been reached by the same player just within the frame of 1 month. he has been extremely lucky, of course. So bishop f5 is what happened in those games, and at this point, white actually has a very, very cool idea. I would like you to pause the video and try to come up with the right move positional wise. White doesn't have any tactics yet. Don't, wear yourself out looking for a win or something, but do make sure to look for the right positional continuation. Okay, I hope you've paused the video and took your time, guys. Now, the move here is f3. Why f3? Well, if black doesn't do anything, we would just take and probably win some material, but the problem is if black does, well, it would not have been a good position for him even if we didn't have anything specific. But at this point, we are also attacking b7 and that bishop. And of course, to play, let's say, bishop c8 here would be, absolutely ridiculous. You can't play chess this way. This would just lose right away. Like, let's say, knight e4 here looks very good. Attacking that knight, eyeing down that pawn. Black is just nearly losing right away. But even if it wasn't for the tactics, even if white just castled, for instance, he would have a huge positional advantage because the bishops are extremely active. The queen is really placed well. White has a semi-open f-file. He might even want to, let's say, sacrifice an exchange on f6 or something in the foreseeable future. His bishops are raging, and all of his pieces are better than the black counterpart. I mean, that can be a manageable position for black. So, black cannot go here. Well, in the games, he usually castled, but the rising positions after castling, bishop g6, that's how all the three games went. Takes, queen g4, and bishop g6. That's the position that I was mentioning, which was reached in by Yuriy Krykun in 2 games over 1 month. White's already nearly winning here. His advantage is clearly large. The bishops are monsters. The rook is enjoying the open file. And at this point, white has a very, very powerful move. In order to find this move, well, I would like you, of course, to pause the video. Some of you might just pause it now, without any hints. Okay, some of you might pause it a little later, because now I'll give a hint. If you want to look for a move here, well, I understand you're fascinated by white's position. You must be, because it's clearly very attractive. But I want you to look at black's ideas. What does black want to do here? If you look for what black wants to do, you'll be able to find white's idea too. Don't be ignorant, guys. Okay, so I'll show the answer now. Well, the first question is, what does black actually want to do? Okay, let's say we make some move, like, I don't know, king h1, some random move. Well, black's idea here might be to play c5, kick this bishop out. Let's say bishop goes back, and here black has plenty of choices. Well, black can, for example, try to prepare the move b5. Black can try to offer a queen trade with a move like queen c8, which we definitely are not interested in. So that's something black's very, very excited about, to try to, first of all, chase the bishop, and secondly, offer the queen trade. So what did white do? I hope you found the move. It's very, very gorgeous, I think. It is rook to f5. Wow, what this move? Well, the thing here is that, first of all, it's stopping ideas like c5, or it's clearly making them a lot more difficult. But the main point here is that if black goes queen c8, trying to get a trade, or seemingly, doing damage pinning white, white will just go rook f1 saying, okay, I don't care, you still cannot take because of mate. So white just going to later, let's say, move the queen or something, and it's surprisingly completely winning. White now has a very strong threat, actually. Let's say if black made a random move like a6, white would have a bunch of very interesting tactical possibilities. What would they be? What would you do here as white? Okay, I hope that was another interesting workout for you. Well, one very interesting thing to look at, of course, is the fact the pawn on g7 is kind of problematic, and the white rooks are super active here. And the bishop here is really doing great. So let's say if we somehow took that pawn away, it could be very dangerous. Now, one idea that we can look for is rook takes f7. And it's just winning. The thing here is that, of course, if black takes the queen, it's checkmate in 1. check and check, right? Double check, and black is completely lost. Sorry. Mate in one move. And if black does something else, like rook f7, okay, we just have bishop f7, and black can never take because of queen takes on g7, so the game is just over. So that's a huge threat. And it's really hard to say how black's going to stop this threat. I will tell you a small secret here. Well, of course I was, not just trying to figure it out myself, even though I did, of course, analyze these games very, very extensively before presenting them to you. But also I wanted to make sure I don't have any holes in my analysis, that everything is unerringly precise, unlike my enunciation in English. And I've checked all the analysis with the engine. And yeah, you know what? In this position, even though it's black's turn, the engine is saying not just +1 or +2, +10. Black's got no defense to rook f7. None. Absolutely zero. One thing he can try, of course, is to play king h8, but then we have these tactics. And after king g7, rook f7, it's a slaughter once again, guys. Let's say takes, the pin matters. Let's say king h8, okay, we have a check and mate. And yeah, white's winning here no matter what. It's very interesting in my opinion how strong white's attack suddenly gets. And here the games really got finished very, very quickly. For example, one of them, so the move c5. Well, white just retreated, no problem. Now rook f1 is still coming down the pipe. Queen c8, rook f1. What to do? Rook f7 is coming, we know this tactics now. And after king h8, white had plenty of possibilities, but he continued with the very forcing move. Well, maybe not forcing in the regard like a capture or a check, but a move created a massive threat. He went queen g5. Now, tell me please, what's white wanting to do at the moment? Well, I hope you've paused the video again. It's very important to give this a thought as opposed to just watching. Well, for one you might say, okay, white just unpinned, right? Because white couldn't move the rook previously that easily. Or as we saw in many lines he could, but he needed to calculate stuff. Now he's ready to take on f7. That is true. But white's other idea here is to play queen h6. And of course black cannot take, and white's just going to do a very, very serious damage on that square on g7. So black continued with f6 here. How do we kill black at the moment? Again, please pause the video. Okay, I hope that was another interesting puzzle for you guys. I hope you've solved it. I hope you're having a lot of fun also. Because, well, of course, it's always motivating and tempting, the idea to study on your opening, the thought you would be able to catch your opponent in a trap or something, some pitfall, and win quickly. But in my opinion, also it should be, not just the anticipation should be fun, not just the hopes, should be high, but also it's important to be having fun during the process, because if you're not having fun when you're studying your favorite hobby or, your favorite activity, well, why are you doing this? So it's very important that when we're solving such puzzles, not only are we developing our tactical vision, which is crucial, that's not just an opening course, that's a course that will help you improve in all the departments of chess: middle game, end game, calculation, typical structures, pawn chains and stuff. But also, it's super important that you guys should be having fun, just normal, basic fun, as opposed to, this hardcore learning, memorization stress. We don't need that in this video. So, white had his own share of fun in the game. Boom! And I hope you found that as well. And after rook f6, white just took, and of course black cannot take because of, mate. So he played queen c6, but things were completely over. Here, white played bishop d5. It's already a matter of preference how you kill black here. And here white found a very cute move. He took. There are many other wins, so I'm not asking you to find the solution. And rook f3. This bishop is a monster, much better than the black queen. And here, there is no defense to rook h3. How cute is that? The game ended after bishop h2. Now it's important. White, of course, cannot take, because after a check his bishop will be gone. So king h1. Now the mate's coming. Check. And black resigned on the account of bishop h6, rook h6. And that bishop is the piece saying the last word. I wanted to get a little quieter here so that you just appreciate the experience. Now, okay, let us move on and return to our normal way of conducting the dialogue. So white won a brilliant game. He thought he didn't have enough of it. He couldn't have enough, of course, as white. So obviously soon he continued. And he had the chance to play this game to get the same position, you know, on move 15 after that brilliant move rook f5 once again very shortly, in just 1 month. Now, his opponent played b5. The previous opponent of Yuriy Krykun was about 2300. A very strong player, of course, but Yuriy Krykun is nearly 2600 himself, so there is, you know, quite a bit of a difference in their playing strengths. Well, the next opponent was one of the world's leading prodigies, Andrei Yesipenko of Russia, about 20 at the time. He still got in trouble here. He went b5, trying some desperate stuff. Well, white just collected the pawn, and at this point the conversion was slightly different. White just offered the queen trade, and after trading the queens, he just went on to convert his extra pawn. White could have played it differently, perhaps, but, you know, white balls are just going to an endgame with an extra pawn, and the much better pieces anyway. White's pieces are, you know, still great, because it's important. You do want, of course, to, you know, trade the pieces when you're material up. That's one of the core and foremost rules of chess, rules of how to close out your advantage. But by no means do you want to be worsening your position at the same time. You don't want your pieces' positions to deteriorate. You don't want to beg your opponent for a trade. Well, white didn't do that. He traded under, you know, the very favorable circumstances, and he still kept the amazing pieces. Also, if you look at it, black still has some pawn weaknesses and stuff, and pretty soon white went on to convert, and we could have cut it here and said, okay, you know, white's opening was a success, or whatever they say in such cases, but I think conversion is no less important than the ability to get this position. You don't want to get this position and later to spoil it completely, or, you know, to even win it later but have a lot of obstacles on your way. So I still wanted to show you a few more moves so that you appreciate the Grandmaster technique. He activates his rook, puts it on an open file. Meanwhile, some threats might be created, like bishop f7, and for example, if bishop takes bishop g7, attacking the rook and the king. Black goes h5, rook g5. Bishop e7 is what black did, and here white found a very beautiful tactical solution. How did white continue? Okay, I hope you did pause the video again, and white could have made some move like say rook d5 or rook g3, it would have been completely okay. But a very interesting point that white went for was rook takes on f7. The idea being that, of course, if black takes with the rook, well, actually, that might not be that obvious, but white just takes here. And the problem is not only that pawn, but also that rook is hanging, and now, unless black wants to, you know, get checkmated with rook h6, for instance, or checkmated in some other funky way, has to give up an exchange with moves like, for example, rook to f8 or rook to f6, but that should be lost. Black's just a bunch of pawns down for, you know, counterplay. So Yesipenko took back with the bishop. Now white took, check, check. White collected that. Bishop attacking the rook. If the rook moves, of course, there are still a bunch of problems, like white has a check, like the bishop is hanging, for example, with rook e8. It's actually worth seeing how white would have won. He could have simply, let's say, moved his bishop or something, and he would still be completely winning, and even an exchange down. But he can also continue, let's say, in such a way. Now king h8 leads in mate in 1, or let's say if king h6, okay, we can now play rook e5. White has 2 pawns for the exchange, and his activity is overwhelming. He can play h4, bishop g5. The black king is still in a sort of a mating net that's just completely lost. So Yesipenko tried a slightly different thing over here. He played Well, actually, yeah, that's how the game continued. Sorry, I was just thinking of a slightly different defense. I was just thinking black could have tried to sacrifice material, return the exchange. Somehow I got a little overexcited about the thoughts as opposed to the text of the game. Sorry about that. For instance, takes. But this position, of course, contains no chances for black. Like, for instance, he can try to, I don't know, activate his rook or something, but he's just too many pawns down, and of course, let's say here, white would convert his 4 extra pawns, so there is no chance. So in the game, it continued with rook f8, check, rook e5, bishop e4, and white went on to win very smoothly. Bishop c5, the bishop's coming back to d4, or white might play d4 and start advancing his central pawns. And in a few moves, black just thought he needed to return that exchange, because, again, ideas like h4, rook g5 check, maybe bishop e7, f6 in some lines, or g5, or rook f5 and then bishop here, or maybe d5, bishop d4, are all highly unpleasant, and black thought he'd be better off if he sacrificed an exchange back, but white simply swapped, and this endgame proved to be not particularly manageable for black. There were better possibilities how he could have tried to defend, but he just lost a pawn and resigned in a few moves. So that was quite a bad beating, I think, and clearly not something we should be shying away from. So that's something I wanted to demonstrate to you in this line, and we would have been nearly done, but there is one more game which I would like to show to you guys. In this position, going back, black also has a slightly different possibility. Well, he still goes knight f6, c4, and here instead of playing, instead of taking on c4, which is what we were looking at all times, black can also play c5, which is a fairly interesting move. Now, black's hoping white would go back, and then black would play d4, and white would probably have to resign. Well, I'm slightly exaggerating, but you know, this bishop looks completely dominated by those pawns. It's no good for white at all. So white's got to take on f6 here, but he's very happy to, because now after queen f6, he has the move knight c3, and both pawns in the center are under an extreme, severe amount of pressure. Now, let us not discuss some rubbish continuations like, let's say, d4, you know, just giving up a pawn. Okay, we'll take and we'll play. So what Motudov did here versus Jababa was dc4. Now, white took back, and at this point, again, the pawn on e4 is a big problem. And there's one more problem, namely that white can play bishop b5 check, because if black goes bishop d7, he loses the right to castle. And if he moves the king, well, okay, you know what, moving the king, let's say, to e7 won't be any fun. So black went queen e5 here. And at this point, actually, Jababa surprised me a little bit. I think all of us would have gone bishop b5, which I think is actually the best move. Of course, you know, to play such a position would be clearly absolutely not unmanageable. Black would just resign. White has moves like f4, then maybe check, or maybe d3. Of course, that king would perish. Queen e2, queen b5 is another idea. Black would lose very shortly. But maybe king d8 is a move. Well, I mean, it looks really weird. Black might want to hide the king here. I definitely don't think that's a good continuation, but probably could be the reason why he didn't go here. So Jababa went f4 here, which is a strong move, but in my opinion, that's kind of, well, you know, that's not type of a chess we want to play, because we want to be converting the winning positions in the most clean, natural, convenient way, as opposed to getting too imaginative, so to speak. Depriving the king of a right to castle would have been a lot cleaner, I think. Now, black took, white took, but it's interesting to see how overwhelming this position is for white. The material is equal, but the development is not, and black's got, you know, too many problems over here. White's gonna castle, or maybe even do a slightly different thing, as we'll see shortly, and the pressure will prove unbearable. Now, black went queen f5. What do we do at this point, actually? White doesn't have any tactics, but he has a very, very cool move in this position. What is it? Right, instead of taking, or instead of going back to e2, for instance, white has a cool move queen g3. The point is that we're coming to c7 all of a sudden, intending to make that check a lot more deadly, and intending to always keep the black queen side under control. Now, black goes bishop e6 in the game, and here white went rook f1, harassing that queen, attacking f7, queen went back, queen c7, and at this point, the queen turned out to be too distant from the queen side, so black just loses. And the game continued in a very, well, here there's already not much black can do. He went bishop e7. Now I had many wins. I wouldn't be able to count how many. White just decided to take, check, and at this point he simply swapped. Now, taking back with the h-pawn would have also lost that guy on f7, and then there would have been some discovery. So black took fg, now check, check. White could have also picked that pawn with a check if he wished to, but he thought he'd convert this way. Now knight e4. Now this is a problem, and white just went on to pick a bit more material, and of course with a bunch of extra pawns he won easily. And this game is really very impressive to me because black got crushed, as you know, in a typical way how club level players get crushed once in a while in some rapid tournaments, but it wasn't just some random player. I'm not showing you how a grandmaster beat an amateur in a simul. I'm showing you how a grandmaster beat a 26-40 level player, and someone who has been Karakin's second for many years, Alexander Motodov, is an extremely strong grandmaster. Fantastic opening knowledge, erudition, excellent technique, understanding. He has all that, but as we can see, he fell victim to the white's creativity and a slightly unconventional path, unconventional approach to the opening. And while I'm not able to offer you an objective advantage in, 1b3, I don't think anyone can. If someone offers you that, no, they're lying to you. While I can't offer you the objective advantage, I am able to offer to you, and I do offer you the fun, interesting positions. I do offer you the positions where the black players will not know much, where the chances that they'll go wrong will be extremely high, and your reward, if you play these lines, and if black's not exactly sure what he's doing, can be extremely promising. And that's what happened in this game too. An extremely, brilliant grandmaster way over 2600 couldn't even get out of the opening and lost without much fight. So I've presented a few games to you here in this move, 3 knight f3 after b3 e5, bishop b2, knight c6, and I hope they were interesting to you. And I think it's definitely worth discussing the main continuation, move 3 e3 too, but I think that this line is clearly something very suitable for the quick learning, for the sake of avoiding match theory, and still for us to be able to pose a lot of problems to the opponent. So I thank you for watching this video, and soon I'll see you in the next one. I hope this one was something you've enjoyed a lot, both the explanations and of course the opportunity to stop, pause, and try to solve the puzzles, because that's also very important. I'll just say the last thing, and sorry if that's getting a little kind of redundant and excessive, but I can't help emphasizing this. I always emphasize this when I teach my students. You can't just watch the games like it's a TV or something. You can't hope to simply improve a chess this way. Well, you will improve somewhat, but chess is not just knowledge. Chess is not just something you memorize. Chess is a skill you develop. So you gotta think, you gotta stop, you gotta take breaks, you gotta pause, and you got to think. And if you did all that, fantastic. The improvement is knocking at your door. I'll see you soon in the next clip. Thanks. Hi. In this video, we'll speak about a very interesting setup, which in my opinion is actually very critical. It is a position that arises after b3, d5, bishop b2, and here, very importantly, black does not rush with the move e6, but goes knight to f6. The point being that after some move, like let's say knight f3 or e3, he can play bishop f5 and then build the so-called wall with e6 and c6. So let's see, for instance, after e3, he'll play bishop f5. In my opinion, this is super critical, because if white doesn't play it in some specifically creative and extraordinary way, he won't get anywhere. Like for instance, if white goes knight f3, It's definitely possible to play this way, and actually I've analyzed this quite deeply, but the problem is that after e6, white would like to get the bishop pair with the move knight h4, but he can't, because, first of all, well, it does not necessarily yield much, but also black can just play bishop g4 and attack that queen, so that doesn't work. And if white goes f3 here, it's a little too much after bishop h5. This knight's very misplaced, white cannot get anywhere. So that doesn't look too great, and if white plays bishop e2, of course he is hoping black would make a move like bishop e7 when knight h4 at least yields us the bishop pair. But if black makes a very careful move like h6, I think black's just completely fine. Yet I would like to show you one game, because this is something that one of the apologists of 1b3, Richard Rapport, played in the open tournament versus a 2400 and won very convincingly. He castled, black went knight d7, c4, c6, and here Rapport played knight c3. It's important white never wants to play d4, because then he'll just get to some very innocuous, innocent, and non-problematic version of the Slav with e3, where opening has been a huge success for black. So black on bishop d6 and Rapport took and played d3. Well, even though he went on to win a very nice game, in my opinion, this way of handling the opening is highly speculative, and probably black's even a little better now because of his extra space, and his position is rock solid here. He has no weaknesses, no bad pieces, no problems. He can't be clearly in any trouble. Well, Rapport here played a3, intending to play b4 and then queen b3 or some kind of stuff like that. And at this point, black already had many choices. Like, one good option, in my opinion, could be to go a5, when perhaps Rapport would have done the same thing as what he did soon in the game, but black went queen e7 a little ignorantly, and here Richard, after playing b4, prepared a little bit, and eventually he took, distracted black, and pushed e4. And this has been very murky, and I clearly think black's position is clearly very good. It's definitely not white's heyday here. So black took, and here of course white's hoping to utilize that x-ray, that up position down the e-file, but it doesn't seem to be working if black's any careful. Like, well, I mean, the only thing which can go wrong for him is taking on e4. If he just makes a move like bishop h7, I think white's just worse, because black's just gonna take that pawn. He's gonna maybe play knight e5. The bishop's not specifically helpful. The knight on c3 is very misplaced. It doesn't have any bright future, and yeah, white's just worse. Probably the best chance to bail out would be to go a6, intending to force black to at least spoil his structure, because he can't take with the rooks, the bishop's there. But again, black's just better. But Almashi played knight e4 here and ran into a lot of trouble. Knight h4. White took, and now his pieces are incredibly active, and very soon black ended up losing this. Bishop c4, now black cannot get this pawn, now bishop is pinned, white might want to take and spoil the structure, the knight's coming to f5, the queen's coming to g4, maybe to d4, things suddenly got terrible. And you know, in the beginning I said white won a very nice game, and I didn't mean it's a nice game from the opening perspective. In the opening he played too speculatively, and he clearly ended up was, but black was never able to use that, and just one inaccuracy actually cost him a game. So I think the way white handled this game was very interesting, even though obviously that's not the model you want to follow in the opening, because you know it's very easy to play an opening like a grandmaster, but then if you play an opening that badly like Rapport did here, well, to bail out from a bad position, what clearly have been more difficult than it was for him was his amazing calculation. Now bishop c5 is what black did, and here after knight f5 things started falling apart very shortly. And it's interesting to follow, because yeah, white just won a piece. It was over very soon, black resigned. But as I said, I don't consider this to be any ambitious. Really, in my opinion, the only hope you have is that after all these moves, when you go bishop e2 here is that black doesn't really notice knight h4, but I'm not teaching anyone to play chess in a way when, you know, you set some cheap trap, and if your opponent notices it, you end up wars or something, or you end up without a plan. That's not the way you want to play to improve. You can definitely give this a try in some, you know, non-important pointless blitz game, but you don't want to handle this way in any serious important game. So the setup that I'll be suggesting here is related with the move pawn to f4. In my opinion, that's the right plan. White's using the fact his knight's not here on f3 yet, and he's grabbing the space, and he's intending to later maybe build up some initiative with h3, g4, or with d3 and e4. He is getting a much better version of some, let's say, classical Dutch when his bishop's already on the long diagonal and he has the extra time. Now, knight d7 is what black did. White played knight f3. And again, there's many setups, but I would like to show to you some of the ideas. This move knight c3 clearly looks a little speculative, but the point will be revealed very shortly. Black went h6 and white played h3. Well, he apparently might have been worried, let's say black's knight might have come here. And also clearly, the white knight, well, white needs to develop it, white might reroute it later, but to play d3 and knight d2 could have been loss of time, so white tried to do without it. And you'll see one very, very cool idea soon. Black went knight e4 here, g4, knight take, bishop h7, d3, and actually here, yeah, I almost said knight takes because it would have been very natural, intending to plug the bishop on e4. But then after, let's say, d3, it's clear that white, who has this amazing bishop, the bishop pair, and ideas, in my opinion, white's idea here should be not to castle short and not to castle long, because after a5, a4, he can get overrun. But it could be to even play something like, let's say, bishop out, and then maybe king f2, and try to, with the king on f2 or king on e2 possibly, to generate play here with, let's say, h4, g5, or with f5. And thanks to his amazing bishop on that long diagonal, he should clearly do very, very well. White has a big advantage. So black went bishop h7 here, but then after d3, again, if black took, this bishop would have annoyed him a lot. So he tried knight g3, and he tried taking that bishop, but then after rook f1, white is, I think, still doing great. As you can see, all of his pieces are developed. That bishop on b2 might seem obstructed by that knight at the moment, but in fact the knight's very helpful. It might later retreat and go to, let's say, g3, supporting some queenside play, but also it might just support e4. And if white plays e4, the important point is that the black bishop on h7 will be completely shut down. And we don't want to discuss, you know, the fact white's not castled here. It doesn't matter if the center is completely closed. White can always castle artificially with king f2, or white can always play long castling. But what matters is that if white goes e4, as I said, black would just be a piece down pretty much. His bishop on h7 is completely dead, and he'll never get to activate it. Later white can, let's say, play f5, and this bishop is buried, you're not getting it out. Black's playing a piece down. You can't evaluate any position adequately if one side is a piece down, and here black's not a piece down physically, but in reality he'll never get to use this bishop, so he pretty much is. That's, I think, all there is to it. Black ended up playing bishop e7 here, and white applied a very interesting plan. He chose to castle long, which in my opinion was not necessary. I think he could have kept the king in the center, or he could have tried to, let's say, reroute his knight first, but he chose to castle long here. Black went a5, and interestingly, the bishop on b2 is protecting the king so well that white can simply choose to ignore that attack. Well, in my opinion, it could have still made tons of sense to make a move like knight e2, because it also opens the bishop and it creates a threat immediately, making sure black has got no time to pursue the threats of his own. And let's after f6, now white can consider moves like, let's say, knight d4, and if black continues his play, well, that would just be a blunder outright. How would white continue here to win material and pretty much win the game? Right, I hope you've paused the video and took your time. Here, black would hang that pawn on e6, and white's got a very cool idea, b4. the knight has to move, and now we take on e6. And the problem is, of course, the queen is hanging, so black has no time to take that pawn on b4. And if black moves the queen somewhere, we've got knight g7, check, and of course black should lose. Like, let's say if king f7, we've got even more tactics. We've got moves like g5, sacrificing that knight, but opening everything up, crushing black. And we've got ideas like knight e5, and things look really, really bad for black, in my opinion. So black cannot really afford to do that. And if he is to play something like, let's say, I don't know, some move protecting that pawn, white can just choose to play a4 or a3. In my opinion, the move a3 is a lot better, because if black ever plays a4, white will be able to push b4 and simply stop all of black's play. And if, on the other hand, white were to play a4, he might run into b5 at some point, even if it's a pawn sack, because black might open up the files, or c6 followed by b5. And black will get to open up the files on the queen side, and actually our king might feel really bad. Even though it's protected extensively by that bishop, we still don't need that to happen. So a3 is much better defense. But white in the game here continued in a slightly different manner. He went queen f2, and then after a4 he started play of his own. And here actually stuff looked really, really messy, because, well, white has given... I'm not saying black is, like, getting anywhere faster, but I do think for sure white has given black a lot more autonomy and a lot more possibilities than he deserved for. Black now took, white took back, and black went bishop f6, which proved, in my opinion, a serious inaccuracy. Black should have simply castled, for instance. Later he can try to play either, let's say, queen d6, a6, intending to come somewhere. Maybe at some point some sack on b3 might arrive. Maybe the knight can move bishop a3 will arrive. Or he could maybe try rook move anywhere to the on the a file and then queen a8, intending some check, creating interesting counter-attacking resources. But black here played bishop f6, which I think is wrong, because after is a very strong move e4, which white actually did not make in the game. The bishop is just getting harassed with a tempo by means of e5, which is, of course, not something black needs. And importantly, if black castled, white could still try to push e4, but at least no one would have gotten attacked on f6. So this would have clearly been a lot superior for black than the position in the game. So here black went with bishop f6, and white played d4 instead, which in my opinion is a strange move. We really need that bishop on b2 to work. But actually, even though there have been some slightly shaky moments, overall I find white's play really, really nice. He went e4, and at this point, even though the computer still believes black's doing alright, in my opinion it's clearly a lot easier for white to play. White here ended up taking on f6. And the problem is that here both sides have some long-term problems. Like, let's say black has a fantastic outpost on e4, where of course his knight would dominate the board, half a board. The knight might come to c3. Black's got ideas like rook a2, queen a8, maybe rook b2, queen a3, and of course the white king might be in trouble. But also black's got a very, very bad bishop on h7, and white's attack with some h4 or g5 might also come very fast. Well, really it's a matter of who plays it better, who handles it better. White on knight e5 here, which actually should have lost him the game, or nearly so. Black continued knight e4, queen e1, rook a2, sacrificing the pawn, queen takes b4, queen a8. Black has been playing well, king b1, queen a6, everything has been going really good for black, but somehow white has shown miracles of patience and of confidence, and black did not manage to continue the attack. Well, here I think the right way for black to go would have been something like rook a8. And black actually still has plenty of resources related with some rook a1 check, even though it might look like it's a little difficult to attack because that bishop is completely shut out, but shut down, but actually black would have had plenty of counterplay. And well, I'm trying to distance myself from the computer evaluation as much as possible, because obviously, the reason why you're watching this video is not to see the purely best move. You can always turn on the engine, it's free, it's available anytime, at any position, you can turn it on, see the best move. I can't compete with the engine in terms of seeing the best moves, no one in the world can. But the reason why people want to learn from the more experienced players, the reason why they hire coaches and stuff, is because they want to learn the human take on the position, the human considerations. And here, well, I just know, I was checking this carefully, because initially, when I was looking at this, it felt to me like, okay, black sacrificed a pawn that was ambitious, but white was able to defend, and black was not supposed to probably have enough. But the computer says here that black has ample resources, which is not something I was able to argue with. So for the sake of honesty and for the sake of clarity, I'm trying to tell you that, yeah, black did have, enough counterplay in this position, but, okay, he never found it. So, here black went knight f2, and here he kind of started losing this thread. And this game had seen multiple turnovers and changes in the evaluation, but eventually white proved to be the more the luckier one, let's put it this way. Like at this point, black was already completely winning, and here all he needed to do was to find some tactics. He took. Black's of course absolutely crushing, and later on the game continued with a few more wrinkles, but we've seen the main things that we needed to study here. We had to understand that handling the position in the opening in this way, that playing this f4 and then playing g4 here, letting black even take the bishop, is a very good and reasonable way of handling this position. And even though white later went on to misplay it, it doesn't really matter to us, because, well, it's always possible to misplay a good position, but it's not supposed to lead us to a conclusion that what we were doing was wrong previously. It should just lead us to a conclusion that we made a specific mistake. So white handled the opening in an exceptional manner, in a fantastic manner, and white was clearly doing just great. And as I said, in my opinion, the entire idea to castle long here was a little suspicious already. And here, white should have just started with a move like knight e2, and his position should have been absolutely gorgeous and fantastic. He would have been a lot better. Unfortunately, well, later on he made some suspicious decisions, and things started looking good for black. So that's a setup I wanted to show to you, and in my opinion, this is a rather principled setup. Now, another setup we needed to discuss is what if black just plays e6. And it's interesting also, I would like to mention that here you could have gone knight f3, and if black were to play bishop g4, if we could have played something like g3, bishop g2, transposing back to our Reti systems, which we got after, bishop g4, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, and then knight f3. Well, here black might be able to take that knight, so we would go, we would get to those famous positions which black normally wants to get. But what's interesting is that we could have started with some move like, let's say, knight e5, and then we could have played g3, bishop g2, and castling, and then we could have played our standard stuff, d3, c4, reaching an interesting setup. But the problem with the move knight f3, in my opinion, is that, as I said, after bishop f5, we don't unfortunately have a chance to play e3 and f4, so you don't really want to do this. And there are some other moves, like there is some weird move knight h4 in this position, but it clearly looks too strange and too odd for it to be good. So we start with e3, and if black plays e6, that's another interesting setup. In my opinion, here we have two good options, but it's possible to go knight f3 and then c4, when we are likely to end up in the positions we discussed in the setups with d5 and c5. If you had seen this video, you know what I'm talking about. Some positions like this, when white oftentimes ends up giving black the isolated pawn after playing d4 and taking. And if you haven't seen that chapter yet, then please do take a look. But the setup with f4 seems to be even more ambitious to me, and this game was definitely rather exemplary in terms of what white had done. He went bishop e2, g6, now he went knight e5, and well, the idea to play g6 is actually something to discuss, because on the one hand, when your opponent has got a bishop on the long diagonal, it might seem a little suicidal to, play g6 and weakens its long diagonal. But on the other hand, if you play, let's say, bishop e7, it's kind of very unambitious, because both black bishops will be pretty passive, and that white one is absolutely amazing. So white's clearly doing just great here. But after g6, the diagonal proved pretty weak, and white immediately tried to do something with the move knight e5. Now, black clearly did not have much of an interest to play a position with a structure like this, so he ended up taking on e5. And then white took back with the pawn, intending to open up the f-file. Well, that's what he did achieve. Now white went d4. And it's interesting to say that even though his bishop seems to be dead, importantly the open f-file, the fact that the black bishop on c8 is bad, the knight on d7 is passive, the pawn on e5 is taking so much space, the possibility to play c4 and ideas like that give us a fantastic, leeway, a fantastic opening outcome. White's just much better here. So black ended up trying f6, because if he castled, let's say if he just played passively, we would go c4. And here it's not really clear what black should do, because we would take on d5 if we have a chance and spoil the black pawns, possibly giving him some weak pawn on d5, which we can later attack with bishop f3, knight c3 and stuff. And on the other hand, if black is, let's say, to take, okay, we happily take back. Let's say takes, and white has this. Very, well, definitely somewhat unusual, but very interesting and very promising pawn structure. So this looks great. Now, black tried f6, but after the move c4, it was very, very powerful. White immediately pointed out, pinpointed, black was not developed all that well. And of course black cannot afford to, let's say, take or something, because then he'd never got to develop. He cannot castle anymore, and of course everything is hanging. Black's just completely lost here. So black went on to castle, and white took. At this point, probably it would have been wiser for black to take with his bishop. It may look like it, but keeping the pin. But then after a move like knight c3, suddenly it turns out it's nearly impossible to protect this pawn. And for instance, if black makes a move like knight b6, unfortunately after dc, white not only wins a pawn, but nearly traps this knight, because if the knight goes back, then of course this pawn also falls. And then after a move like, let's say, rook to d1, black's never getting to, liberate his position, get out of here. It is just terrible for him. He is nearly lost. He is just lost, I would say. White's gonna maybe play knight, I don't know. Bishop c4, maybe retreat, protects the bishops, and knight b5, knight d6, e4, e5. This is just absolutely devastating. And after black took with his knight, it turned out white just managed to win a pawn, and later he went on to convert. Black tried to get it, but never got it back. Of course, white's protecting both of them. White simply managed to finish his development. He did not hang anything, he simplified the position, and in the end of the day, maybe there were some more precise moves. Like here, for instance, I would personally prefer, instead of taking the pawn, to simply play knight c3 or knight d2 and develop the pieces, hide the king back, play, let's say, rook f1 or rook d1 or rook f1 and stabilize the position. Well, what white did is a little alien and foreign to me, because here black seems to be getting some counterplay. Like, let's say here bishop d7 would be a cool move, intending rook f8, intending bishop c6, maybe intending rook e8, attacking this pawn on e3. And even though white can even trade queens and be 2 pawns up, I think black might definitely have some activity here after, let's say, rook c8, because the white pieces are very undeveloped. The rook would come to c2, the bishop would come to c6, and white's clearly better, of course, because he is a pawn up, but, well, that would have been black's best chance, and he actually has great chances to hold here. But black chose some flashy move, bishop h3, saying he would get to the white king, but that never happened. The white king just escaped, and, well, this was it. White just converted his extra piece. It still took some work, because white has a hard time getting out with his pieces, it may look like, but after some checks, white actually got out with the knight, protected the rook, and of course he easily escaped. And this was a little maybe messy in the end, but it clearly looks like if white manages to play f4, he either is supposed to get the more active bishop on the long diagonal if black doesn't fankata his bishop, or if black does, like in this game. It looks like this direct attempt to seize the initiative with moves like knight e5, c4, and stuff like that are very, very promising. And of course we did not go too deeply in, all the variations, But I think that the idea to play f4 instead of putting the knight on f3 is very, very promising, and it works both if the black bishop is outside the pawn chain, let's say on f5, like in the first games that we have seen, or I mean second game, because the first game, Rapport game, was not that impressive opening-wise. It was impressive tactics-wise, but not the opening-wise, not from the opening perspective. So in the second game we saw that playing with f4 and then h3, g4, which worked wonders, even though later white chose their own path. And in this game we also saw that white played f4, knight f3, knight e5, very ambitious opening play, and later on he went on to convert without much trouble. Black's position was just very, very difficult out of the opening, and even though it's possible to argue black could have played better, well, his position was very tough and it was really difficult to do so. So thank you for watching, and I hope this gives you an idea of how to deal with these setups. I think, again, this is very, very important, because these setups are very natural, and that's something black can try, thinking he would get a solid position. So you got to understand what you're doing, and hopefully after watching this clip you do have an idea, and hopefully a very solid and sound idea and understanding. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next clip. Hi! In this video we'll speak about one very important and typical setup. This is, in my opinion, something that should be covered exactly as a setup as opposed to some concrete theory, namely variations where black meets b3 and bishop b2 with c5 and d5. And black can start here by playing, knight f6 first and then d5 and then c5, or he can start with e6 and then d5 and then c5, or he can do this right away, or he can play c5, knight c6 and then d5. So these positions are highly typical. And by the way, just to make you aware, this is something you can also get after playing one knight f3. And actually these positions are super trendy at the top level nowadays. One very, very trendy line, which you might have seen in multiple top tournaments, is d5, e3, when after knight f6, b3, c5, bishop b2 we get a very similar position, and that's something we're going to discuss shortly, actually, just via a slightly different move order. So you definitely want to study this, no matter if you play only b3 or b3 and something else. So after c5, white can also start with the move knight f3. It's also very, very possible, but it gives black an additional option of playing f6 followed by e5. And actually I think white has very decent chances of fighting for the advantage here, both after the very original move knight c3, as well as after the move e4, a pawn sacrifice, but we don't really need to get involved if it's possible to simply cut down that option by playing e3. Black would go knight f6, knight f3, and here we arrive at a kind of a crossroads. Again, our goal is not supposed to be, discussing this position move by move. Our goal is rather to understand what kind of typical setups and ideas we have, as well as the opponent. But I think there is, at this point, black can choose between two rather different setups. We still have a very similar type of position, but still it's important. So if black plays knight c6 here, we can play bishop to b5, and we will. But at the same time, black can choose to make a move like a6, stopping the move bishop b5. And if black had one more move in knight c6, we would have ended up in the reversed Petrosian system of the Queen's Indian defense, which is a highly interesting setup for both players, both parties. But here, of course, white's a tempo up, and it's high time he tried to use this advantage. So the move we would make here is c4. The point being, with the knight on c6 it would be a very bad move, because black would have d4, shutting down our bishop, when it would be a good idea to ask for a move back, or, I don't know, resign or start a new game. Well, white's not doing that bad there, but he would clearly be much worse. But here black cannot do that, there is not enough attacks, we have the, 3 attacking pieces. So black would go e6, and now we can simply take and then play d4 and get an isolated pawn for black. Or we can start with a move like bishop to e2, and then we would capture. And at this point, black pretty much has to take ed, because if he takes with the knight, the problem is that this bishop would be way too active. Black would be in tons of trouble. He won't be able to develop and castle without losing much time. So he's got to take this way and then d4. And this is exactly the type of position and isolated queen's pawn that I wanted us to discuss. I definitely think that while the position might be equal objectively, it's very, very well worth studying it for two reasons. Well, first of all, isolated queen's pawn is a very typical pawn structure in chess in general, and you can get it out of any opening after any first move. Like, let's say white can play, I don't know, let's say e4, c5, c3 is the up in Sicilian where he typically gets it, or he can get an isolated pawn in Caro-Kann, or in some Nimzo Indian positions, or a queen's gambit in Tarash. In any opening it's possible to get an isolated pawn for either color, so we really got to understand our ideas here. Let us actually discuss those ideas in case if you haven't studied the positions with the isolated pawn. So what does isolated pawn provide? Is it always a weakness or is it always a strength? Well, it can be both, because on the one hand, black now gets the two semi-open files, and this pawn also controls several important central squares, which is good. Another good thing is that black doesn't have any bad pieces. Like, let's say in some queen's gambit, or let's say if white had a pawn on c4, black had a pawn on e6, black would not have been able to get this guy out from c8, it would have been stuck. But now black's bishop is able to get active. But there are some downsides too, like, and in general, when you have an isolated pawn, it's usually a pretty frequent event that you're able to get quite a lot of activity for your pieces. But the problem is, this pawn, of course, cannot be protected by any other pawns because it doesn't have any, neighbors on the c file and on the e file. That's why it's isolated. And importantly, this square on d4 that the white knight's gorgeously occupying is an outpost. Black can never chase that knight with his pawn or something. So a rule of thumb in such positions is that if the side fighting an isolated pawn, us in this case, is able to trade down some pieces, it would usually lead to a very, very favorable endgame. Typically we want an endgame with the major pieces on the board, such as rooks and queens, because then we'll simply double or triple up, block that pawn and eventually win it. And on the other hand, black would be more interested in trading the rooks, and he won't want to trade the minor pieces. Because then the dynamic chances, his space advantage and stuff would be gone, but the static weakness will remain there. So our idea, to cut it short in a nutshell, is to just trade, and win in the endgame. And it might sound a little boring, but once you realize the strategy actually works, you perhaps would be very happy to just follow it. I mean, why? If you can have a free point, or 2 or 10, thanks to the simple strategy in a typical position, why the hell not use it? So the game here, so bishop before check, which is a very reasonable move, because if white makes a move like knight, well, if white had castled, he would be much better. But here it's a little inconvenient, because if let's say you play knight c3, you run into queen a5 or knight e4, and there's plenty of nasty pins. So white went bishop c3, which is a little ugly, but after black went queen a5, I think that's a big mistake. Black should have just gone back and played with a slightly ugly bishop on c3. Black went for that queen a5 move, and now queen d2 follows, and white manages to trade down some pieces actually. White took, black took, white took, and here we have a perfect position with the isolated pawn for white. Because, I mean, white's fighting it, but this type of a position is perfect, because black's left with a bad bishop, 2 pairs of pieces have been gone, no activity, let's say, down this diagonal will ever follow, and white will soon just play rook d1, bishop f3, and he'll put an insane amount of pressure on that guy on d5. And I'm not promising white would be able to win it instantly, but I'm definitely promising that black would have some very, very tough and, most importantly, unpleasant and unpromising defense in front of him. It does not give anyone pleasure to be, waiting and hoping not to lose in a position which is clearly worse and where you clearly don't have any counterplay. That's clearly very, very uninspiring and highly annoying. So here, black on bishop e6, and of course we could have stopped saying, the opening has been a clear success, but again, this series, I don't see it as a pure opening series. I see it as something that is supposed to help you navigate all the typical positions better, positions of the middle game, and help you develop your endgame technique too. when I teach my students, I'm not, unless of course there is some very specific problem, I'm not trying to just say, okay, we're learning just the opening, and if you have a question about the middle game, shut up and listen, we're learning about the opening. I never do that. That would be very bad. I always try to emphasize that even though we might be studying just one specific stage of the game, if there's any questions or anything interesting about other ones, we do stop and we do pay attention and do discuss those as well. Because again, you play the entire game. Your goal is not to get a better position in the opening and just go, walk around and boast about it, how well prepared you have been. Your goal is to win. And to win, you need to know everything. You need to solve, you need to calculate, you need to navigate the typical winning endgames well, and so on. You can't just, learn one thing at a time. So, white on b4, pushing that queen back, and rook c1, occupying the open file. Let us just look and enjoy the white play, because in my opinion what he has been doing is very, very attractive. Black went rook c8, and here I think one very cool plan would have been a4, intending a5, fixing those weak squares on b6 and c5, and coming down there with the knight. But white on bishop d3, which actually also makes sense, I like this move too. Black went queen to d7, and here white continued advancing. That's not the most typical plan in such positions, but it makes sense. White's trying to create more weaknesses on the queen side. Now, white activated his knight. Black managed to trade the rooks, but somehow it turned out that after taking, now this pawn on e4 is very weak, and his bishop is really terrible. White just got an escape square, and soon gobbled this pawn. Black could have tried to hold on to it, of course, but then we have ideas like a5, maybe queen b6, maybe knight d6, and white's clearly dominating this position. Black is being squeezed, he can't get out, he's in a lot of trouble. So that doesn't work too well for black. Now he went h6 and white just gobbled the pawn, and of course the game still continued, but when we're a clear pawn up, we can perhaps stop. So I'm not saying that if we go all the way back, I'm not saying, of course, that the position after the move a6 and then c4 is like lost for black or anything. He can handle it better, but this gives us an idea what to do. We want to get black an isolated pawn, trade pieces, and win in a much better endgame. That's, I think, a very, very simple, yet very pleasant and very effective strategy. And this is definitely something I like. And, well, this game, by the way, has been played by no one else as white as Dmitry Andreikin. The black player was Nadirbek Abdusatorov from Uzbekistan, Grandmaster 2630 FIDE. So obviously, black got outplayed, but it did not happen by chance. It was a result of white's very, very powerful play. Even if that play seemed very natural and intuitive, it's still strong. You don't need to be playing in a very complex way to be making good moves. You sometimes just need to follow the standard plans, which is what Andreikin did. Now, if black plays knight c6, I like a few ideas. Well, actually it's possible to go d4 here and try to play the reversed Petrosian system, which is very, very interesting in my opinion, but I think the more principled way to go is this bishop b5 move. Well, it's important to understand black needs to be super precise and super careful now, because if he makes a natural move like e6, his position is, I don't want to sound harsh, but in my opinion it's nearly lost strategically after this move, because white will make something like, play something like knight e5, intending to take, win stuff, and if bishop d7, white has a very powerful positional idea here. What is it? Okay, I'll show the answer here. Well, there is nothing wrong with a move like knight d7 or knight c6, but let's after knight c6 bc, white might need to take a little bit more time. I like the move bishop c6 a lot better, because in either case it's forcing the trade of the additional pair of pieces, which would make black's weaknesses a lot less compensated by possible dynamic chances. When we have the static advantage, often it's useful to trade the pieces, because it means our opponent's dynamic chances would dramatically decrease. So, for example, black takes bishop c6 and we can just take and castle, and later we'll play d3, knight d2, maybe e4, f4, we might want to play knight f3, knight e5, and it's clear that we can actually make such a lovely move as c4, fixing those pawns as weaknesses and intending to win them later on. and at this point black's position is clearly highly unpleasant. It's by no means attractive or anything. So this doesn't look any good, and black definitely has to make the move bishop d7 here. Now, there is a similar variation in the Nimzo Indian with colors reversed when black has an extra tempo when he goes e6 here and then bishop d6, but of course an extra tempo does matter a lot. So at this point, white has several ways of continuing. He can castle, but also it's very interesting to play c4, which is what I did versus a strong international master from Lithuania, Tomas Laurušas, when I had this position last summer in 2019 versus him in a classical game. It's important to understand if black has to make a move like e6. Again, it's likely we'll have either a position with the isolated pawn after, for example, castling some bishop move, and now we can, let's say, take and play d4, and we got an isolated pawn for black, like let's say takes, and black gets an isolated pawn on d5. Or if we want to play differently, we can choose at some point, like let's say here to, or let's say here to take, and after taking to go something like knight e5, and then to play d3, knight d2, and f4. Of course, if black gives us a chance to spoil his pawns, we would happily do that, but most likely he'll play rook to c8. And it's important that, even these positions can be better for white. Even though two pairs of pieces have been gone, white's bishop is incredibly active and useful here, and black's position definitely is somewhat passive and, not too attractive. So there have been a few games which I wanted to show from this position. My opponent played e6, which, my opponent played a6, and after bishop c6 taking, I went knight e5, he went rook c8, castling e6, and here unfortunately I had rushed. I think white is clearly better at this point, he has a clear undisputable advantage, but it would have been a lot better if I continued with the move d3. As I said, intending to play knight d2, f4, knight f3, and then possibly even plans like g4, g5, or maybe just developing like queen e2, maybe rook to d1 or something. And black doesn't really have an easy solution here, because after some sample moves like say bishop e7, knight d2, castling, we can make some move like queen e2, not defining our intentions yet, and later f4, and again, white is clearly somewhat more active, even though it's not a huge deal, but white's position is very attractive. Now, unfortunately, I rushed and I took on d5. My idea being that if black takes with the pawn, then I would go d4 and get him an isolated pawn. But, and I thought if he takes with the bishop, I might play knight c3, and then win the time with knight c3, d4. But unfortunately, my opponent took with the queen, and here it transpired I couldn't really pose him any problems. I probably could have played it with d3, making it more complex, but I went d4, and pretty soon the position became very even, which I was kind of, maybe white was even a little worse, but it was very even, and soon we ended up drawing this game, which is something I was a little disappointed about. Well, I was not even as disappointed about the fact we drew. Draw is a fine result versus him, but clearly when you're white, you got to be somewhat ambitious, and you got to push, especially when you have an actual advantage. So I was a little disappointed I've rushed by taking on d5 and let my advantage go off, but objectively the line is very interesting and attractive for white, I believe. So there was another game here which saw d3, which was actually a much better move, as I said, and all these moves have been played. As I said, queen e2 is possible here, but it's also very natural to go f4. And I would just like to show to you one game. It was played in the internet, so it's a small disclaimer, not a classical game, but clearly when two top 10 level players meet, it's always an event, and it's always something to learn from despite the time control. So here, black on knight d7, trying to deal with that highly active knight, maybe hoping for bishop f6 or for f6, and white now took, black took, and white played e4. Another very typical plan, fighting for the advantage in the center. White hoping black would make a move like d4, which he did. It's important if black takes, white wants to go e5 and then play knight e4. And even though white's bishop here would be somewhat passive, you can say restricted by that pawn on e5, white's chances will clearly be much higher thanks to his massive space advantage. This is not a pleasant position for black by any means. So this would have been great for white, Black went d4, but then after this e5, the knight's coming over, and it's somewhat unpleasant for black. Now there is knight e4, bishop to c1, queen to f3, and even though the position might still be objectively balanced, it's clearly a lot more difficult for black to handle it, and for example here he made a serious mistake by playing rook to b8. White unfortunately didn't take advantage of it, but you can. How would you continue as white? A very powerful move, a nearly winning move. Okay guys, I hope you did pause the video. As I said, it's very important to be putting the effort in, not just watching it passively. So white had a very cool idea here, f5. The problem is that if black takes this pawn after queen g3, the knight's hanging and f6 is a large threat. Like let's say black goes knight d7, now there's f6. For instance, bishop f8, now white can take. If black takes, there is bishop h6 and it's a game over. So white's completely winning here. And on the other hand, if black doesn't take on e5, if let's say he captures over here, after queen f5, the big problem is that everything's hanging and black's just completely lost, he's losing a piece at least. So unfortunately, Krykun did not notice that. He went bishop d2, just continuing according to the plan. He improved his pieces a little and finally he started attacking. But once he did, he pushed f5 and the attack proved absolutely irresistible, and shortly he had converted his advantage. He took, brought the knight in, and there were many other moves, like knight f6 was completely crushing. Well, he chose to convert this way, and later on it was over very, very soon. Black managed to trade the queens, but that's all he got, because now rook's coming to e7, this one's coming to f7, and there is nothing to play for. Black on king g8, rook e7, and after rook b7, bishop e5, he resigned. The point being that if black takes, of course, he hangs the rook, and if not, then how to stop the check, and then there will be this very nice windmill, so there is really nothing to be played for. And in the game between Krykun and Duda, again, two top-level players, really top 10 level players, I would say, black chose to resign, which is clearly, you know, a very depressing view from the black perspective. Now, let us go all the way back, and black can handle it slightly differently too, but I'm trying to make a point that we're playing for the standard pawn structure, and I suggest, by the way, this would highly help your chess, in my opinion. I suggest you study this structure with colors reversed, like let's say in the Nimzo Indian. And there are multiple good books and multiple good sources where you can study this. For instance, I can recommend Sokolov's book on the several books on the Nimzo Indian structures in the middle game. He has a book, I'm actually not sure what it's called, I believe it's called something along the lines like middle game, you know, player middle game structures. Then another thing, a bit of a self-advertisement, even though that's not the point. My course on Chessable on the Queen's Indian for black, I'm discussing such structures in a lot of detail there, called the Accelerated Queen's Indian. Then there is plenty of other sources, well, pretty much any source discussing the Nimzo Indian positions, like even old books like let's say Zurich 1953 and so on, we'll discuss some of the Nimzo Indian positions for sure, and there will definitely be talk about these setups and these structures when, you know, black or white in our case fianchettos his bishop and gets a lot of activity down that diagonal. So that's clearly very interesting. Now, white can also castle instead of playing c4. And another game saw a slightly different plan, which I would also like to share with you guys, which was e6 and now d4. Now, white was apparently ready for black to take, which would give us the more Queen's Indian structures. Rook c8, and now white would go knight d2, black took. It's important to understand if black didn't take, like if he made some move, white could have as well taken himself, and then he can actually concentrate on a slightly different plan. For example, one idea here could be to play for bishop d3, e4, but that may be less efficient. And actually I like the idea to play a3 here, and to meet a move like castling with something like b4, grabbing space. And then, if the black bishop goes back, white can just retreat, and later prepare c4. And it's clear that even though the structure will be symmetrical, his pieces will be highly active while black's wouldn't be. And this bishop on b2 is clearly exercising tons of pressure on the black queen side. So thanks to the bishop's position, most importantly, the bishop's position is very, very crucial here. While black's bishops are really passive, white is clearly better, and this is not an easy position for black to handle by any means, I would say. It's really, really unpleasant. Black ended up taking, but then after taking, a6, bishop back, bishop e7, a3, a very important move, preparing bishop d3, but not running into knight b4 when black gets to either take the bishop or win that pawn. Castling, bishop d3, white finally got the bishop to the right place. White's position is clearly better, because white can either go for the plan like knight e4, knight e5 and f4, or white can choose to play, let's say, rook e1, maybe knight f1, knight g3, or knight e3, later h3, knight g4. He can play knight e5, f4 as I said. He can choose the plan with queen e2, c4, intending maybe c5, grabbing space on the queen side, intending b4, a5, a4, b5. Another very, very valid standard Queen's Indian idea and setup and plan. And in this game, black was not able to manage either. He went knight a7, clearly a very passive move, but his idea is to trade those bishops. Knight e5, activating the knight, bishop b5. What did white do here? Okay, I hope you did give this some thought. Well, even though black had lost a lot of time, if he got to trade the bishops, like let's say after f4 takes, black position would have been great, because white lost an important attacking piece and his b2 bishop is kind of dumb at the moment. So that would have been bad for white. But of course the very natural move is c4, the bishops being pushed all the way back, dc, bc. Now white's pawns are super useful, white has even some pressure down here, white has the space advantage, and the black bishop's getting pushed all the way back. And I don't want you to get an impression I found some rubbish game and I'm purposefully showing it to you. It's a game between Artemiev and Duda, which is clearly, again, two top-level players, two young, fantastic prodigies. One is the last year's European champion, another one played in multiple top-level tournaments, so, clearly it's not some no-name, and even them, in this case the black player, was not able to carefully handle this position. He ended up in something very, very unpleasant, which, in my opinion, demonstrates these positions are not at all deprived of a significant amount of poison. So here, queen e2 is what white did, b5. Black tried undermining the white pawns, intending to force white to push and to get the square on d5. And here, I'm actually not sure about what white did. I think I would have gone c5, and then, even though black got the square, I like my protected passed pawn. And then we could have gone, let's say, f4, intending maybe g3, knight f3. Normal playable position, but I think white's prospects are a little higher. Now white went rook c1, and actually black managed to take, when I think he is already fine. And later on the game continued here, and some mess has begun. Black could have been better off declining that sack, but he did take it, and then it was quite messy, and black was definitely doing fine, but later on white ended up managing to trick the black player a little bit and win. Well, again, that is an online game, I believe rapid, so there is nothing to be surprised about. A lot of wrinkles and a lot of turnovers of the tables are possible. But my whole point was, again, if we go all the way back, these are the setups. We're not speaking about the specific move, like here we spoke about this, right? But black could have started with the move c5 as well, or he could have played knight f6 and then e6, d5, c5. It's very important. We speak not just about the specific line, unlike some other variations which are very characteristic and which are very distinctive. We speak about the very typical pawn structure. Actually, if you master those pawn structures, you might definitely want to check out the Queen's Indian positions and the Nimzo positions for black. You'll be already fully aware of what you want to do and how you want to handle them. I think that would be a fantastic piece of advice. You definitely want to study those structures, not the openings. Please keep in mind, I'm not saying study the opening, I'm saying study the pawn structure, because studying the opening is something you can forget or, later change your mind. But studying the pawn structure is something that makes you a much better player in the long run, inevitably, for sure, guaranteed. So that would be my advice to you guys. And again, my suggestion is that we try to handle this in this way when we either get an isolated pawn for black, or maybe some symmetrical position like the ones we saw, but it's important to understand that these symmetrical positions are likely to be better for white, just as, for example, this one, which we have had, where did we have it actually? Which we have had here, when, for example, after such moves, like let's say black would make some move, I don't know, like h6, and white would, let's say, c4, or rook c1 first, queen e2, rook d1, c4, white's bishops will be monstrous, and black's bishops are very passive. So, in my opinion, all those positions are fairly poisonous, and they don't let black have an easy life and enjoy his time, and I'm very, very happy with this suggestion. So, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next clip. Hi. In this video, we'll look at one very fun variation. That's not something you absolutely have to go for, but I think I see no reason not to, and even if you don't want to go for it, I see no reason not to study it very, very extensively, because, well, it's a really cool line. So, after b3, d5, bishop b2, one move black's got here is, well, he can just develop, of course, with moves like e6, c5, knight f6, and we discuss all that stuff elsewhere in this course, but black can play a very interesting principled move, bishop g4. Now, the point is that if white makes the move knight f3, he might be willing to take. That's why he's giving up the bishop. And later, after ef, he can develop with e6. Later, he might play knight f6, possibly c5, knight c6, bishop d6, or maybe even moves like, let's say, c6. And black's position would be very solid. That's actually something we'll be discussing in a different video too, but there's one variation which this move bishop g4 allows for, which is super fun, which is super exciting, and where the price of a single move is really, really high. So I couldn't, of course, ignore it by any means. And as I said, one of my key goals and key promises I wanted to deliver to you guys in this course was to offer you variety. Well, here you do get variety instead of looking at, well, we'll look at other moves too, but we're also gonna look at the move f3. That's the subject of this video. Why f3? Well, that looks like such a crappy move, you might say. Well, the point here is that we want to get rid of the pin, you know, and we want to play e4. Now, black has two moves. The most popular one is bishop f5, but bishop h5 is also fairly popular. So if black goes bishop f5 over here, we've got a few choices. We can play, for instance, f4, which would lead us to the position slightly similar to the ones we were discussing in a slightly different video, where black plays bishop f5 and then e6, and we play this f4, knight f3, e3 kind of stuff. But, of course, the main principled move is e4, sacrificing a pawn. And that's something I wanted to show now. Now, of course, it doesn't make sense for black to refuse the sacrifice he takes. And here we play knight c3. We want to take back, of course. Like, let's say if black were to make some random move, of course, we'll take, and we would later take the center with, you know, d4, knight f3, bishop c4 will have a huge advantage. Black cannot afford that. So he can also take here. But then after queen f3, the bishop's hanging, and so is that pawn. And white's actually getting plenty of very, very interesting chances. Like, let's say if black were to make a, you know, such a passive move as bishop c8, then after bishop c4, this pawn's hanging, and black's already in a kind of a trouble. Like, let's say if black goes knight f6 here, we can develop. We can continue in many ways, like knight e2. But it's also interesting to check out a move like knight e4, for instance, because black cannot take. And say if black continues with e6, well, he's gonna lose immediately to knight f6 gf, bishop f6 with a double attack. So black's development is getting really, really tough here. Now, one more idea he has, of course, is to play, let's say, knight d7, but then we can just develop like knight e2, for instance, and still he can. It's hard for him to play e6, and we can simply castle, put more pressure over this file. Black's position is very, very tough here, I think. So black shouldn't be doing that. Black can also, of course, play a move like queen c8, but that's when white gets a fantastic compensation for the missing pawn. At this point, we can just play knight e2, and when black just develops, we can castle. it's important that if black is greedy enough to capture this guy, we will happily give it, because after the move d3, the bishop is trapped, and then rook c1, or even such a weird move is king d2 is going to win the bishop and the game. Black cannot do that, so we can just develop and castle, and for instance if e6, we've got plenty of interesting ideas, such as h3, and then g4, bishop g2, g5, maybe h4, h5. White's getting some very interesting assault on the king side. Black's position is by all means very, very tough here. Like, let's say if he goes bishop e7, we can play g4, bishop back. Now we can play h4. If this threat is h5, winning the piece. If, let's say, black goes h6, we can now play knight f4. Now this bishop is hanging. If, let's say, bishop h7, g5, and it's already just completely over. Let's say if black moves his knight, okay, now we can take on h6, for instance, open up that diagonal. But white also has a very, very interesting tactical idea here, which I would like to show to you guys. How can we continue? What are the forcing moves in this position? What can you think of? Okay, I hope you've paused the video, like usual. And here, white has a very fun move, knight d5. A piece sack, activating the bishop, hitting g7. If black takes, we take back. And now, white's gonna take here. White's attacking g7. White's gonna go rook e1, and black is just completely dead. It's over. It's just totally over. For instance, black plays knight c6. Rook e1. Black just cannot do anything. He's losing. So that's clearly not the way for him to go. He cannot play this way. And as you can see, this position is super dangerous. Now, the real main path he usually takes down the road is knight f6. And this is a position which I wanted to discuss with you guys in a lot of detail. Now, some of the white players make moves like queen e2, intending some nasty queen b5 check, attacking the pawn and the bishop. But I personally don't think that's a very good position for white. I mean, he can play it this way, of course, like let's say ef, knight f3, and white does have some compensation for the missing pawn, but I thought it would be a lot better if we played in a slightly different manner. It's also worth mentioning that if white gives a check and then picks this pawn, black has a very, very strong idea here. Black actually has a few good moves, but I think there is one idea which I like the most. I would like you to think a little bit here. Not asking you to find a forced win or, you know, the only solution at this point, but there is just one move which I really love. I would like to see if you spot that too. So, okay, now we've got a, you know, slightly messy position, obviously, not slightly, I mean very messy and very unusual position. At this point, I think it would be very interesting if we make a move f2 as black. The point being that the king has to take now because that's a fork, and then white cannot castle long or something, and the, you know, king is always running and all the kinds of stuff. That's not a good position for white. So I don't like this. But fortunately, after analyzing this for a few hours with one of the most powerful engines available in the world nowadays, LC0, on a very, very strong computer, I have found a very fresh, a very new idea here, which hasn't been tried, and which is clearly not, you know, a move like queen e2, which is what people expect. An idea here is to play g4. You might be. I mean, you gotta probably be thinking what the heck is happening here, because white's playing, you know, bishop b2, knight c3, now he gave up a pawn, now he's making all these moves on the other flank. Well, I mean, of course, white's some material down, but if you look at the position, it's very easy to see that white, it even looks like it, that white has made a lot more moves than black has, because white played f3 with a tempo, now e4 with a tempo, g4 with a tempo, so white's better developed, so it makes sense to look at the sharp moves. Now, it's important that black, of course, should not be willing to, let's say, go back, because now white has a move like g5. Well, black's right move here is bishop g6, and we'll look at it shortly. But if black plays the move bishop e6, then he would end up in a lot of trouble after g5. Now, the knight has to move, unfortunately, and white just gets this pawn back. Let's say knight h5, and now white gets this pawn back. And now this knight's very misplaced, and now moves like bishop e2 are coming, are harassing that knight. Now d4, d5 is coming, and Black's already in tons of trouble. Like, let's say g6, bishop e2. Black's position is very, very bad here. Let's say black can play knight f4, but now white has just d4. And, well, white has the center for nothing. He's got a semi-open file. He's got a super active bishop. White's position is hugely, massively better here. No good for black. So, the right move is bishop g6. But then we play queen e2. Improving on the only game which has been ever played between Grandmaster Reti and Daniel Van Herzelle. Actually, that's the one of the founders of Thinkers Publishing, and a great guy. But I apologize because his last name is a little difficult to pronounce. So that game, so bishop e2, bishop g2. But that's not such a good move, I think. The much better one is queen e2. And now, of course, again, the queen's coming to b5. But in a much better version, the black bishop's already kind of cut out. It cannot return. And if black returned immediately, he would have lost this pawn, which is kind of his main hope, to hold on to the pawn. And here if black takes, we take back. Now, we're threatening with queen b5, we're threatening with h4, h5, with knight e5, and I think here white's compensation is simply blooming. His position is absolutely fantastic. At this point, I think it's still equal objectively, but I feel it's super difficult for black to handle this in a practical game. And sorry, we're not, like usual discussing model games, but rather concentrating on theory at the moment, but that's all because this position is just so sharp. And, well, in a sharp position, you can't just say, oh, it looks like this plan works. I mean, plans and ideas are still super important, but it's important to look at the move orders as well, because, if your move order doesn't work, if your line's got a hole in it, then all of your ideas just don't really matter, you lose. So, and I think also the reward, for knowing the sharp lines is a lot higher in such kind of situations as opposed to the ones where we think in plans. But again, I would like to calm you down and reassure you, if you don't like these positions, I've got an alternative for you in a different video. We'll be fine. We don't have to go into complications unless we want to. So, alrighty, now queen b5 is the problem, and I was analyzing many moves here. Well, one interesting move for black here to make would be c6, preventing queen b5. But then white has h4, and suddenly black's already in a lot of trouble because h5 is coming, trapping that bishop, and black has to be finding the only moves. Like, let's say if he goes h5, he is in trouble after knight e5, because now white's gonna take that bishop, and this position will be just absolutely terrible, of course. If black has to take fg and weakens this diagonal, he would lose. Black cannot do this, and if he takes, we have h5, and now knight h4. Now, that bishop as well as that knight are both hanging. So I'll say bishop e6, but now black cannot get out. Bishop h3, there is a pin. For example, queen d7, casting. Again, this is all brand new analysis of mine. No games have been ever played here, and I think if you get your opponent in this position, you'll win. Not just because it's, a new position, he wouldn't be expecting it, but because it's just super tough objectively. Both practically and objectively, black's position's already in a very bad way. Now, I've analyzed plenty of moves, like let's say knight f6, trying to, not hang that knight. We take, black takes. Now it's interesting because some artificial intelligence such as LC0 is saying even taking is good, and even though white's a bunch of pawns down, how many? 2 pawns down, he still is, for choice, because black's position is so cramped. But of course it's more natural to play queen f2 and keep the queens on the board. We're attacking, we don't trade. The rook's coming here, the knight's coming to f5. And I've analyzed a bunch of lines here, but I'll just give you one. Queen d7. And here we've got one more brilliant move. Lila style, h6. We hope black would take, because then, after a move like rook e1 for instance, actually either rook, this one or this one, rook e1, the knight's coming to f5, the knight's coming to e4, black's completely lost. So black's got to make a move g6, keeping stuff a little more closed, but then rook e1 is still coming down there, and again knight e4 is coming, doing a lot of damage over this diagonal. Make sure to appreciate how powerful the move h6 is in this regard. So much damage has been done to black over that diagonal. Now, black cannot, for example, take because we just have queen f6, and there is a pin, black cannot take, we take here. That doesn't work. So black cannot simply get out of all the pins. He cannot develop his pieces now. Queen f6 is a big threat. If you move the knight or something, okay, we have queen e2, attacking the knight over here, threatening to move our knight somewhere, attacking over this diagonal. Black's position is just completely lost here. He can't get out. Like, let me show you a few more moves. Let's say knight f6. Okay, now we can play rook f1, for instance, bring one more rook in the game. Black is not getting out. Rook f6 cannot be stopped. Just a completely lost position for black. I'm just so excited about showing this because not only this is, a very vivid example of, white's fierce attack with sacrifices, this romantic chess, but also because that's a brand new line. I've discovered it, and I think the first people to use it will score an insane amount of points in practical games. Black, the defending this just wouldn't be up to black's task, up to black's mission. It's not possible. So that's my novelty and my idea I would like to present after the move bishop f5, this interesting cool sacrifice. And I would like to say again, well, you don't have to sacrifice in this line. You can play f4, but to be honest, if you don't feel like sacrificing, then don't play f3 at all. Then I think you should just make other moves like g3 or knight f3, which we are discussing in a different video. And now I would like to show you the move bishop h5, which is a little different. In a way it's better because after e4, d, black still keeping a pin. In a way it's worse because on f5 the bishop could still return over this diagonal, and now it can't. So here we have a lot of options. Like, for example, if you play e4, well, here it's not, I think, as good, because after all the same moves, c6, knight c3, takes, we didn't get to win another tempo with g4. And this can be discussed further. Like, there have been plenty of interesting games in this position. For example, the silver, I wanted to say, I was thinking for some reason, my brain refused to hint me how to say it in English. The silver medal winner of the World and European Under-18 Championships, Maxim Vavudin of Russia, a 2600 player, went here with white in 2018 and had a very interesting game, which was eventually drawn versus an opponent of his caliber. But I don't think it's as promising as after bishop f5 to sack. So here we've got many moves. Like, one move is e3, for instance. And it seems a little weird, but, it seems a little passive, but in fact the bishop's position here is pretty dangerous. And one idea we have is to play the unexpected knight e2 or knight h3. And then the knight's coming to f4, grabbing the bishop pair. For instance, bishop d6, now white can take and play g3. And in my opinion, that's a very, very cool position for white too, because he's got the lovely pair of bishops. And in the long run, of course, he is supposed to overrun black. Sorry for that word usage. He is supposed to prevail. He is supposed to be able to pose problems to black, I think. So at this point, black continue at knight d7 in one game. This is not a very famous game. It was played between a 2400 players white and 2150 as black. Both are, obviously very decent players, but not the top level opponents, which is why the game didn't make it in white publicity. White played f4, attacking the knight, forcing it back, and now he's easily able to develop castle. Black played d5, which I think is a little too rushed. You don't want to open up the game when the opponent has the bishops, but that's a very natural move to make, because black wants to show some ambitions in the center too. And the reason why I'm showing you such games is not because I just want you to necessarily follow this or that specific way of playing, but because I want to show to you what kind of typical mistakes your opponent can make in those lines, what kind of typical misunderstandings many players might have as black. Once we know that, the rest would be fairly easy, I think. Now, e5 is what black did, and here white could have taken too. He castled, and black kind of, I think, acted a little inconsistently. If he wanted to play on a flank, he didn't have to start the stuff in the center. And here, white found a very nice positional move. What is this move, actually? I would like you to think a little bit. Okay, I hope you thought of it. The great move for white here is c4, activating that bishop and putting more pressure on the black center. And after black played c6, White took knight c3. Now, the pawn's under pressure, moves like knight b5 are very, very inconvenient to meet. Black went queen a5, and here stuff just started falling apart immediately. At this point, White had some very brutal continuations, which the engine shows like taking. And for example, after bishop takes to play d4, force the bishop back and play rook f5, and White's finally getting to collect all of the targets. Well, that might not have necessarily looked like the most obvious way to go. But what White did, he went queen e2, was also very good. a6, and now White played queen d3. A slightly weird route, but the queen is getting there to that pawn on d5. Knight b6, a3. Black went queen c5. Again, there are many other moves, but I wanted to show you how this ended. And now it turned out the queen cannot really escape the upcoming discovered attack. Black is just completely lost. He went e4, bishop e4. And Black resigned because after d, knight e4. White's attacking the queen like this. That bishop, White will win a piece back at least. White's a few pawns up, the black king is in the center. There is nothing to talk about in this position, it's completely lost. So Black resigned. And that's, I think, a very, very cool game for us to see. And I think, to be honest, there's one very interesting kind of misconception, misunderstanding in chess, which many players unfortunately follow, and which really stops their progress, or, kind of hurts their progress. Many players tend to believe that the only games which are worthy of investigation is, that latest game of, 3 days ago, Carlsen and So, or Caruana and Aronian, or someone else from the elite chess played between each other, that everything else is trash, everything else is old, outdated, there is nothing to learn from, the opponents were too weak, and stuff like that. Well, I think this is a big mistake in your thinking, and if you think this way, time to reconsider this. First of all, it's really helpful to be analyzing the old games, classic games. That's, in my opinion, highly valuable, extremely important, crucial for your progress. You got to understand how chess was changing over the years. But also, that's not the point I wanted to make here. The point I wanted to make is that analyzing the games of players who are way below the elite level, like let's say 2300, is highly instructive for the club and tournament players. Why? Well, 2800 level thinking is very different. It's, a little inhuman for most of us. They know so much. They are so much into chess, and so on and so forth. But if you look at a game like of a 2400 level player, often you can still see many brilliant ideas, many deep thoughts, but most likely executed in a very understandable way, in a way you can learn from in a lot more natural manner. And also importantly, many 2400, well, first of all, many of them teach, which means their playing skills might not be as high, but their knowledge and their understanding is terrific. For example, me, well, I'm not saying I'm terrific, I'm not trying to praise myself, but I've been teaching now for years, hundreds and thousands of hours. I've taught for thousands of hours last year, and so on and so forth. And obviously, when I teach students of level of, let's say, 2000, 2200, my knowledge is increasing a lot. But I'm not necessarily practicing, not necessarily solving tactics. And the reason why I brought this up is not to praise myself again, but to say that, let's say, this game we've just seen was played by a 2400 level player. Does it make it worse than, let's say, a Caruana or So game? Of course not. Everything was played so brilliantly, so naturally. That's the games you need to learn from. So when you open the database, don't just look by rating, highest rating, I don't need the rest. Look at the games of all the decent players. That's how you'll improve a ton, I think. And that's something many people really, really underestimate and don't appreciate as an idea, as a hint. So I hope this would help. Now, after this small interruption to discuss the training process, as opposed to specific moves, let's return here. Well, as we said, there's this move e3, there is a move e4, but White can also do a few other similar things. He can play knight h3, which I think is very interesting and similar, and actually, after e6, knight f4, it nearly transposes. Well, we've just seen a game which was very, very similar. In this one, Black played bishop g6, but then e3 happened, and after knight f6, White has a few options. He can play the slightly weird knight c3, which is something that one of our previous heroes especially recalls the video on 1 b3 e5, and then this move 3 knight f3. two brilliant games I've shown to you. Lee Rufeng has played, he went knight c3 here, and his games went in a slightly weird way. He got the bishops and challenged black in the center. I feel that's a slightly weird thing to do, to be honest, with the pawn on f3, because let's say this diagonal really begs for some trouble. But he played this way and he was successful. White took, now white activated another bishop, and here white was clearly doing great. And later on he went on to convert this slightly better position. The black king is clearly very, very inconveniently placed. White went rook d3, white went knight a4, and yeah, black's already facing quite a lot of problems. This is a bit of an issue. Later white may play h3, rook d1, a slightly more pleasant position for white, to cut it short. But something I really wanted to show to you here is when white simply took the bishops without thinking much. I don't think that's necessarily the best decision, but that's a pretty nice way of playing. f4, Svidler played this way as white, which definitely gives this move a lot of credibility. Queen f3, he just developed, and e4. Well, that is the moment which I wanted to discuss. At this point, I think white, even though this is a great Svidler, one of my most beloved players ever, I think he slightly mishandled the position. The move e4, I think, is wrong because what black did. He took bishop a3 and challenged this bishop, and later he was already better and went on to win. But here white had a great position if he just castled. The point being that he can meet a move like this. Instead of playing in the center, he could have played on a flank g4, and then he would have gone g5. And a big point behind it is that after some move, g5, if the black knight went to h5, even though it doesn't look like this achieved that much, it achieved one huge asset. The knight on h5 is stuck here for good. It can't ever move. It's not getting out of there. So white's likely to be just conducting this middle game with an extra piece. And if black played, let's say, something like knight g8, then he would not have been able to stop the h5 advance. And white would have opened the position quickly with h4, and then he could have just continued with h5. And this, for instance, would have clearly been terrific for him, because all the black pieces are, not placed in the best manner possible, and the white bishop will prove very useful. Maybe over here, maybe g6 is coming, maybe white can later choose to play d4 and secure this wonderful pawn chain in the center. His position should be fantastic here, very, very interesting and promising. So that's another way to handle this. But I also wanted to mention there is a very weird, yet a very fun idea, in my opinion, if we go a little back. And this is a novelty of mine, to play h4. And the point is that, well, we again want to play this knight h3, knight f4, but maybe we are also preparing g4 and h5. Like if black made some random move, well, then we have g4, and we are trapping the black bishop. Okay, I'm not... Guys, don't think I'm just offering you some cheap trap, even though, that's a cheap trap, and if you get here, I would be happy, I wouldn't be disappointed. But the main point is that it's provoking black to take some action, like let's say to play f6. Actually, even though that's a novelty, soon we transpose to an existing game. White played d4 here, black went e5, and here white has plenty of interesting options, like let's say to take, and then we have some mess where black has compensation, or e3, and here one very fun game continued with in such a way: knight c3, castling queen d2, or d, sorry, first, and then queen d2. And white's gonna castle, white's gonna push g4, white's gonna later maybe play g5. He'll activate this bishop a lot, he'll open up the g file for his rook, and clearly this position wouldn't be too much fun for black. Here the engine is already saying white has a massive advantage. And of course black could have played in a slightly more precise manner earlier, but I don't think this line looks that safe for him. It clearly looks very, very comfortable for white. So here, instead of going deeply in some specific theory, unlike after the move bishop f5, in this move bishop h5 we've mostly talked about the ideas. Well, the core idea is that this bishop gets kind of trapped on the edge. Often it literally gets trapped and lost, so quite often it also gets traded instead for a knight. We got the bishop pair and a lovely advantage. We've seen a few wonderful model games or fragments of the games and some interesting ideas. And also, of course, in the beginning, in the first part of this clip, I've presented to you my novelty, this idea g4, sacrificing a pawn and getting a fantastic amount of initiative. And often we sacrifice 2 pawns and even 3 sometimes, but as we can see, as we have checked, if black gets too greedy, oftentimes he just gets punished pretty much immediately. So, of course, I'm not claiming that, white's necessarily better in this endgame, in this gambit. After bishop g4 f3, neither in the gambit after bishop f5 e4 here, nor here, nor after bishop h5, whatever white continues with, but I am claiming that white has a plethora of very exciting ideas, which you definitely should give a try. And I don't really see a reason to shy away from these variations, even though probably players who go bishop g4 are supposed to know a thing or two, because that's a pretty sharp move. Many might really not remember those lines very precisely, because, one, b3 is already kind of unexpected, and then they probably hope for moves knight f3. So looking into this could be very, very promising and just exciting. Again, it's useful to have fun, and I'm really happy with my recommendations. But in case if that doesn't work for you, we have a different chapter where we cover the more positional approaches. So thanks for watching. Please, well, I recommend you choose this one. It gave me a lot of fun personally, but if not, welcome. Make yourself home in the positional chapter in this line. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hi guys, and welcome. In this video, we'll speak about a pretty interesting setup, which is more characteristic and typical of some Reti positions rather than the positions after 1 b3 purely, but I think it would be very, very interesting and useful. After b3, d5, bishop b2, bishop g4, we again get this very, very interesting setup. Now, we have spoken about the move f3 in a different video, and we speak about the lines such as h3 or knight f3 in a different video too. As you see, I am paying a significant amount of attention to the setup because I feel it's going to be rather popular. But I wanted now to introduce to something which I find a very interesting, practical, tricky solution, and perhaps which is not something that our opponents would expect. So I've had a game myself here as black, and I've prepared this line, and I was looking forward to having white play, knight f3, or to have white play f3. I did remember some stuff there, but my opponent thought for a while and played g3, which got me quite confused. I was a rather inexperienced young master, and I heavily relied on my preparation back then. Often I would favor some specific variations as opposed to, some typical structures, and that's something that often backfired, even though it often yielded me success. But that's not something I'm recommending, say, that my students do anymore. I went e6, bishop g2, knight f6, knight f3. Well, and here it transpired, we got some Reti type of position, which typically, would arise after 1 knight f3 or something, and white had avoided all those sharp variations, which could be a very plausible solution if you're playing some young opponent, or if you're just not in any mood to go for the sacrifices on that particular day, because, I'm trying to give you variety. Variety is very helpful. At this point, the next moves are fairly logical. I went bishop e7 here, and we're going to look not just at my game, but also at a number of other games. Castling, c4, c6 and d3, knight d7, knight d2. Well, here we reach a very Reti looking position. In a few moves we'll start discussing the plans, of course. So what's going on here actually? Actually, such positions also arise in some kind of Trompovsky variations or London variations with colors reversed. So what do we have here? Well, white's got a few options, a few interesting plans. One of them could be to play h3, g4, tuck the bishop away on g6, and then go after it with knight h4, knight g6. That's possibility number one. Now, white's other plan could be to slowly expand on the queen side with moves like a3, b4, then maybe queen c2 or queen b3, maybe eventually a4, b5. White will see what he can do there. There's one more interesting plan, which would be to play rook c2, rook c1, rook c2. Why is the rook coming to c2, you might ask? Well, white wants to go queen to a1 and start applying a significant chunk of pressure over that diagonal. His bishop, of course, on b2 is very, very helpful. He might want to maybe eventually make a move like knight e5, try to trade the knights off, hoping to, let's say, take here that black takes, or, if black takes, white takes back with the bishop, and the bishop, of course, dominating the board in many ways. White can try some other stuff as well, like he can play queen c2 and later go for the e4 break. Or again, he can try to use the same idea of building the pressure over the diagonal with queen c2, bishop c3, queen b2. That's a slightly different interpretation of that plan that we just discussed. And yeah, the position is, as you can see, pretty rich in possibilities. Now, what are black's typical plans here? Because, well, obviously we want to understand what black's gonna do. Well, black can try to play a5, a4 if he is allowed to, in order to get some favorable tension down that a file. And if white's not playing it carefully, of course, things might look a little annoying for him. Black might consider also pushing b5 in some positions. That's another interesting plan. One more interesting plan here, in order to tame that bishop on b2, would be to take this square under additional control, which is usually achieved by means of a move queen to b8. And that's a slightly weird looking move, but the thing is, if black goes queen c7, he might run into some problems down here. So he puts the queen on b8, and from b8 it supports the e5 break as well as the b5 move, without running into any problems down the c file, because if you go, let's say, queen c7 and then b5, at some point white might take, and then play rook c1 and annoy us quite a bit. So these are the plans black has at his disposal. He can also prepare to move e5 with ideas like rook e8, bishop back, and e5, for instance. That's also possible. So, as I said, and again, obviously in the first place this is, an opening course, but as I claimed, as I stated, I'm trying to teach you all the aspects of game, so I'll try to go back a little bit onto the psychology behind some of the moves that have been played, because it's my game, so I can definitely relate to what I was feeling and thinking. Well, I went a5 here, and, well, you might be a little surprised we're looking, at my game from the black side, but we're looking from the white side. Well, we are ourselves interested in playing b3, not how to play against b3, so the fact that I was on the black side doesn't matter. White played well until some moment. a5. Now, of course, my opponent didn't want a4 to happen when he would always need to deal with this pressure. Like, let's say if he moves the rook, I'll come to a2, or I'll maybe take and play bishop a3, offering a trade. There is no need, there is no point in allowing that for white. So, white went a3, and here, black's got many, many moves, but I thought it would be interesting to play b5. Well, this is pretty much the only plan I knew, to be honest, back then. I did know there was this idea with queen to b8, but I found the idea to play b5 directly very interesting. And here I think it's obviously some very early stage of the game, but I feel like the critical position has already been reached. Well, at this point, black's immediately challenging white on the queen side. He might want to, let's say, take, open up that b file for his rook and stuff. But of course, he's also committing to some weakening moves. For example, now the c file is a lot weaker. Now, after a move like this, potentially the opponent c6 might hang, the opponent b5 might be weak. So black, in fact, is making some pretty committal move too. And here my opponent, I feel, rushed a little bit. He took on b5. And at this point, I of course took back. He went h3. We will return, after we analyze this game, we will return and see what else I could have done. I feel like white definitely had some other options. And at this point, it's important to understand white's actually... Well, what my opponent did was not like bad, he's still fighting for the advantage, but I feel like white had some more interesting options. And at this point, it's important to understand black should have no desire to play bishop h5. I mean, he can do that, but that would be a positional mistake. What would we do as white? A positional question to you guys. Alrighty, I hope you did give this some thought. And of course, white plays g4, and after bishop g6, knight h4. Now white's gonna take, and white will just have the bishop pair. Both bishops are fairly amazing, and obviously white's pushing for the advantage. White's very happy here. Later he can, after taking, he can, for example, push e4, intending to activate this bishop and bring, kind of bring down, dismantle that pawn chain, which is restricting his light squared bishop. But anyway, white's in no rush, he can take his time. And of course it's important to understand that weakening the king side with the moves h3 and g4 is no big deal. The bishop pair is a lot more important, and obviously white's not risking to run into any attack here or something if he is any careful. So I took, and the reason why I did, because you might ask, well, okay, why did you take? You're still giving up the bishop pair, so why not at least provoke white to play g4? Well, as I said, I don't personally think that, the fact that white plays g4 and knight h4 is worsening his position in any way. In fact, white can even consider ideas here like f4 and f5, not rushing to take the bishop, but trying to chase it or to trap it or to corner it back on h7, for instance. If black ever has to make these moves, that would be pretty terrible. So I thought, well, if white can take my bishop at any moment of his choosing, and he'll be definitely, taking his time and not doing that immediately, why won't I just take myself? Now, white took back with the knight, I went knight c5, and white played knight to d4, attacking my pawn on b5, queen b6. And I feel like this has been definitely one of the most critical moments of this game, and of the entire battle, because at this point, there have definitely been, there have been many options, and white had plenty of choices. I would actually like you to think a little bit and tell me not even the specific move you would make as white, but rather the type of, a plan, whether you would like to, I don't know, already look for some concrete moves, or if you'd like to improve your position a little bit, or if you'd like to look for some forcing continuations. What would you do as white here, and on what part of the board would you play? Okay, now, my opponent played e4 in the game. A very, very, of course, ambitious move, trying to break through in the center right away, and we'll look into it in a second. But I think white should have played rook c1, that's my opinion. The point being that, well, we've got the only open file down here on the c file, so it makes sense to fight for it. And a very subtle, interesting maneuver white has, after rook c2 for instance, is to play something like queen to b1. Why queen to b1? Well, white's just making the leeway for that rook. And of course he could have gone to a1 as well, but one problem about going to a1 is that at some point, let's say after e5, knight moves, knight b3 could come, and it would be with a tempo on the queen, which is why things may not work as well for white. But if the queen is on b1, this wouldn't work, because if we can imagine that, let's say here black plays e5 and white moves the knight somewhere, should black take this pawn, okay, we'll just take this one, and this move knight b3 doesn't come with a tempo on the queen. And of course the main point is not just tactics, but the point is to keep improving the position, possibly like these, preventing any stuff like knight b3, then doubling up. And if white's given a lot of time, he might play, let's say, b4 and consider grabbing the file, maybe fixing that pawn as a weakness. He might try to potentially make a few more improving moves first. He might even consider ideas like g4, g5, forcing that knight away and securing some very, very firm control over that long diagonal. Now, for instance, after the move like knight a6, I thought something like this would be very logical. Black's attacking my pawn on a3. Or, I mean, actually, guys, you might think I have, what's it called in English? I am not sure. Like, my personality has doubled. I am not sure what side I'm talking for, or what side I'm representing, because in the game I was black, but I'm presenting the scores as white, so I might say, the opponent is under attack, but yeah, I mean, don't get confused. I mean, of course, that I'm playing the game as black, but we were mostly thinking from white's perspective. So, let's say bishop b2, protecting that pawn. Rook c2, for instance, takes. And I was thinking of some continuation like this as I was analyzing this at home, and I thought, well, even though, of course, white wouldn't have an easy time breaking through, that's pretty obvious, but he's clearly for choice. He'll be pushing for a while, like, let's say, e3 here. He might later choose to make maybe moves like, I don't know, knight back, maybe try to maneuver a little bit, maybe try to play some I don't know, bishop d4 trade, or play d4 and then knight f4, knight d3, try to come here to e5 or to c5, and later maybe play bishop f1, activate the bishop, or maybe try to push e4, activate the bishop. Well, white has plenty of choices, plenty of plans, but black's the one who is definitely, waiting and hoping to just hold. He doesn't have much of a winning chance. So I definitely think that's something white should have done. And clearly, it would not have been pleasant for me to play that position. Just to give you some historical background, at the moment when the game was played, my opponent was rated about 24-20 FIDE, and my rating was 22-40, so he was 180 points higher rated than me. He had the white pieces and the slightly more pleasant position. Well, as we all know, in such situations, it's the positive outcome is not too likely. You would sometimes hold, sometimes lose, but almost never win. But when my opponent played e4, he clearly gave me counter chances too. Now, I took, and actually at this point, I would like to ask you, what would you do as black? Okay, now at this point, unfortunately I kind of chickened out a little bit. I think the best move would have been to simply take this pawn on e4. And somehow I felt like it was really dangerous to open up that diagonal and, possibly run into some moves like b4, because my knight might hang. But things really work tactically well for black. Like, for instance, if white's to play b4 here, he cannot really win this knight, because we have this very nice tactics, knight a4, counter-attacking that bishop. And let's say if white takes, we take, and things seem to be working well, because this knight's under attack, the queen's under attack, and white cannot really retreat in a way so that he doesn't lose his knight, or he can later take our rook or anything. That's not possible, so black's just better, a pawn up. But obviously, there's a lot of lines to calculate. I thought there was something like queen c2 as well, trying to take advantage of the spin, and I was not willing to make a move like f5, for instance. But the engine actually thinks that's clearly the way to go, and it's showing some line like before knight a4, saying the position is roughly balanced. Like, for instance, white can gobble that knight on e4, spoil my structure, and just play something like this. It's likely white will get this pawn. Well, the position's playable, but I felt like it was a little weird and a little dangerous to open up that diagonal. So I did something slightly different. I played rook to d8, which is when I started running in trouble. My opponent played queen e2. Now, the pawn's a bit problematic here. I went b4, he took, and at this point, white's clearly much better. He made a good move, rook c1. I played rook to d7, and here, he, I think, made, well, not really a positional mistake, but he definitely had some very, very nice positional option. What would you have done as white? Right, so I think white's best move, or at least this is the type of structure he is striving for, is to play e5. Because he's grabbing space, and even though black now got the square on d5, this knight's really not coming anywhere, it's not attacking anyone, And after a move like, say, rook c4, white might later double up, maybe play queen c2, and try to put pressure on that knight. This rook's not really moving that easily because white might take here. And this position somehow doesn't look very, very attractive for black. Well, I would definitely not feel good about it. But my opponent, fortunately for me, played in a slightly timid manner. He went queen e3, and let me, thankfully, create counterplay. He went king h2, and, well, the game probably wasn't that stellar here, but I went bishop f8, a slightly passive move, rook to c4, and here, actually, we have some very strong tactical possibility, which I did not find, unfortunately, in the game. What should we do as black here? Okay, I hope you did pause the video, like always. Black had a very powerful move, e5. The point being that if white is to move his knight, which is supposedly something he should do, then there is rook to d3. And white's queen's attacked, and that pawn's attacked. Well, the move I got scared of course, is queen to g5, because now it looks like white has a threat to at least, like, let's say if black takes, well, I mean, at least white could have repeated the moves like this, and check its repetition. But in fact, white's just completely winning because he can, for example, now play bishop takes on e5, and there is just too many threats. This is a problem, bishop d4 is a problem, and so on and so forth. So black is just losing. But something I did not realize is that in this position there is a move knight e4. Well, I did see that, but I thought it was not working, because takes, takes, and takes. But then there is queen f2, and white's actually getting mated, like king h1, rook to d2, sorry, misclick, of course, rook to d1, and checkmate by force. Rook takes d1, rook takes d1, and that's it. But unfortunately, I did not realize that e5 was that strong. I made some passive move, and my opponent had the advantage again. Well, we will skip what happened. We'll kind of fast forward through what happened, because clearly, well, we might get too deep with the analysis in this game, which is not something we need. At this point, white had some better moves, but he went queen c6. It was already in the mutual time scramble, and I retreated. White took, rook a8. A very fast question, what to do as black. Okay, a very fast answer we have to take, of course. The queen has no moves. So we take, and now takes, takes, takes. And at this point, I played knight. I played knight to d3. The position is about to be a dead draw here, because these pawns are likely to get eliminated, and we'll have a rook, a knight, and a bishop on the same flank. Of course, it should be a very, very easy draw, but my opponent thankfully made the move knight, bishop to e4, and here we have the winning tactics all of a sudden. How can black win this game? Okay, I hope you did pause the video. I'm about to tell the solution. Well, there's two wins. I went knight b2, distracted this rook from this knight, and after rook c3 I went on to take that knight and win the game. But it's also possible to go rook d4 immediately, just in case, and then there is c2, and the pawn's promoting and black's winning too. So, thankfully, the game ended in this, very fortunate way, where I was under a little bit of pressure, but then in the time scramble, mutual time trouble, my opponent messed up, and, well, as we say in chess, it's not, necessary to play well in order to win. It's enough to just play a little better than your opponent. Or, to rephrase it, because I cannot claim I played better than him here, we can say it's enough to be the last but one to make a mistake. What matters is that you are not the last one, and thankfully my opponent blundered a piece and I won. But I definitely think this is a very valid and interesting system for white, and I can clearly claim that my opponent was putting a significant amount of pressure on me. It may not seem like a very bad position, and it may not be, but it's very unpleasant when, the opponent keeps improving his position step by step and you're really suffering without much counterplay. No one likes to be in such a scenario under such circumstances, so I think that's a very valid way to play in case if you're interested in avoiding the complications. Now let us go all the way back. And as I said, I promised to show to you how to handle this position in a slightly different manner. Well, I really like one game that I considered quite classic here, which was played between Viktor Lasnička and Vlastimil Jansa, both obviously players from the Czech Republic. Jansa is a very, very famous player in the past, and he has also written a fantastic book on tactics, which has been, one of the most classical pieces of work on this in the former Soviet Union. So that's definitely a book I would recommend that you check out. The author is Jansa. Now, he went queen to b6. Well, of course, it's not so easy, despite all his experience, to compete with the young, ambitious players like Lasnička, who was definitely about, number 60, 70 in the world back then. And look what he does. He just plays rook c2. He's not in a rush to release the tension. He can always do this, because he assumes black won't be interested in taking himself, which is definitely, I think, most likely true. Now, Jansa made a good move a4, and once he did that, only then did Lasnička take. And then after taking, he found a very, very strong positional solution, which was kind of the main point behind hurrying to capture on d5. What did he do here? Right, he played b4. The point is that now black's minor pieces are very restricted. white has no weak squares, like let's say, c4 is not weak, b3 is not weak, and on the other hand, white can hope to utilize d4 and c5 later for his pieces, as well as maybe c6 if he manages to double up. So white's position is definitely very promising here, and even though it's not a huge advantage, I definitely think it's already a pretty substantial one. At this point, white played queen b1, preparing to double up, and of course black is not too interested in taking, because when the queen takes, white's just winning the c-file. So here black went queen b7, rook c1, knight b6, and white played knight to d4, attacking that weakness on b5. Unfortunately, black's position collapsed very quickly. Well, I'm saying unfortunately, not because, I'm rooting for this system, or not because I am rooting against the white player. It's just that, I have a tremendous amount of respect for the black player, and because usually when two strong players compete, you just want to see a close game, you don't want to see some bad beating, and that's exactly what happened here. Black went queen d7, and at this point, white had a bunch of strong moves. Like, I think, for example, rook c6 would have been extremely strong, challenging that knight, and it's not really clear what black should do. Lesnichka went knight f3, intending to come to e5, which is also very decent, but he let black capture, which made his defense a little easier. Well, things can be discussed in more detail here, but the conclusion clearly is that white has been pressing and black has been, fighting hard and running for his life. And pretty soon, in a few moves, it turned out that white's advantage has already become of a decisive manner, and actually black's last move proved very, very bad. At this point, I think he had just one chance to defend successfully, and actually I would like you to think here a little bit. Well, obviously what happened is that black played e5 and white just collected a pawn, and it was pretty much over. But my question to you is, how can black get a playable position? I'm not asking to equalize, because black cannot do that. Black is clearly worse, but what's the only move that would avoid losing material? Okay, the right move for black would have been bishop e5. The point being that white cannot take, because then there's bishop b2, and if white takes, he loses the rook. So white would not have been able to do that, and if he just, let's say, moved his rook somewhere, then black would have been able to capture. And this position clearly looks very, very bad. I'm not, rooting for, I'm not claiming black would have been able to hold it. Most likely he would have still lost, but this would have been the only way to maintain material equality and keep some chances. And I would like to pay your attention to one very, very interesting thing here. Well, if we go here, look, this position on move 11 looks like the game is just beginning, nothing has happened, all the pieces and all the pawns are on the board. This is actually a very cool thing about the setup, because all the pieces, everything literally is on the board. You don't get to see this a lot, right? In many openings, you trade, let's say, 2 minor pieces and three pawns, and then you complain because you feel like it's difficult to win. The position is empty, it's hard to outmaneuver your opponent, outplay him, but here white kept every single piece and every single pawn. That's why I really root for such a setup if you want to outplay the less experienced opponents. But just in a few moves, well, let's say here after rook c1, it was already a huge advantage for white, just in 5 moves. And I'm not talking about a game where, in a simul, a grandmaster is beating some inexperienced amateur. I'm talking about the game of a world-class grandmaster versus a former world-class grandmaster. So obviously, even if the black player is not, that good anymore at calculation, his positional experience is still fantastic. Yet, he was not able to handle this position. So it clearly shows a thing or two. Now, let us go a little bit back, because I'd like to show to you a few more games which I think have been very interesting here. One of them had seen the move queen to b6, and I actually think that what happened here was very, very inspiring. This was a game from, I believe, the World Rapid and Blitz Championships of 2017, played in Saudi Arabia. Now, white went queen to c2. Again, white's continuing according to some of the standard plans I have mentioned to you guys in the beginning. Black went bishop h5, preventing the h3 and g4 stuff in advance, so that he can meet h3 with some move, like maybe, let's say, bishop g6 immediately, or let's say h6 or something. Like, say, h3, now black can play h6. And now if white goes g4, black's on time to escape, right? And the entire operation has been pointless. Or if white is to make a move like knight to h4 here, then of course he would hang this pawn on e2, which is not doable for him. So I think it could have been, yeah, what black did is very interesting, bishop h5. And now white went for a slightly new plan for us. So I had said to you, white could consider playing, let's say, rook c1, rook c2, queen a1, and later maybe b4 in some positions and stuff. Well, he did it in a slightly different manner. He still pursued his queenside play with the move pawn, rook to b1, intending pawn to b4. Black went h6, and here followed h3. Bishop g6, preventing g4, knight h4, and white went for the plan with b4. Black took, white took, black swapped, and at this point, in my opinion, black's position is fairly unpleasant, because white's gonna play queen b2, b5, open up this file, then his rook is very well suited, of course, to invade. His knight might come to d4 and take that pawn on c6 or attack it. Black's bishop on g6, look at that bishop on g6. It's absolutely useless. It's not doing anything at all, literally. So I really feel like these positions are pretty difficult for black to manage, for black to handle, and I clearly think it's a very practical choice for white. In my opinion, if black is to handle this, he has to stick to that plan, which I had myself used that plan with b5 because it's kind of a little more forcing, and it's restricting white's possibilities. It's not letting white operate and maneuver as freely and as comfortably, you know, with and doesn't allow white to take all of his time. And it's very important to stop your opponent from being in full control. Now black went queen c7, now comes queen b2, of course, taking control over that diagonal, preparing b5. And it's very, in my opinion, impressive to see how this game continued. I'll show you a few more moves, and later you might guess who the players were. Knight e8, white pushed b5, a good move. Bishop f6, now white took. In my opinion, it could have been possible not to hurry with that, to let's say take, and now to invade. This would have been very interesting as well, because white's starting to put pressure over here, keeping that queen a little restrained, not letting maybe black activate his knights easily. Like I would say, if black is to play knight d6 here, a big problem of course is that white can take, and if knight takes after something like knight e5, there's a massive threat of rook c6 which can barely be stopped, and there's a threat of knight g6 completely destroying the black structure. This position would not have been good at all. But white rushed a little bit. Well, again, it's a faster time control. It's hard to be that precise. So white took, and at this point he took and went in, which is also pretty good. And the computer might still show equality here, or nearly so, like plus 0.2. But I think it's pretty obvious, if anything, white's the only side who's pushing for the advantage. Now, black went knight c5, rook a3. Again, not much might be happening, you might say. But again, white's the one exercising all the pressure. White is the one choosing what kind of plans, what kind of threats he might want to create. And black's the one defending and trying to stop all them. So clearly, even though the position might be objectively equal according to the engine, it's not equal by practical means. And at this point, white had a very cool idea. He did go for it a little later, but a very, very cool plan here would have been to take on d5. The point being that if black takes this knight, we take here, and we get two very powerful pawns for the sacrificed piece. And then we're just gonna collect one more, getting 3 pawns, a very strong, fantastic passer on c6, and at the same time, the black bishop on g6 would have remained absolutely useless and passive. For instance, black would make some move, like let's say knight b6, and now white can simply collect that pawn. Or white can maybe first, I don't know, invade and then collect that pawn. And his position is already nearly winning. But white chose the more human move. Again, it's a faster game, so there is nothing to blame white for, but here he did find this idea. And here, black's only chance to fight would have been to take back, when perhaps white would have just had to retreat, or something, let's say to c2 or to f3. Both moves are possible when white keeps a slight pressure, but black took on d4, and here this position simply did not hold, because the pawn is just so strong. White took. Actually here, white just had an instant win, which I would like you to find. Right, the win is of course the move knight to d6. and white's winning the rook. But white took the pawn here hastily, and later the game continued. There have been some swingles and some changes in the evaluation, some chances for both players, but eventually white won. And, well, again, it's possible to look at the entire game, but, looking at the game, which was already played with a faster time control, which ended up having some time scramble for both players, may not be as instructive. So let's stop here. So, in my opinion, even though black clearly did not lose within the opening, he clearly managed to hold on. It is obvious that white had the initiative along the entire way, along the entire path. And I definitely think that handling such a position is something white would enjoy a lot better than black, and something white would find a lot easier than his counterpart. As you can see, white's the one mostly choosing when to release the tension, when not to, when to simplify, when to keep things more complex. And I definitely think, importantly, this variation also gives you a very high chance, especially if you are not a titled player. It gives you a very high chance to take your opponent off the path he was preparing for, because that line with d5 and bishop g4 is clearly stopping in our main ideas, but at the same time it's not black's not necessarily ready to play those slow Reti setups, and that's something we can try and take advantage of. So I'm very happy with the lines and some of the ideas I've presented here, and I hope you've enjoyed them, and we will meet in the next video. Thank you for watching. Hi. Okay, now it is time to look at a very interesting, a very important setup, which arises after the moves c5, knight c6, and d6, followed by e5. For example, after b3, c5, this is a very concrete setup, or a fairly concrete one, unlike many other themes or, systems sort of things that we had spoken about in other videos. Bishop b2, knight c6. Black might want to take advantage of the fact that he is controlling the center pretty well and try to lock this bishop in. He can play e5 and d6 and build some sort of a, fortress in the center, which it would be really hard to break through, and that our bishop on b2 really wouldn't like. At this point, I think white needs to play pretty precisely and pretty concretely in order not to, well, I don't want to say not to end up worse, but definitely in order to make sense of what he has been doing at the opening, not to end up in a position where he is not entirely sure what his plan is. So here I think the right way to go is knight f3, and black would typically play d6, either now, or he can play knight f6 and then d6 a move later, which is likely to transpose actually one into another. So if black plays d6 here, the idea is pretty concrete. He's wanna play e5, and I believe that white needs to react pretty concretely again, as I had said. So here white has a few interesting options. I personally really like the idea to play pawn to d4. I think this is the most critical plan, by all means, but white can also play e3. And e3 is likely to quickly lead us to a very new, unexplored position with no clear orienters. So after e3, black would typically, of course, go e5. That's the only way he can make sense of what he has been doing. And here, white has two interesting options. Well, it seems like there is two, but in fact there is one. I mean, both are interesting, but only one is good. White can play d4 and try to immediately counter black in the center. And if black were to, let white take, or to take this way, his position would totally, would be very, very unpleasant. White will play bishop b5, castling, and this bishop will be just the absolute monster, the absolutely dominant piece on the entire board. But the problem is that black can take cd, ed, and play e4, and this is a position I really don't like all that much for white. For example, knight d2, and now d5, and look, the bishop is killed. Black has more space, and I'm not really entirely sure why we have been playing this way as white in the opening. We could have played, one h4 or one knight h3 with the same success. And it's actually not a bad position for white. I don't want to sound too pessimistically. White can play, let's say, c4, knight f6, and here do some stuff like knight c3 or bishop e2. But I just don't like it. I just can't help the fact that I don't want to play with less space and with, you know, this absolutely dead bishop and no counterplay, even though the computer thinks it's actually balanced. So here I personally think we should play bishop b5. And I even don't like the entire way, you know, for white to handle this like that. I think white should play a little differently earlier, as I'll show to you soon, but white can also continue in this way in order to get a very fresh, interesting position. So now that he's controlling the center a lot better, because there's the spin, and black's not able to control d4 and e5 as well, because, again, his knight cannot move. White might want to play d4 later and then d5, for instance. Let's say if black were to do something random here, moves like d4 are actually pretty interesting. Or, for example, castling first, and if bishop e7, now white can definitely consider either d4 or possibly c4, and then he can play knight to c3, and that's a very interesting balanced situation. For example, castling, and here white can play something like knight c3 or take and play d3, and then e4, possibly move the knight, play f4, and try to take advantage of these doubled pawns. This is a playable position. I am not a huge fan of the entire thing for white, but I would like to say that if black plays bishop d7 here, white can try something like c4 and then d4, and this is when it's getting interesting. It's a fun position to explore. And unlike some previous ones which I had shown previously after takes, e4, knight d2, black doesn't get d5 in so easily. He can, but then after cd, there is no queen to back up this pawn, and the pawn on e4 is already hanging. So, for example, after knight d5, knight e4, white is just a pawn up, and this is, you know, a very bad situation for black. So black can't really act this way, and if he doesn't, then white gets to throw the very important move d5 in, and this position is just terrible for black. Let's say he moves the knight back, now we just take, and play something like knight c3, attacks the pawn, maybe rook e1, queen c2. The bishop is a monster. This is a very unpleasant situation for black to be in. But I feel that the most critical move is e4. And surprisingly, we arrive at a position with almost no games in, where there's just so much room for creativity. And to be honest, yeah, as I had told you already, I am not a huge fan of the entire setup, and the primary reason why I'm showing this to you is because it's just a very fresh position where you can get creative, like let's say you go knight g1. Now, the bishop is a monster, but black has some space. For example, black plays, let's say, queen g5, attacking this pawn, and then white can play king f1, surrenders the castling rights, and then play f3 or f4. Or white can play knight e2 and sack this pawn and switch the queen off the game. And this looks like some French defense reversed kind of a thing, especially, you know, the entire the entire battle on the king side where black threw his queen on g5 and stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, if you want, again, you can explore this. I am completely down to give you more variety, but I won't recommend this as my main suggestion. And here I want to be pretty specific. I want to give you an option how to be very, very concrete and how to fight for the advantage. We'll play d4. This is the way to go. This is the move. So here, we immediately take advantage of the fact that black pawn is on d6. Because if it was on d5, black would in the future think of playing e5, getting the center, which won't actually be easy, because if he did, knight c6 and bishop e5 would win this pawn. But this is something black would consider, you know, in some versions. But here, to play e5 and d5 is by no means easy, because it'll involve losing another tempo. And he's already black, he's already a tempo down by default. So, at this point, we have a few interesting games to look at. For example, black can play e5. This is one game that I find very, very impressive, and here white takes. And after taking, he can do many things, but I like the move g3 a lot. Intending to play bishop g2, put pressure on over this diagonal, to play c4, knight c3, maybe fix the pawns on d6 and c6 as some backward pawns. And we have some kind of a reversed Grunfeld type of positions, where I definitely like white a lot. This position, you know, in many places throughout the scores, I tell you, well, this is a position I like, but there is no objective advantage. Well, this is an exception, or one of the few positions where I say, yeah, there is an objective advantage. Black's position doesn't look very good. And in the game, a very strong player, Romain Edouard, the French Grandmaster, the former Topalov second, was not able to resolve the problems. He went bishop e6, bishop to g2, rook to c8, very logical moves, and yeah, he is a great player, but unfortunately after c4, f5, castling, the position just wasn't very good. But actually here, I think White had kind of rushed with castling, and he made his move very probably quite superficially. But at this point, there was a gorgeous possibility, which I would like you to think about and try to find. I'm not saying this is a winning move, but it's very interesting, and I find it pretty strong. Okay, I hope you did take some time to think. So here I really like the move c5. The point being that Black cannot play d5 or something, because we're just gonna take this pawn, and this is terrible. Black shouldn't want to take, because then we're just gonna either, well, swap the queens, for instance. Now if rook takes, this pawn is hanging, this pawn is hanging, Black's structure is terrible, White bishops are monsters, this is just, you know, lost. And if Black does something like knight f6, well, probably it's hard to say that White's much better, but White's clearly better, because after moves like this, Black has a very clear target. Black has some weak squares like c4 or c5 that our knight could come to. The, you know, center is also under pressure. White's position is absolutely fantastic. White has a clear advantage. And very importantly, probably this is the key part, if Black plays queen a5, he's winning this pawn. But then, after knight d2 takes and rook to c1, somehow things don't look very easy for him. Like, for example, if Black is to play queen b6, we can play something like castling, and if knight f6, we will continue with a move like e4, opening up the center very quickly. And somehow Black can't really develop comfortably. Like, let's say bishop e7 takes, knight c4. Now, the pawn's attacks the queen as well. Let's say I go here, f4. And as you can see, White is extremely quick in his ability to open up the game and pose numerous problems to Black. And maybe I've gone a little too fast over all these possibilities, and there's more lines, like let's say Black would play instead a few moves ago queen b5 or queen b4, but my conclusion after very serious analysis was that Black's position is very dangerous, and White's clearly better. For example, if queen b4, we can do many things, but why not just gobble the pawn? Like, let's say bishop c6. Well, actually bishop c6 might not be good because of some tactics like this. And then queen b7, and there's gonna be a problem, unfortunately. But White can gobble the pawn with the rook, and this looks fairly nice, because it's likely Black would need to lose his castling rights very shortly. Let's say rook c6, bishop c6, and Black has to surrender his castling rights. So this looks interesting, or just castling looks interesting, intending to soon throw in moves like knight to c4, or maybe again e4, opening up the entire position. This feels very dangerous. So unfortunately, Paco Vallejo was not able to find the c5, or he saw it but didn't like it, and he castled. And this also kept him a very nice advantage, but I just feel that c5 is too beautiful a move, and objectively very good a move, for me not to show it to you guys. So knight f6 is what Black did, and here I finally found this c5. My assumption is that White did see it before, but was afraid of queen a5. Now, Black played e4, and White took, Black took, and White took on f6. Which is very interesting. The point here is that if White went to move like for a move like knight to d2, it is a little difficult after something like castling, when if White continues with, let's say, rook c1, queen e7, for example, knight c4, and bishop c7 or bishop b8, white might find it slightly difficult to make use of this bishop. Even though I personally think that white's position is clearly better, but perhaps he thought it would be a little difficult to break through, which I don't necessarily agree with. Well, I have the advantage because I am analyzing this since they were playing, but white took here and played knight c3. Actually, black's decision is, importantly forced, because if he took with the queen, it seems like he is fine attacking the rook, but then white can take, and if queen a1, we take here, and the game's over. So black took gf6 and here knight c3. He apparently thought he just didn't need the bishop anymore. He could play, let's say, knight a4, rook c1, knight c5, and he thought the bishop would just, be eliminated at the right moment. It would take on f6, and he would be able to spoil the black structure. Well, I personally liked this bishop a lot, so I'm not sure if I wanted to do this, but okay, that's the white decision. So, and it did yield him a win, so I guess it's very sensible to. Black played c5, rook to c1, castling, and here Paco Vallejo actually showed why this balance could be a problem with a very nice move, a very beautiful positional idea, which I would like you to find. What did he do here? Okay, I hope he did take some time. The move is bishop h3. And if black made some random move, this threat here is bishop f5, followed by queen d5 check, attacking the king and the bishop, a fork, and white wins. So black can't ignore the threat. He went queen d7, and here Paco played knight d5, which is sensible. But another very cool idea, which is even a little stronger and a little more beautiful, is rook c2, intending to suddenly regroup the pieces in such a manner and attack stuff over the d file, where black's position feels really, really unpleasant. Now, black went queen d7, knight d5, f4. Romain Edouard tried to untangle with some pawn sacrifice, but unfortunately in a position like this, after king g2 and a few more strong solidifying moves, it turned out white is just a bunch of material up, and somehow the game didn't really work out for black. Black could have, of course, tried to get away without sacrificing stuff. He could have gone, let's say, rook to d8, but then it would be nice for white to remaneuver his knight, something like knight e3, putting more pressure on the pawn. And it looks to me like after moves like queen c2, rook to d1, white will keep increasing the pressure, and black doesn't have a very easy way out, unfortunately for him. Like, let's say, one continuation could be f4, and then takes, and because white's much better in any endgame, he will force the transition to the endgame with queen d5, let's say takes, and if we analyze it deep enough, I guess it's possible to find some draw like this, takes, some long variations, but white's still pushing a little bit at the end. But practically, of course, black's position would have been very unpleasant. But in the game, unfortunately, he had just collapsed a lot faster. So this should hopefully give you an idea that, this type of positions where, well, in the game white broke through with c5, but even if he didn't, if he just played, let's say, knight c3, queen out, rook out, the other rook out, possibly e4, could be extremely irritating and unpleasant for black, because our bishops are a lot better. We are exercising a significant amount of pressure on the black center, and that center is actually not strong at all. It's a huge liability. So the positions are very, very nice for white, I think. Now, another line, or another game rather, we need to look at. So knight f3, knight f6, e3, d6, d4. And in terms of the opening preparation purposes, we can get this position after knight f3, knight f6. So we looked at d6, d4, and then we said after d4, cd, knight d4, e5, takes. We had a game where white played g3. Well, it would be similar, but just with the move e3, where white would continue bishop e2 and c4, which I think is maybe a little less ambitious. So here I would also personally after knight f6, I would also like the idea to play something like, for instance, g3, intending to meet d6 with d4. Well, maybe he thought this would allow for some additional stuff like d5, which he wasn't necessarily liking, so he played e3. And after black played d6, he pushed d4. Now takes, and g6 is what black did. Another game here, so e5, and we got the same structure, just with the white bishop on e2 instead of g2. Which is maybe slightly less nicer, because I really feel like the bishop does want very badly to be on that long diagonal, but at the same time, the position is still very nice for white, because these pawns are still a liability, and let's say the pawn on d6 is backward can be easily attacked, and this bishop is very, very powerful. Now, black played bishop e7, bishop e2, castling knight d7, and here he tried to pursue some play on the king side in a game between Petrosian and Bagdasaryan, played in Jermuk in Armenia last year, but it turned out that all the activity was actually not prepared at all. Unfortunately here, white missed a very cool opportunity. He played bishop f3, which was fine, but here white had a very beautiful move, which I would like you to try to find. What? I would even give you a hint, because this move is slightly difficult to find if you don't have it. Black just weakened his king with the move f5. Where, in what line, can this prove a significant problem? Alrighty, I hope you did give this a thought. Here, black weakened the diagonal, and white could have taken advantage of this with a very nice move knight d5. The point being that if black takes, after queen d5, it's a fork on the king and on the rook, and black loses. And otherwise, I just want your bishop pair, and if you play bishop g5, for example, you can, but then I have something like f4, and the knight's still untouchable, and I'll get that bishop actually, and white will be a lot better, thanks to the bishop pair. Unfortunately, Tigran Petrosian didn't find it. He played bishop f3 here, but that was still nice enough for him to be able to keep the advantage. He went back, bishop b7, queen to d4, centralized all of the pieces, rook to g6. Black seemed to be organizing some play on the king side, but that's of course all in vain. That's all absolutely unrealistic, because he doesn't have any other pieces to support this kind of aggression. White played king h1, c5, another bad move. The square on d5 got very weak now. White went back, bishop f6, and here came a very powerful positional decision, which is the primary reason why I'm showing you this game. What did white do? Okay, I hope you did have some time to think, and I really love what white did here. See, the idea is that black might want to go knight e5, or maybe bishop e5 and queen h4, and actually, if that happens, the white king could be a little weak. So white played f4, a fantastic positional move. Now, there is no bishop e5 or knight e5, white's just gonna play, let's say, knight d5, and actually what's very interesting, because now this bishop is just dead, white can play rook g1 and then g4, and he's not afraid, you know, to weaken this diagonal, because this bishop is completely tucked in, and, you know, completely buried on b7. So black took, but then white took back, and after taking, the position opened up a lot. And in my opinion, the reason why it's very good that the position opened up a lot is because black tried some play on a flank, which is something we're supposed to meet with the active dynamic play in the center. Well, the f-file is not necessarily, you know, the center, but white did kind of meet the flank aggression with very active play. He did create targets, and now let's say these pawns on f5 and d6 can't be protected. They just can't. They're just getting lost. So black played bishop e5, white took, and white was a lot better. Unfortunately, in the game, white ended up making a very serious blunder and losing, very shortly after, but at this point white's position is simply completely winning. There is no doubt at all about this. It is just completely winning here. Now we go back and finally we'll take a look at the game I really like, even though I think this one was very interesting too, or mostly, well, it's fragment, some positional decisions, like this move f4 especially. But now we're gonna go back and take a look at this setup. White made another very interesting positional decision here. He took, and gave up his bishop, which I don't necessarily agree with personally. I think it would have been better to just continue, like we said, bishop e2, c4, castling, knight c3, try to maybe apply some pressure over this diagonal, but white played bishop f6, and here he went c4, which I do think is interesting, because now these pawns are fixed as targets, and because now white says, okay, if I get to stabilize my position, if I get to, let's say, neutralize all the pressure over this diagonal, remove all the pieces, black's position will be really bad. But black might have dynamic counter chances. He went bishop g7, knight c3, and f5, rook c1. And in my opinion here, black should have probably been a little more dynamic. I would actually like you to think a little bit here, a slightly unusual task. How would you continue as black? Because black is the one who needs to find something pretty concrete here. Not a win, but just a good way to continue. Alright, I hope you did give this a try. I think a very interesting move would be d5. The point being that if white is to take this pawn after cd, black's ready to play d4, completely eliminate the center, put the bishop on b7. And of course if he does, he would be even better, because of his bishops in a very open position. White cannot take queen d5, because then after taking, the queen is hanging and it's a check. White's losing a queen, and white can definitely take with the knight, he's not losing or anything, but then after, let's say, a check, the pawn on a2 is hanging, let's say b4, the only move, and now takes. And we have some position where, objectively, well, the computer is even saying white is better, but to be honest it doesn't make that much sense unless we find something very concrete, because black has the bishop pair, and if black just gets to develop, let's say, bishop b7, or put pressure on this pawn, he can easily be better. White can probably try something like knight e7 check, intending to, get rid of this bishop, but then it is just equal. It is a dead draw even, I would say. Let's say takes, and now for example takes, castling. These pawns are gonna get traded, and with 4 versus 4 on the same flank, the draw would just be agreed with the opposite colored bishops. No chances. So this could be one dynamic option. And there are some other ones too, like queen a5, attacking the knight, but it's a lot more concrete to play d5. But black, unfortunately for him, kind of missed the opportunity, and he did try to play queen a5 later, but here white was actually able to stabilize the position. And I totally think black was still fine, but it clearly turned out a lot more difficult for him to handle this than it was for white. Now, if he had taken after rook d2, all the dynamics is gone, and this is a problem. Knight d4 is coming to attack this pawn. This doesn't look very good for black. Even though it should be holdable, but it's a very annoying position. He continued with queen b6, but then after both knight d4, which I really like a lot, attacking the bishop and this pawn, or knight f4, like white played. White is clearly better, because look, the black bishop cannot move, because then after queen d6, white just wins this pawn, and if not, white can always consider taking, when after fe, it will be opposite colored bishops, where the black king is quite weakened, and where the black structure, these black pawns, can be very vulnerable if white plays precisely. For example, if black were to do something random, like let's say a5, some move, white can now take, and here he has some very strong positional moves, like let's say e4, opening up the game a lot, intending to open up the black king, or to force black to take with this pawn, which, weakens the control over d5. Or white can play c5 here, sacrifice a pawn, and then something like queen c2, where he is guaranteed to get this pawn back, and these two, as well as this one, are all going to be very serious major weaknesses. Again, I'm not claiming a forced loss or nothing like that, but black's clearly suffering. It's not pleasant. White continued h4 in the game instead, which I think is okay, but knight e6 was very strong too. Black played a4, and white just took this pawn. Pretty cheeky, but white thought he could afford queen c2. If I were white, I would have finally gotten this bishop and pushed this c5, because after dc, look, the structure is very, very unpleasant for black. It clearly doesn't look any right. White played queen c2, and later the game continued. Finally, white did get to push the c5, cd. A move like knight b4 would have won immediately, because the fork cannot be stopped. This is completely lost. Now, white took, black took, knight c5, and at this point, white still had the advantage, but it got a little more murky. And actually later in the game, white went on to win. It was a blitz game. Well, not a random blitz game, not like an online blitz game, but it was a game from the World Blitz Championship. So, as you can imagine, it's some very serious level. The white player is a strong international master, maybe a GM already. Black is Ilyas Mirin, one of the former world elite players, and a fantastic King's Indian player. And as you can see, he opted for some fairly King's Indian setup here, 2 against our b3. So, this game probably can't be used and shouldn't be used as an, example of perfect technique, but that's understandable. The players didn't have as much time, but I can definitely say that this game can and should be used as an example of some very interesting handling of this position as white after the opening. And in my opinion, it's very nice to watch such games, even if they weren't converted perfectly, in order to get a very firm understanding of what plans, what ideas we have, and of what kind of problems, what kind of problems the opponent can face, what kind of problems we can expect black to run into, and black to fail to solve. I think this video was one probably of the most kind of condensed videos in the entire course, because I really had to show you a lot. I had to show you some precise move orders, and I had to show you a few very interesting games, and I tried not to make it too long, which I probably rather should have, but you can always pause it or, watch it again. And I would definitely encourage you study this quite carefully, because the structures where we have 2 bishops and give up the center and have a lot of pressure on those black pawns are very typical. This is a very standard scenario in 1b3. And if you want to handle those positions well, you definitely need to understand why giving up the center is often not a problem at all, why instead giving up the center is oftentimes something very desirable, because it turns out, black's position, black's center is just not impressive at all. So I hope this will give you both the opening weapon. Here I did give you a very clear preference. Usually I give you the alternatives, but not here. I don't believe in the alternative solutions in this line. And of course, most importantly, now you have the much better understanding of this reversed Grunfeld type of pawn structures, where we give up the center and exercise a lot of pressure over the long diagonals with our bishops. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next clip. Hi, and welcome. In this chapter we'll talk about a very interesting variation which arises after the moves b3, knight to f6, bishop b2, and g6. As I said in the beginning, I'll be offering a few ways how to handle this as white. Some of you might actually In my opinion, that's a very interesting piece of advice. Even if you play also 1 d4 and your opponent plays King's Indian, let's say you go d4, knight f6, c4, g6 or stuff. If your opponent plays King's Indian, in my opinion, it's a very decent, a very lucrative moment to play one pawn to b3. I'm not saying I don't want to fight King's Indian as white. Definitely, I'm willing to. But the thing is, if the player sticks to the King's Indian setups, I think white has a very interesting move here, which is bishop takes on f6. And there are a few other interesting options, we'll talk about them in a different video, but I think that the rising positions here in this variation are really very unpleasant for the King's Indian players. They're not unpleasant maybe from the, chess perspective, as unpleasant as the main King's Indian lines. I mean, white can have better there, white can have more in those variations, but the thing is, the King's Indian players typically strive for the dynamic play, for, initiative, counterattack, sacrifices, and in this position they're not gonna have them. It's not going to happen. White's just going to press in a slightly better position. So after ef, we will play c4. And now our idea is to go knight c3, g3, bishop g2. We would install the bishop on the long diagonal, and we will just try to claim, we've got this extra pawn in the center. I mean, these are very nice pawns. And black on the other hand has those doubled pawns, which are good for kind of restraining the white mobility and preventing white from pushing too fast and from expanding a little too easily, but they're not good for any attacking purposes. So black's setup here would be rather defensive in my opinion. Now in this position, black has a very cool idea, which we're gonna speak about later, the move d5, which is a move many people don't know about, and it's a very strong continuation actually. But we'll return to this later. Now, of course, most people would go bishop to g7 here, and then after knight c3, they can continue in multiple ways. They can either play f5 immediately, and then castle, or they can choose to just castle first and then maybe d6, c6, or maybe c6, d5. We'll see about that. Black has many setups. But the game is gonna be very, very, I think, similar in most cases. So to start with, I would like to show you one game where black played castles, and after g3, d6, bishop g2, he continued with some attempts to pursue some play on the queen side, a5. Now, white doesn't really bother, white simply develops. And here black went bishop g4. At this point, white could have done many things, but he just chased his bishop away, and black took, white took back. And I think that's a very cool moment for us to stop, because, well, it's clear, white's not winning here or anything, white's advantage cannot be huge, but as you can see, there's no advantage of the bishop pair for black anymore, and white simply has a slight edge thanks to the much better pawn structure as opposed to the black's one, and this bishop's really, really nice. White could try to extend it a little bit by playing a3 before b5 and putting pressure on the pawn in c6. The black bishop's not gonna do all that much in g7, so white is playing without any risk, and I think any player of any level, no matter if you're a grandmaster or a club player, would love a position where the opponent can't do anything, where the opponents are stuck, to the passive defense. There's no way you would not be happy about it, would you? So black went rook e8 in this position. And see, the thing is, black of course could have defended better, but realistically he is just not going to have much of a counterplay if white's any careful. White went d4 and now f5. And here a quick question for you guys not to relax too much. Would you castle here, or would you make another move like, let's say, rook d1, or castles is one option, or let's say rook d1 or queen d2 or queen d3 is another option. I don't even care which move out of this three you make, or do you castle? This is the question. Okay, I hope you took a bit of time and didn't make a blunder. Unfortunately, a very natural move like castling here ends up a very serious mistake because black has bishop d4, there's a pin. He didn't just put his rook on the e-file for no reason. He created a very unpleasant trap. And if white blunders it, well, he is in a lot of trouble. So white of course played queen d3. Any other moves that would solve that problem would also do. Knight a6, castling, queen f6. And here, white had many plans, but he continued with a very natural one. He wants to expand the field of influence of that guy on g2, so he pushes a3 and b4. White went a3, And then he maneuvered a little bit with the knight. Knight c3, knight back. Well, white could have maybe handled this a little more decisively, but there's no rush. His position is a lot better. It's not going to. This advantage is not gonna escape from him or anything. White played b4. And here, after queen c2, white prepared this a little bit and just pushed b5. And as you can see in this game, unlike in many other ones, I'm not saying black is maneuvering his knight or trying to do this or that, because black is just waiting pretty much. Black doesn't have an active plan. Black just has to wait and hope white wouldn't find a decisive breakthrough. And guys, there is no way any of you, a single one of you who is watching this would not be happy with such course of events. I mean, every white player wants to press without risking to lose. I mean, there is no player who doesn't. So, at this point black traded the rooks and played knight to e4. How did white continue? Okay, I hope you did take some time here. So, first white traded the pawns on c6. White could have started with the other move too. And here, white took on e4. Well, let's see. So, here's the deal. The black bishop on g7 is not doing anything at all. And this knight, it would be nice to trade it. How did white take? Well, if white took with the knight, that would be a pretty good move. But then after fe, we have the opposite colored bishops. And black might play c5 on the next move. And this bishop's not all that active. And white's advantage is actually still very serious. Like, let's say white can play rook a6, and then queen a4, and then maybe rook a7 later on. The pawn's gonna be under the pressure. This pawn's weak. This bishop's bad. White's advantage is very serious here. But unfortunately, well, I mean it's a very reasonable path. It's a very reasonable way for white to continue here. But it would not have been all that easy to win. So white instead made a very nice positional move he took with the bishop. He is not afraid to give up his bishop, because now the remaining pieces will be very powerful, and black's minor piece is a lot worse than the white one, which if black moves his pawn can come to c5, to d5 or to b5, and it is attacking the pawn on e4. So black's losing a pawn at least by force. Black went queen c8, now queen a4. And white's saying, okay, feel free to take this guy on h3, because then after queen takes on c6, there is just way too many threats. The rook's hanging, the pawn's hanging, this pawn's hanging, some rook a8 might appear all of a sudden, and there will be multiple threats over the last rank. That would not be any nice for black, So black would not really be able to have any fun here. For example, if he were to move his rook somewhere, okay, we can now, for example, take this pawn. And it's important, we're just gonna take one more. And black can't create any threats. Like, let's say if black is to push h5 intending to somehow mess around with white on the king side. Okay, no problem, we just take here. And just go back. White's perfectly safe. He is just several pawns up. This is gonna be a queen. Or this is gonna be a queen. As you choose, the bishop is dead. White's completely winning. So, this wouldn't really work, which is why black tried c5. But then here came a little tactical shot. Knight takes on e4. And if rook takes, then after rook a8, there's a big problem. Black's just losing his queen. That is no fun. Black played rook to d8, and white collected even more stuff and traded down the rooks. Well, here I think white could have just taken and gotten another queen, to be honest. But he chose to play queen e8 and create some threats. Forced the queen trade and won in a very convincing manner as well. Black had no choice but to resign here. And, well, to be honest, of course, this is not, the game of the best players out there for both colors. The white player was a very, very strong one, a 2550 FIDE rated player, and the black one was a little over 2100. So you can, of course, blame me a little bit for showing you a game where, the rating difference was very significant, 400 points. And you can say, well, okay, you're showing me this, and you're saying b3 is a nice move, and this is a nice line, but, let's be honest, 400 rating difference would probably tell in any opening. The result may not always be a win, but a 400 rating points difference is, very significant. Well, that is completely true, I agree. But I think there is one nice thing about such games. And I always explain to my students that it's often a very good idea to look at such games, or it's a very good idea for me to show such games to them, when especially I'm introducing some opening variation or some standard idea. Why? Why do we want to learn from a game with a big where the gap between the players was significant, as opposed to a game where both opponents had a very close level? Well, the answer to this is very easy, in fact. You would probably find the same answer, the answer to this would be the same if you ask yourself why, for example, you study the games of Alekhine or Capablanca versus some less famous opponents of that time. Well, see, when two strong players compete with each other, they are trying to outplay the rival. They are trying to come up with some ideas. They're trying to set some traps, some pitfalls. But the opponents are also pretty witty. They're not blundering that. They are being very careful. And as a result, oftentimes, we see some dry-looking games. And oftentimes it seems to the viewers, to the external audience, that not much has happened. And oftentimes it's true. Some trades, and stuff gets traded and we agree to a draw. Well, the thing is, both players just understand, the potential dangers of this or that situation, and they try to avoid it. And oftentimes they're so skillful that the other side just can't do anything and it's a draw. But when you take two players of a different level, of a different skill set, it's very easy to see what are some potential dangers of this or that setup, because the strong one does manage to execute all of his ideas, and the weak one doesn't manage to counter them. So as a result, all these classic dangers of some setup or some opening get demonstrated. So as a result, you learn very distinctive patterns. I mean, it wouldn't make sense, to learn some pawn sacrifice for an attack from a game where there was no pawn sacrifice for an attack because the opponent defended. You need to learn it from a game where the pawn was sacrificed and then the opponent just got screwed, just got killed immediately. And of course, once you build a foundation, once you know about the basic ideas, it makes sense to look at the more complex, more fighting, more balanced games and see how the other side's trying to balance to counter that idea. Then you take your learning to a different level, but you can start by looking at the very even games. That won't be very effective in my opinion. So this game is a perfect example of how black can easily get outplayed in this opening if he doesn't have much of an understanding what's going on. And most players don't. And look, this is not, I'm not trying to trash the black player. I mean, it's 2150 FIDE, it's a very strong opponent. It's, better than 99% of chess players out there. And I understand if you're a grandmaster, it might not sound like a big deal to you, but for most club players, it's a fantastic level. And yet, look, this guy was absolutely helpless in this variation. I mean, he had no clue how to, how to avoid getting steamrolled. So, yeah, that just shows that the line is very dangerous. Now, alrighty, let us go all the way back, and after these moves, bishop to g7, knight to c3, there's another game which we need to look at, which went f5. And here I'm gonna show to you a game between two very strong, bright grandmasters, both above 2700 FIDE, Richard Rapport and Arkady Naiditch. Not random people from the street, obviously. White plays rook to c1. And this move is something White often makes, even though he doesn't have to, because otherwise Black might consider taking and then, getting White the structure. Even though I think that's actually good for White. For example, if White were to make some move, if Black were to take, after taking, let's say some move, White can even consider h4, h5 to get an attack. And if Black meets this with h5, then a lot of dark squares, such as f4 and g5, get extremely weak. We're just gonna put our knight on f4, bishop on g2. These pawns give some very nice space advantage. Even though White doesn't have, that previous type of pressure, he's clearly better here, I think. So, it's not necessary for white to actually play this move rook c1, but most players do. And here black went c5, which in my opinion is a little bit weird, because it's weakening that square on d5 so much. Now, white played g3, and after castling bishop g2, knight c6, knight h3 was another very nice move. Now, I would think white would like to play knight f4 and knight d5, but Richard Rapport had this idea in mind, but after black played g5, he had to readjust a little bit. And I would actually like to ask you a question. What would you do here as white? How to continue? Alrighty, I hope you took some time to think. Well, unfortunately our plan became impossible. So white here went pawn to f4. Now, he is challenging the black structure, and if anything, the knight's ready to come to f2, where later it could support e4, or maybe it could travel somewhere else. For example, I could easily imagine it coming to d1, e3, d5, or I could easily imagine it coming possibly to d3 and e5 in some situations, or I can imagine it supporting the move pawn to e4. And it's very important that in such a position, white can also consider just playing h3, opening up that h file. And also it's very important to say that, look, here white can try to do multiple things in the center. He doesn't have to, but he can, like e3, d4, or maybe d3 and then e4. And while white can definitely try to do many things, black can't. I mean, black doesn't have any moves in the center. He can't ever push the d pawn because white is controlling the square so well, and black cannot do anything really. He doesn't have a single pawn move, a single pawn break, a single plan related with the pawn play. It's not a good position for him, guys. Now, black played h6, and white continued with castling. In my opinion, it was also very, very possible for white to play something like knight d5 here, keeping the tension, and then, if black were to play, let's say, d6, I think white could have played something like e3, intending queen h5. In my opinion, this would be a very sensible, sound plan, possibly queen h5, or maybe even taking first, and after taking queen h5 in that case, putting pressure on that pawn on g5. That wouldn't have been any good. Now, Richard instead chose to castle, which is completely fine, of course, it's a good move, but I think it would be nice to keep more options open by castling, by playing queen h5 and not castling yet. Now, black played d6, and white here continued fg, hg, and e3. Well, it was also possible and very interesting to try something like e4, challenging black in the center, and then if black were to take, this would suddenly prove an absolutely decisive mistake. Why? What is the move? The brilliant move white would have in that case. What could white do to win the game? Okay, I hope you took some time. Now, we were all talking about positional play, but all of a sudden after queen h5, it's time to go home, because bishop e4, bishop h7, I mean queen h7, or knight g5 and queen h7 is completely screwing black. There is no defense. Like, for example, if black goes f6, white just takes on e4, and there is no way to avoid, the checkmate. King h8 and then back to g6, mate. There's no way for black to stop it. Black would just need to resign. So black couldn't take, and he would need to do something else, but it's not really clear what it would be. Richard went e3, also keeping a very nice position, and now the knight came to f4. It's gonna come to d5. Actually, the other one did first, and white played rook to b1. It's slightly, unusual solution. Actually, I was very curious. I was analyzing this a little bit myself. Well, quite extensively. A little bit was just a figure of speech. I was analyzing this quite extensively, in fact, myself, before showing it to you. And a very interesting plan I've discovered here is related to the move king to f2, intending to play h3, rook to h1, and do a lot of damage to black over the h file. Now, the rook might come to h5, the queen might possibly go to e2, rook to h1, and black would be screwed. Black has no way to stop the king side from opening up. So this would have been a very, very interesting possibility, in my opinion. Now, Richard continued with a natural rook to b1, intending b4. Well, I would say natural because, well, it's maybe not entirely natural, it's a lot more natural than king f2 and h3. Yeah, he keeps the advantage no matter what he does, because look, because of this pawn structure, Black completely lacks any, active moves, and he moves with his pieces, and he moves with his pawns. He can go somewhere with his pieces, but because the pawn breaks are not possible, because the pieces can't support any pawn play, he can't get anywhere. He is just forced to wait. So White pushed this b4, and then White started opening up the entire queen side, and he got there. He took. Now Black went a5, and White played rook f2. Well, a move like queen a4 I think would have been great. Immediately creating some threats, keeping the knight under the attack, preparing b7, possibly preparing to even take on b4 at some point, to take on a5. Like, for example, in this position, one nice piece of tactic here could be knight takes on b4, intending to just win that knight with the bishop, like if a b then bishop c6. And if Black were to take with the knights, then we can take here, and it's also completely lost, of course, because White just gonna collect this stuff with some rook f5 after the knight moves away, and the entire king side, this pawn, the pawn on f7, everything's just going to collapse. White will not be stopped here. There is no way he can be. So here Richard went rook f2 and prepared some play on the king side. Actually, Black should have taken, trying to get counterplay, but his position was really very bad during the entire game. And after queen h6, d4, Richard just got too many lovely pawns over here. Now Black took, White took, and White's just making progress. White's just advancing the pawns. There's no way it can be stopped at all. Well, in my opinion, White's play is developing like a wonderful melody of a song. Black just cannot do anything. Like, let's say if the queen went back c6, this is it. I mean, c7 is coming. There's no way Black can do anything. And he decided to sacrifice a queen, but yeah, it's all bark, no bite. There's just no hope that Black can really have. Black played a2, and here White had actually a few good solutions, but White just found the most human one. How would you continue as White to stop all the bark Black's been having on the queen side? Okay, I hope you took some time, guys. I hope you paused the video. White simply took. There's no point in calculating the more complicated stuff if you can just promote those pawns, and if you're a queen up, why would you do that? So he just took, and Black in a few moves decided to give up, because there's nothing to play for. He is a lot of material down, and his pieces are absolutely cramped. White pawns are way, way too strong. Now, if you look at this game from the beginning, basically, in my opinion, from the very moment when Black played c5, I have a tremendous amount of respect for the players, and Arkady Knight is a fantastic fighter. He beat multiple 2700 plus opponents. He is, a terrific player. He has fantastic feel for the initiative. But in this game, he clearly wasn't in his best shape. He wasn't having, one of his best days, because after c5, there's just nothing Black can do. He is just running out of counterplay. It's no fun. And White went on to win. As you could see, Black was just very short in counterplay during the entire game. So, I'm not claiming, of course, all these positions, are winning for White or anything. Don't get me wrong, I'm not over-exaggerating. I'm not trying to say that this is the best variation for White in the entire game of chess. But I definitely think that those positions are not going to be all that exciting for a King's Indian player or for the Grunfeld player. Those guys, and you gotta understand, it's very important in my opinion. If you play someone who wants sharp play, you don't give them the sharp play. If you play someone who wants positional play, you give them the sharp play. You need to try to keep your opponent out of his comfort zone. You don't need to play into, what they want. You don't need to be acting principled, like, oh, he thinks he calculates well, I'm gonna go ahead and beat him in calculation. You don't do that. That's not smart. What you do, you deprive your opponents of their strength. You don't let them show how good they can get in their element. So, in my opinion, this is what this line is all about, really. Now, there is this variation which I wanted to show to you, which is very, very important in my opinion. The move pawn to d5. A very cool positional move, because black's immediately counter-attacking in the center, and the reason why I call it positional is because here, if white now plays g3, black takes advantage of the fact that white's dark squared bishop has been traded, and that the diagonal has been weakened, that the square on b2 has been weakened, that the square on c1 has been weakened, and makes an absolutely brilliant move. I've learned this the hard way. I've run into this in a game, and I had a very hard time. A brilliant move here, absolutely gorgeous, is bishop to a3. Why here? Well, because if you put it on g7 as we've established, and then play f5, white is gonna put a wall, build a wall with c3 and d4. The bishop's gonna just bite on the granite. It can't really do anything. It can't get anywhere. So this position would be no fun for black. And instead, if you go to a3, well, white won't be able to put his rook on c1. And sometimes black might even go bishop b2 and win something, thanks to the double attack. And for example, if you just develop here, and develop like this, it's very easy to get into some sort of a squeeze of this kind. And white, I really feel pain here for white. I feel, as if I went to a dentist who wasn't too qualified and didn't really use the painkiller. I mean, white just can't. Even though, why am I talking about dentist? I'm too young to do that, but I thought this comparison would make sense. Not that I know of it really, but white really can't get out. His d pawn cannot move. I mean, he is absolutely stuck. It's not like he's lost, of course, or anything, but black's just gonna increase the pressure. He'll place the rooks in the center, he'll play f5, knight e5, or knight b4, knight c2, or knight d3. This position totally, well, it feels really bad. It does not even have to be all that bad, but it feels really bad to be white here. So white should by all means avoid this. And in this position, it's very important to make the right move, which is pawn to a3. A key move you guys cannot afford to forget. This is one of the few lines in the game when you cannot afford to forget stuff. And very importantly, black of course cannot take this pawn for many reasons, because there is a spin. But how would white actually win this bishop in the most convincing manner? What would you do here, guys? Okay, the move is knight to b1, and stuff's getting taken. Black's losing a piece. Black cannot afford it. In Russian we say whoever used to bite got trapped. I'm not sure if that saying makes that much sense, but I think when you look at the bishop on a3, it did bite and it did get trapped, so it does. Now, black can, for example, play c6 here, preparing to retreat with the queen, and here all we need to do is simply to develop and kick that queen back and now build that lovely barrier against this guy who wanted to bite instead of barking. Now it's all bark, no bite. It can't do anything. And again, white's going to simply be better. For example, after castling, bishop d3 takes. Well, maybe I exaggerated a little bit. White's not necessarily better, but in my opinion, it's a lot easier to be white because, again, black has a double pawns. And most likely in any endgame, white's gonna fancy his extra pawn, either here, or maybe if he pushes some stuff on the queen side, he might get some targets there. He might be able to, annoy black quite a lot on the queen side. The bishop's not working. The position is very closed, or fairly closed, and the knights tend to be more useful than the bishop. So white's, in my opinion, having, well, not an adventure of a lifetime, but he's clearly having a pretty nice position. And for example, in this game, it's just interesting to see how things worked out. White maneuvered a little bit, and he just said, okay, I'm in no rush. Here, he could have made a move like g3 to prevent any stuff with f4. He never did, and black maybe could have tried to get a little more counterplay, but he waited, and eventually just simply got squeezed. Look how white's maneuvering. White is making progress. White created a weakness on a7. It's a backward pawn. It will be attacked over the open file. Now this bishop's not doing anything, and when black tried to get rid of this pawn, white took, and started attacking this. 1 on a6, and pretty soon black went on to not blunder in exchange yet, but just end up in a situation where he is completely squeezed. White went back, white played around a little bit, white made sure to suppress all the counterplay, and very, very shortly, well, maybe not as shortly as I would like it to sound, white managed to collect that pawn. And actually, in my opinion, he didn't do it in the best way possible. He still allowed black to get some counterplay, but the course of the game was very clear. White was the one having all the fun, all the pressure, and black was the one trying to survive, trying to hold on, trying not to let white make the decisive progress. So in my opinion, these positions, and I think it's one of those very infrequent things when a human can still kind of deceive the computer a little bit, and the computers tend to get misguided. They think it's equal, and at first they might even think it's a little better for black. But in fact, the black bishop is absolutely useless in these positions. And if we play carefully, if we don't let this bishop get active, the character of the position is such that white has a much easier life, a much easier time. So I definitely think that this plan with the move bishop f6, which is very natural once we can spoil the pawns we do, is very, very practically strong. It might not be the best variation from the analytical standpoint, but that's not the purpose of this course. As I said, we're not gonna, necessarily study some hardcore theory. The point of this course is different. The point of this course is to provide you with a practical weapon, and with a very detailed, with a very profound understanding of the arising middle games, and maybe sometimes even of the arising end games. So I think that what we've been discussing here is a lot more important than the slight theoretical advantage which you can sometimes claim in the more theoretical lines. And what really matters is that when you get a position after the opening, you understand what to do. And as we just saw in most examples here, white would play c4, then he'd play g3, bishop g2, e3, d4, sometimes knight f3, but mostly knight e2, f4 for instance. And oftentimes, let's say, try to push his pawn, try to get more pressure over the long diagonal, activate the bishop. His plan was very universal, very standard. White typically would make progress on the queen side and suppress all the play on the king side. A very easy plan. But just in case, if you don't like it, some of you don't like it, we'll also talk about the other plan, which involves transposing to the King's Indian setups, and I've used that one as well myself quite a lot. Again, it's possible that black equalizes there as well. Most likely he does, even though I myself am of an opinion that King's Indian defense, while it can give plenty of practical chances, is not very good analytically, and I think that in most King's Indian positions black is just worse, objectively. So it's still debatable if black can equalize or not, but this is a more ambitious way to play for sure from the objective standpoint, so we are analyzing that in a different video too. And in this one, the last, very, very important, of course, piece of advice, please don't forget, don't you ever dare to forget, that if black tries to put his bishop on a3, you can't let that happen, so you play a3 and stop this. It's super, super important. If you don't do this, you'll end up in a cramped position. Okay, I hope I've given you all the wisdom I could, and let us move on. I think now you're ready to face this variation versus pretty much anyone. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next clip. Hey, in this video we'll speak about a slightly different topic than our move b3 purely, but I think it's going to be very helpful. So as I had told you in the beginning and in several other videos, oftentimes I find it a very good idea to use the move 1 b3 as a possibility to trick the opponent out of their repertoires, and possibly even get to some main lines or some relatively popular lines, but make sure they can't play something that they want to play. What am I talking about, and how can we implement this? Well, let me tell you about a very specific example of one important tournament game of mine. So I was playing a guy who would go g6, bishop g7, no matter what. For example, he would face e4 with g6 and play as a perk, and let's say here he would play all this stuff, which for sure, white is better, but the positions are pretty complicated, and he clearly seemed to love them a lot. Or he would meet a move like c4 here, the King's Indian, with all that stuff like d6, e5. And for example, if I were to play some King's Indian like this, he might have chosen to play knight f6, or most likely he would have gone d6, e5, knight e7, knight d7, this kind of a setup. So we can see the problem is not that he was playing, the strongest lines possible out there, but that he would play something that he really likes. And even though the positions are definitely better for white, they are complicated enough, they are interesting enough, and there is no clear refutation. I mean, you have slightly better position, you get a fight, and it's possible to either win or get outplayed. There is nothing terrible for black out there. So I was thinking how I should have gone about it, and I clearly thought, either playing these or playing one e4 was something I was considering, and that would have been a good choice too. But my philosophy typically involves getting the opponent out of his comfort zone as quickly as possible. And of course, I try to do it in a normal, solid manner without over pushing or chasing my luck. So I went b3. Now you would ask, why b3? What's special about this move? Well, clearly, if you go g6 after bishop b2, you have to put your knight on f6. You can't afford to, get a setup like this anymore. That's not possible. So my opponent played knight f6 here, and in a different chapter in this course we speak about bishop f6, which I also think is very interesting, but I just went g3. And all of a sudden my opponent realized that we ended up in King's Indian defense. We ended up in an opening I could have gotten via 1 d4 or 1 knight f3. But even though he could have gone there in that case as well, he would have another setup too with this knight e7. But in this case I deprived him of it. He couldn't play it anymore. He had to stick with only one setup instead of being able to choose between two or amongst three. So he clearly wasn't comfortable, and I could definitely tell by his facial expression that he had absolutely no desire and to play that on this specific day, and he wasn't prepared. So as we'll see in a different game, the main plan for black here involves either e5 or c5, in two different games actually, but my opponent played c6 here, and he tried to do some random stuff. I stopped whatever his intention was, because there is no need to allow him to play a4 and keep some tension, or possibly release it, or possibly play a3 at some point. I just stopped him, and I quickly got the center. At this point white's advantage is already huge. Well, unfortunately here maybe I did not react in the best way possible. I made a few decent moves, but here I guess to play e5 for instance would have been very, very unpleasant and rough for black. Let's say e5. If black takes, we take back, and this is just very, very unpleasant. The knight's coming to d4, the pawn on c6 is loose, the bishop on g7 is tamed, there is not much black can do. The computer even thinks it's already nearly lost for black. But I played a few very natural moves which unfortunately kind of let my advantage go off. He took, played bishop b7, and here I should have taken, I guess, and then knight d4 or something, reaching a very typical position with the extra space. I thought I'd keep more tension, but here it transpired he was already kind of alright. It was still an interesting position though, and actually the game continued. I, to be honest, was a little desperate to win, because I remember in this tournament you needed to score 6.5 out of 9, which is 5 draws and 4 wins if you don't lose, and I had drawn 4 games and won 1 by that point or something, so I needed a few more wins, desirably in a row. So I went for some pretty clear imbalance here, and eventually I managed to outplay him. It was a pretty interesting game actually. I had sacrificed this pawn, intending to play queen b3, trap this knight, win this pawn, and there were some complications where we both calculated a lot, but objectively at this point white's position was pretty much winning, I would say. I mean, it was massively better, and stuff got murky, but eventually I managed to outplay him, and all these weaknesses did tell. And I could have scrolled through this game a little too quickly, but I just wanted to say that, well, I'll show you a different game now in, a lot more depth, but I just wanted to say that my opponent, who had absolutely no desire to go here, and who is actually a very, very decent player, way over 2200 feet, and he used to be around 2300, that's definitely his strength. He didn't have much of an understanding, much of an idea what to do here, and after a few unfortunate moves, he just had no plan, and here white was already nearly winning. So fortunately I managed to convert, and that taught me a lesson to not even take more risks. Well, back in the day when I played b3 in that game, I would be honest with you, I was already fascinated by this opening, but I didn't know as much after, let's say, e5. And had he played this, I'm not exactly sure what I would have done. So I did take some risks out there, and I was rewarded. And the lesson was that, yeah, you got to take some risks once in a while if you want to beat the strong opponents, or if you want to get them out of their comfort zone rapidly. Now, I definitely know a lot more about the move b3. I can definitely play it versus anyone, so I don't think there's gonna be a risk if I do that another time. But I wanted to show to you that, see, even very strong players can definitely get tricked. So we've talked about this position, how it appears, and now let's look at another game of mine which we will talk about in a lot more detail. Actually, it started with the normal moves, but as you could imagine, I could play b3 and bishop b2 on move 1 and 2 as well. We would have gotten the same thing. Let's say this position. We could have gotten it if I had started with b3 a lot earlier. So the deal is such that most King's Indian players like to continue with e5. And actually it is possible, as some games went, for example game Kramnik Vokatura from the Olympiad, a very famous game, it's possible to play e5 and then take back with the pawn, because if white gets too greedy, there is a huge issue that appears over this diagonal, and then black just has the move knight to g4, when white's position is no fun, he is losing an exchange. So white shouldn't really be doing this, so black can afford to play e5. But most people, well, I mean, here white has some other moves like bishop a3, for example, or bishop b2, which are very interesting and natural, and the game is pretty rich once white plays them. So most people don't really dare to take back with the pawn. But most King's Indian players, they can't really help themselves, they really love tricks. They really love, sometimes even cheap tricks, unfortunately for them. And one thing that seems to be a trick of this kind is the move knight d7 here. Because black is creating a pin, and he says, okay, yeah, you got a pawn, I'm gonna take it at the moment when I want to. You can't really help that. But the thing is, when I play c4, if black takes back, which is exactly how the game went, queen d2, it transpires that now white's pawn on c4 is controlling a lot of squares in the center and gives white a huge spatial advantage. And the black pawn on d6, in fact, is, not giving him all that much. And white's plan here is extremely simple, extremely painfully simple, I would say. It is to play knight c3, knight d5, then to put the rook on d1, possibly to trade this knight, chase it away with f4, trade, maybe queen b2, followed by some knight f6, and black will lose because of the weaknesses of this diagonal. It happens very, very often to black here. Like, let's say, I can definitely imagine some setup like this, where we can both take with the pawn and with the bishop. Let's say pawn takes, increasing our control over e5 after f4, and then we put our knight here, and just come here, and there's very little black can do, and we can even use this pawn to kind of dismantle the black kingside setup. So these positions, in my opinion, are all, are not all that fun for black. I mean, for example, this position, the computer says it's nearly lost, which is a huge deal, I think, because the ancients are usually very resilient. They don't give such a huge advantage. They can just say, okay, you're a little better, don't get too dreamy, but the ancient believes it's nearly lost. So my opponent played bishop e6, and we definitely got to the same situation in the game. I played rook to d1. He is clearly very short in counterplay. He went rook b8. The idea being that he wanted to take, and then after I take, he wanted to move this knight somewhere, but then it would hang the pawn on b7, so he defended this pawn. but then I just traded myself. And probably at this point black would have been best off if he had recaptured with a pawn, but then after, let's say, knight d5, it clearly transpires if black takes, we take back with the pawn, or with the bishop we have the advantage of two bishops. Black's position is very, very unpleasant. And on the other hand, if you make some move like this, for instance, again, say e3 is good, and we are just taking the square under control, the knight's a monster. It's possible black needs to watch out for all the kinds of discoveries if the queen goes away or something. White is clearly in the driver's seat. This is a very bad position for the opponent. Now, my opponent decided to take with the knight, and of course, at this point, I continued with a very natural move. What was this move? What did I do? Okay, I hope you did take some time to think and found the right solution, which of course is the move pawn to f4. Why f4? Well, as we said, we wanna kick that knight out, grab the diagonal. Black goes back, e4. Now, look at that center. Knight d5 might come, or maybe, you know what, if black made some move like a6, some random move, white's got another very cool idea here, which I absolutely need to show to you. Or actually I might use it as another exercise. How will white continue here to absolutely slaughter black? It will be just over after this move, nearly instantly. Okay, of course, the move is f5. And when the bishop goes back, knight d5. Or even f6 immediately. And then after bishop f6, knight d5, well, black loses all of his stuff. The game is over. So, or white could play knight d5 here, and then when the queen would go back, for example, white would play f6. He's not winning anything, but the bishop is completely killed. White would play queen h6, rook f4, rook h4, and this is a very easy slaughter. Now, black of course has to deal with this, so my opponent played f5 himself, stopping me from pushing this pawn, but then I just took, won another tempo on the queen, and then I played rook to e1. Why with this one? Well, because there is not much it can do on the d file, and this one might actually be needed over here, so I played rook e1. Black played rook e8, and now I took. If black had taken with the queen, I could have just won this pawn on c7, or I could have tried to win thanks to some tactical tricks, but the pawn is good enough. My opponent took with the rook. What did I do here? Of course, there's nothing to think about twice. I simply continued with knight f6, grabbing the bishop pair. And after this move, this diagonal feels so lonely and so abandoned that I even want to stop playing and cry. I mean, the position is, it's clearly already absolutely hopeless at this point. Black can't do anything. White just gonna move the bishop back, put the queen on b2 or c3, and just come out there and slaughter the opponent's king. Black went bishop e4, I went back, and unfortunately here I, for some reason, kind of chickened out. I should have, of course, just gone queen c3. The point being that if he were to take, I just have checkmate, which is not too difficult. But unfortunately I took back with the king, and I did actually give him some counterplay. He could have gone queen f5 here, and I need to understand that some queen e4 is coming. Like, let's say if I go queen c3 here, he has queen e4, and if king g1, queen e3, for example, or he has even rook e2, and if rook f2, check, and for example, after something like this, even though I can give a check and win stuff, my king can also be very weak, so it might not be that easy to win, even though, of course, if anything, white's the one pushing. But yeah, I could have won immediately with this move queen c3. As you can see, I focused a little too much about on the strategy and absolutely failed to take into consideration some dynamic stuff. Well, thankfully my opponent didn't ever find this. He went queen e6, and now it is over. There is no defense over the dark squares. He gave me a check, he gave a few more checks, and had some fun, but I just escaped. And it turned out that such a move as g4 can easily be played, because not only there is no checks, but also white can even push the pawns even further and completely disrupt and dismantle and disassemble the black King's shelter. My opponent played rook e7 here, but then check, and here comes the final touch. How did I continue to win this game? Okay, of course, I pushed f5, using my rook as well. If pawn takes after rook takes, there is nowhere the king can go. King g6, I have a check, and I win the queen. And if my opponent goes queen e2, which is what he did, I take. And then, if he goes king g6, it's simply mate in 1. Or if he plays king e6, then I just gave a check. That's exactly how the game continued. Now the only move would have been this, but then after queen g8 check, if he goes king e7, I can just checkmate him in one move with bishop f6, or I could checkmate him with some rook f7 or with some queen f8. That would just take a little longer. So he really had no choice here but to resign. And of course, we may not have spoken in extensive detail about this position from the theoretical perspective. Sure, black has other moves like knight d7 or like, this knight maybe, or e5, or, well, we'll speak about the move c5 in a different video, but black can try knight d7, c6, queen c7, or black can try e5, or black can try knight d7, e5, or black can try some stuff with a5, and there's really a lot of setups. But in my opinion, in the first place, this is a fantastic setup versus the King's Indian. I've played it for, I think, 15 classical games or so, probably, I don't know, 50 rapid and blitz tournament games over the board, and I had absolutely terrific results. It yielded me probably some of the highest results compared with any other chess openings I've ever played. And I think the reason is, again, not just the objective strength and soundness of the line, but it's closely related to the psychology, because most King's Indian players find it very annoying to be facing a setup where they can't get a typical King's Indian type of a counterplay, where they need to satisfy themselves with a very, these boring, dull, uncomfortable positions. So I definitely think that these positions are, while objectively adequate, acceptable for black, not too much fun for him, and that is an alternative I wanted to give to you in the event if you would tell me that, after b3, knight f6, bishop b2, g6, you consider the move bishop f6 interesting, but a little too lame, and that you want to have more of an advantage as white. Well, as I said in the beginning, in my opinion, b3 can be played in a very ambitious manner if you do have such a desire, and this is exactly the way how you go about it. You go knight f3, g3, bishop g2, d4, and go back to the King's Indian. And I feel that most black players would not enjoy that line all that much, and just in case if you're not, that encouraged to play the specific variation, it's very good that we talked about the typical ideas here, and it's very nice to have several alternatives. And we continue discussing these positions in a different video, in the next video, because here black also has the setups when he puts his pawn on c5, when he either plays knight d7, c5, or maybe c5 quicker, or maybe c5 one move earlier, and so on and so forth. For example, with this move order, he can choose to do something like this, where we need to understand how to break through in such positions. So that's something we're going to speak about as well in the next video. And again, even if you don't ever place a specific line, if you say, okay, I don't need your alternatives, thank you so much, but I am fine sticking with one variation, it's completely okay. But it doesn't mean you're wasting your time watching these videos. It means you're gaining a much deeper understanding of the typical middle game structures, pawn structures, and even if you don't use the specific line, you'll use the structure itself in multiple typical positions. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one, where we continue dismantling those King's Indian setups. Thank you, and take care. Hey guys, welcome. In this video we continue our coverage of the King's Indian type of positions which arise. Yeah, you heard me right. I hope that doesn't scare you. Which arise after b3, knight f6, bishop b2, g6, and here either knight f3 or g3, when pretty shortly, let's say after d4, d6, d4, castling bishop g2, we get the King's Indian sort of stuff. And as I had said in a previous video, in a different video here, you can always feel free to take on f6, and that's perfectly good. But for the sake of giving you variety in terms of your opening choice, and very importantly, for the sake of explaining more typical pawn structures to you guys, we're discussing this as well. So, my game actually started with one knight f3, but that's not really a problem because very shortly we've arrived at the very same type of position. Now, in a different video, we have discussed what happens if black plays e5 in the structures, let's say e5, d, knight g4, and then, as we had said, white gets a massive advantage because he just plays queen d2, rook d1, puts his knight on d5, and this is a fantastic position, which can be found in a different video. Now, we have discussed this, but then the question, of course, is what happens in the event of a slightly different pawn thrust, pawn to c5? What do we do about this? How do we react here? Well, we typically don't want to play d5 in these positions because it feels like at some point you'd need to support the pawn with c4, and then black would get massive counterplay by means of moves like b5, which is, you know, not entirely appealing, not necessarily. So that's not something we might want to do. Instead, we play c4, and again, I have explained on multiple occasions in these videos, I'm not trying to make them over theoretical in terms of the move orders and stuff like that. I'm rather trying to explain what structures we strive to get, and hopefully you'll figure out the rest very easily yourself because you understand what pawn type of structures, what kind of formations, what kind of trades are favorable for us and what not. And of course, when you do understand all of this, it's very easy to handle the rising middle game. Now, black in my game, and actually I've had a few games like this, went rook to b8. The reason is, if he had taken after taking, he typically wants his knight to be, let's say, on c6, the bishop on d7, so that, you know, this bishop's not exercising too much pressure. But unfortunately, if black takes in a current position, it's really difficult to explain how those guys will get out, because whenever the knight goes to c5, well, it can, let's say knight c5, knight c3, bishop somewhere. But once you go bishop d7, you're barely capable of protecting this pawn. And here, white can immediately take advantage of this. How will white actually take advantage of this? Right, I hope you have thought a little bit and found the solution. Of course, it's very, very easy. We would simply play, well, I mean, we don't have to, but it's interesting to check the move pawn to b4. The point being that wherever black goes, this pawn's likely to prove a problem. And, yeah, this doesn't look very appealing for black. And actually, he might be able to generate some counterplay here with moves like maybe queen b6, but, again, white, first of all, I don't think that's enough. And I think black's position there is pretty bad, but also, if white didn't feel like it, he could have just made some move like queen d2 and just placed all of his pieces in the center, and he would be massively better again. So, this doesn't look very nice, and typically, well, not typically, but in all the games I've had, which I might refer to as typically, black played rook to b8 here, intending to play a6 and then b5, knight c3, a6. And here, I think I've made a very interesting decision. I made this decision over the board once only, and then I repeated it in the next game, even though I had analyzed this and I knew that the computer was suggesting some other moves as well, but I thought that what I did was very, very appealing. And actually, I don't think there is, you know, the one-size-fits-all solution here. I think white has a few good choices, so I'd like you to think a little bit and to tell me what kind of continuation you like as white. Alrighty, I hope you did pause the video and took the time. So here, we've got plenty of options, of course. We can, for example, play e4, or we can play a4, stopping b5, or as I said, we can play e4, ignore what black's doing, or we can play d5, or we can play dc, so you know what to choose is a question. Well, the computer gives a4 as the best move, but I'm actually not sure if I agree with this, because after something like taking, and for example a5, it feels like even though white does have a massive space advantage, his square on b4 and square on c5 are both very weak. Black would put the knight on c5, and later he might try to maybe remaneuver it to b4, the other one to c5. And Well, it's definitely true. White is better. I don't think it's very easy to actually break through, because in order to do that, you'll need to start expanding very heavily on the king side and in the center. And once you do that, there's always a chance you would kind of misplace this position a little bit and overextend. And obviously, in that case, you might risk and face a pretty unpleasant position. So yeah, white is better, but I'm not sure if I like this practically. Now, another idea here is to play e4, which is also something the computer likes quite a bit. And then after taking, we get, of course, a very nice setup with, the fantastic space advantage, the so-called Maroczy bind. Even though our bishops are in a slightly unusual position for the Maroczy bind, both bishops are fianchetted here, which is not something you see all that much in the Maroczy bind position. White's much better. But probably I'd be more concerned about b5, because that's exactly why black played rook to b8. And here, I think that white can continue with e5, initiating some very fun stuff, which does not actually necessarily look very clear. Like, let's say black can play knight g4, and then white can kick this knight out, or white can choose to, for example, take on d6. The position is getting, I would say, a little bit messy. Now, the question, of course, is, in my opinion, not just how to, keep the best position possible, but also how to keep things under control, how to make sure that the opponent does not have all that much fun, how to make sure that whatever the opponent does, his life's not going to be all that easy. In that regard, I thought that a very, very interesting continuation, a few moves back here, is not to allow for all that kind of counterplay actually, but instead to go with something else, but instead to take on c5. And as I had told you, to play d5 here is a big mistake because of b5, and black's just getting all the kind of fun. Some knight e4 ideas are coming down the pipeline, this bishop is hanging. Things are not really looking good here. I don't like it. Yeah, I just don't think white's even equal. So instead I took on c5. And here the entire point is that, black can take in both ways. Black can definitely take with the pawn, but then, and then try to push b5, you might think. But then after a move like queen to d3, I actually don't really think that black's position is, manageable, because he can't ever achieve b5, and white's just gonna bring the rook to the center, either this one to, let's say, d1, or to c1, the other one to d1 maybe, and then possibly, let's say, go for stuff like knight e5, once we have the spin and we are sure we can win something, or possibly play knight d5, try to take advantage of this diagonal. The position actually looks pretty problematic for black, in my opinion. It's very bad, both practically and objectively. So at this point, my opponent took with the knight, which is kind of the more natural choice, I would think. At least it seems to be keeping a bit of an imbalance in the position, and black does typically look for the imbalance because, well, first of all, that's the nature of many King's Indian players. They want to keep the position complicated. But secondly, if black goes for the symmetrical position, then all of my pieces are simply better, and that is no fun for black. You have the symmetrical position, you can't hope for the advantage because of the better structure, because it's symmetrical, and all of white's pieces are a lot better, so black's position is clearly, very, very unpleasant, I would say. Now, I went knight to d4, preventing ideas like b5 on account of knight to c6, and, there will be a fork, and taking the square on b5 under additional control as well. And here, my opponent could have done, of course, many things. I mean, it is pretty clear he could have played, let's say, bishop d7 or something. That would be a pretty natural move, taking c6 under control. But then I can actually just kick this knight out and make it difficult for black to do anything. Like, let's say he goes knight e6, and now I can possibly just jump in with the other knight too, and it's clear that white's position is very, very pleasant here. Like, for example, if black is to trade we take back with a pawn, and for example such a position, albeit nearly symmetrical, white just has a bit of extra space, is not even by any means. White has ideas here. White has maybe ideas related with a4, a5, queen b6, rook c1, rook c7. This is not equal. Definitely not. So this doesn't seem to be working. And I mean, probably this is objectively black's best bet to go bishop d7, but his position still remains pretty unpleasant. White can also just play rook c1 or something, meaning to meet b5 with something like cb, ab, knight to c6, and black's position, again, the computer might not be too worried about it, but I definitely think it is fairly unpleasant practically. Now, my opponent made a move e5, which is obviously extremely committal, but he thought he'd get counterplay. I went knight c2, and he played b5. And here, I actually need you to pause the video and think, what would you do here as white? Okay, I hope you did take some time and stopped the video. As I keep emphasizing, it's very important to be making pauses and to be using your brain, because when you're passively watching, it's easy to, arrive at a conclusion that chess is an extremely easy game, that there's nothing to learn, nothing to worry about. But this is a huge misunderstanding, which unfortunately quickly gets punished once we get to the board and try to play. So it's very important to practice. Now, that I maybe got you a little bored and tired of this, intention of mine to convince you to pause the video, which I hope you all do already, but I just can't help myself and can't stop emphasizing this. This is really, really crucial. Now, white can of course take, and then, AB, and then do something, but black might want to go b4, or black might want to maybe play bishop b7, d5, and white definitely is better, but it seems so that we can, instead of taking first, we can take advantage of the fact that the square on c6 is really weak and play knight to b4, which still keeps us with the options of taking here if we want to, but at the same time it creates a threat. And first make sure to see what black does. And what black does here is bishop b7, because he needs to take care of the square. bc knight c6 is just game over immediately. And bishop d7 doesn't really help him, because after queen d6, white just wins a pawn and also attacks this knight and also attacks this pawn and just plays rook d1, knight d5, or knight c6. This is just a, slaughter. White's completely winning. So bishop b7 here is what black can do and should do, and here I took, my opponent took. And at this point, I actually had a very, very long thought. I probably took 20-25 minutes here. I would really welcome you to take a pause here, take a break and think. Maybe not 25 minutes, but at least 5 to 7. How would you continue as white? And what are the other options? I don't want to just hear a move, or I don't want you to think of just one move. I want you to tell yourself, okay, I've got this and this and that candidate move. Here are the consequences, and I choose that continuation because of such reasons. Alrighty, I hope you did take a break and pause the video. Now let's discuss. So in the first place, white can definitely play knight c6 and get the bishop pair. Well, I didn't really like it here, because after takes, black is on time to play b4, and then after something natural like knight d5, let's say chop and queen b6, I felt that the position would be probably nicer for white, because he's got the bishop pair. Most importantly, this guy on d5 looks very, very nice, and the pawn on d6 is backward. But this knight on c5 is truly gorgeous. It's definitely, ensured by the position of that pawn on b4, and white's advantage is pretty clear over here. But it would be very, very difficult to break through. White might need to either play a3 at some point, and it's not really clear how to, how to disrupt black's position, or maybe he'd need to do something on the king side, which is not very easy either, because, see, the pawn is a problem, but it's not gonna just get lost all by itself. So I wasn't sure if I liked this. So another option here was knight d5. And I thought white would be better here too. I was calculating something like takes, or rather not calculating, because it's not about calculation here, it's about comparing and evaluating. But yeah, so I was looking at a line like this, and here let's say a3, and here for example queen a8, trying to take control over the diagonal, and then let's after some move like rook c1, takes. For sure white is better, again there is no doubt, but the bishop looks really restrained, the knight looks very nice. Yeah, sure, the white knight is looking nice, but it's not easy to do much, and the pawn on b3 is always a problem. And if you ever play b4, then the knight might come to a4, harass this bishop, maybe later to b6 and c4, and to be honest, I'm not really entirely sure if I like this position that much. I mean, there's no doubt white's position is clearly better here, but it's not really, easy to say whether we would be able to achieve much of a progress, at least very clearly or very easily. I am not all that convinced. So I thought I clearly wasn't too willing to go here, and again it's pretty clear white should be better, but not so easy to understand how to be breaking through. So I decided to keep the tension here with a move rook c1, which in my opinion ended up a very right practical choice. Because white keeps all the ideas. He might play knight d5 or knight c6, and he put the rook on a file which is already open, but the knight's obstructing it, and he might definitely later play knight d5 for instance and chase this knight away and then use the c file. He's not defining the situation yet, and here I think my opponent should have considered something like queen a5, but things don't look very easy here for him, because I can take, now jump in with the knight, and then after queen c7 I have a very, very beautiful solution. What kind of tactics does white have in this position? Alright, I hope you did take the time. So here a really cute idea is knight takes on e5, and then after taking knight d5 it transpires that white's willing to attack here and to attack this queen, and there's a problematic pin over the c file, and if black is to, let's say, play queen d6 or something, we can attack the queen, and then when the queen takes back we take here, and white just won a pawn, and this pawn is under attack, and this pawn is weak, white is just winning. Queen a1 is likely to follow up, and then maybe rook d1, rook d5, e4, the bishop's gonna be dead. This is a very bad position, and if black is to play something like knight d5 after queen d5, not just the knight, but also the rook is hanging in many lines. And for example, after something like rook to c8, there is just rook c5 and queen b7, and white is winning a pawn. And importantly, black can't really activate his queen and create counter threats like this because of rook c1, and there is a big problem. Black's losing immediately. So this move queen a5 was interesting, but apparently not entirely working tactically. My opponent could have tried some other moves, but he did a really terrible thing with the move knight to a6 here. A very, very bad continuation, because I just took the bishop. Now if rook takes, I just got the knight, and then after knight takes I just went back, and here white got the bishop pair, and he gets the idea is to play a3. Black doesn't get to solidify his knight here. He can't, for example, push d5 now, because after a3, knight back, knight d5, white's just winning this pawn, and it's really hard for him to get out or do anything. Now rook e8 is what black did, a3, bishop c6, pointing out that this is a weakness. Black played rook to e7, and here for some reason I actually did a very silly thing. I could have just taken. I'm not really sure why I didn't. And then after something like knight c7, bishop a4, d5, apparently I wasn't very happy, because my bishop seemed to be out of play here, and black seemed to have some nice counterplay in the center, some nice central control. But in fact, this is just a free pawn, and after something like e3, I think white is just winning kill play b4, bishop b3, and yeah, this is just a pawn down for black. Now, I went b4, and this unfortunately kind of let my opponent return in the game. Queen b3, rook b6, and here I was considering some stuff like knight d5, but I was not entirely sure if I would be able to break through, because I can't even organize a outside passed pawn on the queen side, and this weakness can probably, you know, be protected easily with the rest of the pieces. So I played bishop g2, and here some maneuvering took place. I've organized some play on the queen side, won a pawn. My opponent tried pushing in the center, but I just managed to eventually deal with his counterplay. I took king g2, rook d7, queen f3, and even though it seemed a little scary to come all the way here with my king because of some bishop e3 check or some knight e3 stuff, but it just quickly turns out there's nothing to be afraid of. My opponent played queen g5, and I just escaped with my king all the way to the corner black took, and here it was already pretty much the ending. At this point, very importantly, rook a7 had some nice tactical idea in mind. After rook a7, ba queen a7, what was my nifty tactical trick that I had foreseen? Okay, indeed, there's a pin, and I would have gone queen a3, and that's the game over. Now, knight d5 is what black did, but then it turns out there is still a tactical problem. How did I continue here to finish this immediately? Alright, yeah, I simply took, and transpires black loses another piece, so he just resigned. And yeah, I mean, this game, in my opinion, shows what kind of trouble black can run into in these positions. And well, it's pretty clear to me that, for example, here, after this c5, c4, I mean, I'm not saying black is, you know, lost or anything. White does keep the better, the nicer position thanks to those bishops, and thanks to the control over both diagonals, thanks to more space, thanks to the very unfortunate position of this knight, which is not influencing the white center, which is not obstructing the diagonal, and which is not able to, you know, secure black with any safety, because if it comes to c5, as we established, it can always be kicked around with b4. And again, to be honest, I see my primary goal of this video not even as much to teach you the specific opening moves, but rather to explain to you the structures, because the structures are very, very typical, I think. They arise in many openings, in these English positions, in the b3 positions, whenever you play c4 and then g3, bishop g2, and they're very helpful in general. And even just, if it's not this very structure, just the concept of, you know, playing with more space and learning to squeeze the opponent slowly and take advantage of some weaknesses and some problems, and you know, being able to patiently squeeze out some edge is very, very important. And of course, I would like to say that yeah, I mean, I hope you'll be able to make maximal use out of the opening moves, but it's very important to understand, well, first, you have the variety in these opening systems, and hopefully you will be willing to experiment a little bit with these lines too, even though I think the lines with, you know, b3 and then bishop f6 are definitely the easiest ones in terms of, you know, the amount of study you need to put in, but these positions are also very, very interesting, so I hope you'd give them a try. And as I said, my goal is to make you a better chess player. My goal is not to just make you memorize a series of moves, because if you're a club level player, most likely your opponents will still do something, you know, offbeat, and you'll be out of book pretty quickly. It makes no sense to spend too much time on the memorization, and chess just can't be memorized, you know, as a mathematical problem or some very, very forcing sequence. It's not needed at this point. So we just want to understand the typical structures better, and I hope this video, just as all the other ones, will give you such an opportunity. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next ones. Hi guys, and welcome. In this video I will speak about the positions that arise after b3, knight f6, bishop b2, g6. Now we'll play knight f3 or g3, as we said, and as I had told you in a previous video, we can play bishop f6, and that's something we discussed elsewhere, but I wanted to also show you these principled variations, both versus the King's Indian and versus the Grunfeld, where we meet d6 with d4, and play the entire King's Indian positions, which might lie a little bit outside of the scope of this, pure b3 repertoire, but at the same time they're very interesting because they're both good and very ambitious, and I think very easy to play. But now that we have spoken about them as well, we need to also look at what happens if black plays d5 in those positions. And that is something quite a lot of players can definitely consider. It's a very natural move, it grabs space, and it gives the game more of a Grunfeld-esque flavor, so to speak. So we're gonna look now at one game between, actually a very, very famous game, one of my favorite recent games actually, between Aronian and Carlsen, where this position arose in a slightly different way. White played c4, but soon he played b3 and bishop b2, which is, a direct transposition to our repertoire. And just in case if you are a little bit alarmed about how we get here, again, we'll play b3, and then we'll play all these moves. We'll meet d5 with c4, c4, and after c6, castling, here we go. We end up in this very position. Now, you might have wondered what if black takes instead, and we'll see that very shortly too in the video. Black can also try some move like knight to c6, letting us take, but these positions, even though they are not, the pure 1b3 positions, I think they are very nice for white because he can just take the center and secure full control over the long diagonal. And for example, if black is to do something here, like let's say bishop g4, castling, well, and let's say e6, black of course is not much worse, but he is clearly somewhat worse. White is gonna go after the bishop with h3, let's say some move h3, and these positions are no fun for black because white will put the rook on c1, he'll have an insane amount of pressure over here, his knight might come to c4, or maybe to e4 and c5, he might look for some luck here on the king side, and he might consider advancing his pawns in the center with e4, and possibly e4 and d5 at some point, even though I wouldn't do that anytime soon. Our center is very stable, and it doesn't make any sense to really ruin it or, try to get anywhere as fast as possible. We are in no rush. So these positions are very, very nice for white in my opinion, and this isn't just my opinion, elite players are happy to go here as black. So yeah, these positions are really pretty. Now, if black finally goes for this plan with c6, castling, then he faces a pretty serious choice here, because typically in these positions, black never wants his knight on d7, for the reason that if, let's say, black is to make some random move, okay, like let's say rook e8, and we take and play d4, black will play knight c6. But if he were to play knight d7, his knight wouldn't have anywhere to go to, and it would obstruct the bishop, of course. The bishop won't be able to come to f5. So this position would be extremely passive for black, both because his knight is very misplaced and because it's obstructing the path of our pieces. So black never ever wants his knight on d7. So if black is ever to go knight d7 here, then we can simply choose to either take immediately or just make some move like d4, and then at some point we can even take and then just play knight c3, rook c1, and get a serious amount of pressure with moves like knight b5, bishop a3, and the knight on d7 will be a huge pain for black for a very, very long time. So this is not something he should want to play. Well, then the question is what he should want to play, because if he goes e6, he locks his bishop in. White can just play, let's say, d4, knight d2, or knight c3, queen c2, rook to d1, place all the pieces in the center, maybe push e4, and this is some sort of a Catalan position, which is absolutely terrible for black in my opinion, because his bishop on g7, is not where it wants to be, the pawns are all into light squares, all over the board, they weaken all the dark squares so much. I don't want to imagine what would happen to black if, let's say the dark squared bishops get traded. This will be very, very depressing. So this is not desirable for him either. Now, he can also consider playing something like, for instance, bishop to g4, but then after, for instance, d3, knight d7, h3, or knight d2, and h3, he'll need to part with his bishop, giving us the bishop pair, which is not very desirable either. For instance, knight d2, black does something like, let's say, rook c8, and we go h3. Chop, chop. I'm not claiming white is winning, or that white is much better, but if anything, white is definitely somewhat better, and it's very, very nice, of course, that he has the bishop pair. And while the position is fairly closed, it's likely to open up, either if black takes, or if we take ourselves, or if we push e4, or if we push b4, b5, putting more pressure and using this unique bishop of ours over the long diagonal. Black's not gonna have much fun here. It's not clear for him how to define the pawn structure in the center in a way so that his position doesn't get ruined or something very quickly. And many players do go here hoping to build some very solid position with moves like e6, but this is just no fun. White's gonna have all the enjoyment. Let's say rook to c1, maybe then queen to d2. White can even switch to a different structure with d4, e3, or white can play this b4, b5, queen b3, queen a4. White has all the fun. If black is to play bishop to f5 instead, then the problem is that after something like d3, we are not placing our pawn on d4, keep this in mind. Knight d7, knight h4 or knight d4, suddenly his bishop gets trapped, and this is no fun either. Let's say bishop g4, h3, and he still needs to give it up, or let's say, he just lets us take on f5, let's say some move, we take and he takes back. And this is a very depressing position because all of the black pawns are just enabling us to quickly blow things up with something like e4. Black king safety is compromised, black structure is compromised, we have the bishop pair. Again, this is a position that it's definitely possible for black to play, and black's not gonna lose it by force, and if we are to extract something out of it, we need to be precise. We can't just afford to play the way we want because of the extra, of the advantage, because of the better structure. We do need to be careful, of course, just as in any chess position, but white's having, an adventure of a lifetime, black's having a clearly painful experience. So, in the game, Carlsen decided to take on c4 and play c5, which is, in my opinion, not an optimal decision either. I think it's better to go for those positions where white has the bishop pair and suffer. Black's not really, doing all that great in this line overall, and that's why people mostly try to play in a different way versus the b3 anti-King's Indian, anti-Grunfeld setups. But here, yeah, after the move d3, it turns out that white is gonna play something like knight d2 and rook to b1, install the rook on the b file, play knight e5, and get a tremendous amount of pressure, both with his rook and with his bishop on g2. And very importantly, white has an extra pawn in the center, which is nice, and white has an open file, and black doesn't have either of those two. So black's the fact the structure has changed is very uncomfortable and very disadvantageous for black. Exactly. Knight d7, and here white made a very nice positional move. How did white continue at this point? Alrighty. White, of course, could have gone something like just knight d2, which wouldn't be a bad move at all, or knight c3, but he thought it makes sense to immediately take advantage of the long diagonal, and he immediately offered the knight trade. And in the event of knight e5, bishop e5, white is going to develop his knight to c3, because with the bishop on b2, the knight on c3 would have obstructed the bishop, but now the knight will come to c3, and the bishop actually feels great here in the center of the board. And for example, if black wants to get it traded, let's say knight d7, after taking knight c3, white's gonna run his a pawn all the way up over the board, and of course there will be a serious problem over this diagonal, and of course black cannot get his pieces in the game. This position totally, well, I don't want to say anything that shouldn't go to the recording, or that should be edited out. But black's position is very, very unappealing. Let's put it in this manner. So black can't really hope to do this. And on the other hand, if black doesn't trade these pieces, well, how does he ever develop? Because white's gonna just get his knight out, rook to b1, and nearly say goodbye black's queen side. How to get out? So Carlsen here chose knight a5, and Aronian played queen to c1, which is in my opinion a pretty interesting move, protecting the bishop. I think he could have easily gone something like knight d2 as well, but then there is a problem over this diagonal, which arises after knight g4. And white could still deal with it by playing, let's say, knight f3, but apparently he thought, well, why does he need that? So he just went queen to c1, a very nice, smooth, prophylactical move. Black went queen c7 and knight d2. Black went knight e8, trying to trade or chase away that knight on e5. And I'd like to ask you, what do you think white did here? How would you continue as white? Okay, you've had quite a bit of time to think. Well, white has plenty of interesting options. One move you might have thought about is queen to c3, but I would be very careful about the idea of putting the queen under a pin. That doesn't look very appealing. Let's say there is a move like knight c6 and white already needs to give up his bishop, which is fine, but I just feel like this is a really weird thing to do voluntarily. So white went f4, which is very nice because it secures the knight, and if black wants to chase it away, he's welcome to, but now both his king and some squares have been weakened, and the bishop got really, really bad. Black won't be able to activate it without playing f5, which in its turn would weaken the square on e5 again. So that's not a solution for him. Now, black played knight to d6 in the game, and here white built up even more pressure with another very remarkable maneuver. And to be honest, yeah, I am just absolutely in love with this game, and if I could, I would really ask you on every single move, how did white continue? And how did white continue? And then, and now, what did white do? Well, probably I should stop with this because it would go, it would leave reasonable boundaries in terms of length and depth. But I would still ask you, what did white do here? How would you continue to increase the pressure? Well, I promise you I won't be doing it on every move as much as I want to. Okay, you had some time. White figured this knight's a problem and played bishop c3, intending to play queen a3, attack this knight, and black can't ever respond with b6, so he'll have to go knight c6, which would enable us to spoil his structure. Or we can also chase this knight away with knight to b3. After knight b3 ab, the a file opens up, giving us additional pressure. Now, Carlsen played rook b8, queen a3, and here of course he can't go knight c6 because of multiple reasons, the easiest one being that this pawn's gonna be lost. White could take now, or white could take here first, but anyway it's lost for black. So Carlsen played b6 here, and at this point Aronian made a pretty interesting decision. I think he could have simply gone, let's say, rook to b1, just increasing the pressure, but he thought it was the time to immediately cash out with the move bishop a5 and knight b3, which I understand because now this pawn is a huge problem. Black doesn't have a way to protect it. Black played knight to b7, his last hope. I knew I promised not not to ask you questions on every single move, but how would you continue here as white? What should white do? Okay, I hope you did take some time to think. It's very important, in my opinion, to follow closely what Levon did, because this shows his plays, well, obviously just as play of any other top player is absolutely free from any prejudice and any very superficial assumptions. It's clear that this bishop is gorgeous, it's a fantastic piece, and of course it's white's pride and joy, but when the time came, he simply traded on b7 without any doubt. The point being that he is just picking these pawns, and the black bishops are not actually able to create threats. Let's say this bishop won't create threats over the long diagonal. Now, black played queen b7, and white just collected the pawn. Black played queen c7, and white just played d4. These knights completely dominate the entire picture, the entire landscape of the game, and the bishops can't actually do all that much. I'm actually not sure if he needed d4. He could have just played, let's say, rook to b1 or something, or maybe e3, but d4 looks very nice too. Black played rook to d8 here, rook to d1, f6, white retreated, and here Carlsen tries e5, trying to release, all the... trying to create the tension in the position and to get out of those squeezes. How do we continue here? It's really time to calculate variations, guys. We need to be careful, even though our position is nearly winning. Well, as usual, you did pause the video, I hope. So here white could, of course, have chickened out with some move like e3, not calculating anything, but actually he could have even easily lost after this, after something like bishop g4, because now the bishops do have some weak diagonals to operate on, and they are nearly raging, and, white's position is not all that fun. So white took on e5, and after fe5, it's very important white can't ever, neither now or one move later, play d takes e5, because then this knight's unprotected and pinned, and after something like bishop f8, black is just winning the game immediately. White cannot ever deal with this pin, he is losing. Even if, let's say, he took and played queen e3, he won't be able to solve this, because after queen b6 there's another pin, and white loses a piece, and it's completely over. So white took with the knight, and here you did have to calculate some variations actually. For example, black has a move rook d4, which actually seems very nice to me. I'm not sure why Magnus didn't play this. After rook d4, bishop e5, there is a pin, and now white needs to do something like, let's say, rook d1 or queen e3. Let's say queen e3. The point being that if black takes check and there's a discovered attack on the knight, black loses the game. For instance, black would take, and now after queen d4, we have a position like that, where white's clearly much better, he is a pawn up, and black's king is actually pretty weak. Ideas like knight e4 and knight f6 could annoy black quite a lot, but at the same time, something like bishop f5 should, in my opinion, give black excellent chances to survive. Let's say knight e4, chop, chop. And sure, this is a bad position, don't get me wrong, white's a pawn up on paper, but in fact it's nearly 2, because this pawn is useful, while these doubled pawns are no better than the one on a2. The position is nearly winning here. But at the same time, black would definitely have chances to survive, because the white king has been weakened, and if white tries to make it to some rook endgame, it's likely that black will be able to bail out and get some position, 3 versus 2 on the king side, or something like that, where he might still need to suffer a little bit, but it's very likely he would be able to hold. Now, Carlsen ended up taking bishop e5, and then after d takes. We've gotten a nearly similar position material-wise, you might say, with one small difference. What is it? What's the problem here for black? Indeed, as you might easily see, the black pieces haven't ever gotten out of the last rank. White played rook to d8 check. And don't get me wrong, some calculation is needed, because it seems if black has the time, he might counterattack us. But unfortunately, he is never on time. If black is to play king to g7, I would like you to actually work out a forced win here. Please take the time, 5-10 minutes, and work out a forced win. You do need to be precise, or else you'll spoil all of your advantage. Okay, I hope you did put the effort in. So here, indeed, white's king is actually pretty weak too, but white's the first one to start, and he has a very cool idea, knight e6 check, intending queen f8 mate on the next move. If bishop e6, white doesn't of course take the rook or anything. White has a nice check, but it's even nicer to checkmate in one. And if black plays king f6, then we are checkmating like this, check, check, and we could just pick the queen, but it's also important that, I mean, black can't even, take back the rook, king d7, we just pick the queen. Okay, this is it. Now, another line would run king h6, but then again we have a check, and after king h5, of course, at this point it's clear, black wouldn't survive. Moves like g4 should checkmate, but the easiest is rook d5, creating a pin and winning the queen. The game's gonna be over. What else is there? After knight e6, nothing really. And when Carlsen played king f7, Aronian wasn't able to finish it off instantly, just as instantly as with knight e6 on that line, but he did play queen f3, and, well, if king e7 mate, so black had to play something like queen f5, getting an absolutely hopeless endgame where he can't ever get out. White will of course just play king f2, stopping a check, and black can't ever get out. He's material down, this is lost. Or if black played bishop f5, which is what happened in the game, then Levon just took, and here comes the last precise move. What is it? Alrighty, of course, g4, pin. And importantly, white's always in time to stop every single idea that black might have, like queen b6, because we can just play queen f2 and unpin, or queen d5 check and unpin. But queen f2 is a lot better, because after queen d5, well, I mean, it's kind of pointless to say it's a lot better, because here we got the, winning pawn endgame, but there is still something to calculate. Well, after queen f2, we are just a piece up. This is over. Black tried queen b4, but then knight d3 happened, and black just had no choice but to resign, because he's losing the bishop. Now, guys, what impression do you have after looking at this game? Well, if I hadn't told you the names of the players, I think it would be fair enough for you to estimate that, maybe some titled player, not necessarily a grandmaster, lost the game with black to someone a lot stronger, but perhaps you wouldn't have thought it was Magnus Carlsen. And, the amount of respect I have for Carlsen as a player is absolutely endless. He's one of the best in the, not just, I mean, it's not that he is the best player in the world, he is, one of the best, or even the best in the entire history of chess. But even players like him do have bad days once in a while. But for our purposes, it's important not to understand when Magnus has bad days. For our purposes, it's important to understand that a position like this, which arose after the opening, and which arises from our b3 as well, actually is very difficult for black to handle. Unlike positions with the pawn on d4, he can't easily afford to, play some knight e4, bishop f5, all those automatic moves. We keep the pawn on d2, which enables us to play d3 and e4, and this is something that enables us to take back, keep an absolute stability into center in all these lines, and create pressure down the b file. And it's very interesting to me to just observe that after taking, this position is not just a little bit better for white. Somehow it is really difficult for the opponent. And I mean, you can imagine how bad it is, or not even bad, but how difficult it is to handle it practically for black if a player of Carlsen's caliber got it lost in about, 5 moves? I mean, now we're on move 9, and then on move 16, okay, here, and then on move 16, it was already high time for black to resign, because white just collected all the stuff. So apparently this is a very difficult variation for black practically. And I had told you in the beginning that this is a much more, well, not even advanced, but much more ambitious approach than the one you can take with bishop takes f6. And here you do need to understand a much more serious variety of black's options. But in my opinion, the approach like this is definitely worth it. And as I had told you, I want you to have variety. You can play either only this, or only bishop f6, or only knight f3 g3, or both, or you can study both and then, try to vary, or you can try both and then pick one you like better, whatever, approach works for you. But in my opinion, it's just very interesting to explore as many pawn structures as possible, and to understand that you can always get them. Your position is very flexible. Move 1 b3 is very flexible. It's not necessarily saying you are not pretending for any advantage. And yeah, this game is just one of my favorite games of all times, and especially of recent times, because of the easiness, at which White went on to beat one of the best players in chess in the history of chess. So I think it was definitely worth looking at it for multiple reasons, and I hope now you're looking forward to playing this line as White. Thank you for watching, and we'll meet in the next video. Hi, and welcome. In this chapter we'll speak about the symmetrical positions, or nearly symmetrical positions, which arise after b3, pawn to b6. Well, this sounds a little funny, of course, because obviously when you play b3, you expect your opponent to fight for the center with, d5, e5, or c5 or something. Well, what if your opponent plays b6? What do you do? It's clear White is likely to be just a tempo up in some symmetrical position, but it's not entirely obvious how to actually make the best use possible of this tempo. So I think that here White already needs to be precise if he is to fight for the advantage, but the good news is that if he does show precision, he will end up better, in my opinion. So I'll show you two setups here. One is the so-called lazy setup, where you can definitely just play without knowing much, without caring too much about the move orders or something, and the other one will be more ambitious, but you need to be a little careful. So in this position, the easy solution is to go bishop b2, for example. Black would play bishop b7. Let's say we go e3, e6. It's interesting to mention that White could try to develop in this way, but I'm personally not sure how much I like the positions after bishop takes on f3. Because even though White is better perhaps, it's pretty easy to, imagine Black building a very solid wall with some d6, e6 and c6, or maybe c5, and White might kind of lack the firepower in the center to do that much of a damage to Black. But this is an interesting setup if you don't mind the capture, and it's important to mention that if Black doesn't take, well, actually we can fight for the advantage this way, but the problem is that you're likely to end up in some positions which are kind of outside of the scope of this repertoire. Like, for example, Black can play d5, bishop g2, e6. Let's say we'll play castling, bishop e7, c4, castling, and after some move, like say e3, you might recognize that suddenly you ended up in the Catalan positions with, this neo-Catalan with b3, bishop b2, which, of course, is okay. This is actually a serious try for the advantage, and this is a very decent opening in itself. But the problem is that perhaps when we play b3, at least most of us want to get something, pretty independently interesting, instead of trying to transpose to some very main line where you have plenty of theory, plans, hundreds of games, and so on. But just in case, this could be a good solution. And I personally, when I play b3 on move 1, I not only try to get, some unexplored position, but also I try to see what my opponent does versus moves like d4 or c4 or knight f3. And if you were to, let's say, play King's Indian, knight f6, g6 typically, but if you were to meet b3 with b6, well, I could definitely go here, because I would know a lot more about the typical positions than he would. So that is definitely, a possibility. Or it's a possibility if you don't care about transposing to this line, if you like these positions. But yeah, I just want to let you know that this is possible, this is an objectively good path, but you better be ready for the transposition to the well-known stuff. Now, another path is e3, e6, and here I was exploring a few possibilities. f4 is an interesting move, trying to make use of the fact that the knight's still not on f3. But then, well, in the first place, Black probably can't even play f5, as funny as it is, this copying of, White's play surprisingly doesn't lead to anything bad. And I was looking at some position like this, g3, the bishop belongs here, and, well, it's weird, because it really looks like Black is just in shape, to be repeating all of our moves, and then say d3. And this is another interesting position where, for sure, you can try to go for something queen e2, knight d2, maybe c4, or maybe e4, And I think actually here there's a fair chance you would be able to make use of your extra move, extra tempo. For example, if black is to just copy everything we do, we can already consider, maybe even here actually, to play e4 instead of knight d2. And then if, let's say, takes, maybe some stuff like knight g5 is there. But I think it's even easier to just go knight d2 right away. And if knight d7, we can look for queen e2, for instance. Queen e7, e4. And white is actually quite a bit better, I think. So this position is not all that fantastic for black. Importantly, he can't, keep copying what we are doing, because now after EF he is losing immediately. There is a spin. This just doesn't work. And on the other hand, if he is to, let's say, do something more passive like bishop e7, then I have no doubt at all white is better here after, let's say, castling followed by d3, queen e2, knight g2, and e4, because this plan will grab space, and this plan will completely shut down the bishop on b7, which is, of course, fantastic for us. Now, well, this is all good, of course, but no one will play f5. I mean, unless they're actually out and about to just copy your moves, I mean, people will play knight f6. And this is another position which I personally find pretty interesting. We can play, let's say, knight f3, and then black would do something. We can develop like this and play d3, e4, trying to build a wall on the path of this bishop. Or we can play g3, bishop g2 again, and then d3 and e4, reaching some pretty weird, Dutch-flavored setups. And this is something you might want to look at. We won't look at it too deeply here. I've attached a game of Svidler and Nielsen, which went c5, bishop e2, and after some moves, I actually think black was completely fine. But, yeah, I mean, just look at what white has been trying to do. He has been trying to grab space and restrict his bishop. But black went d5, and I think he was completely fine here, especially because white perhaps needs to play e5. But, unfortunately, Svidler went knight g2, and then after knight g4, white's position kind of appears to be very, very bad. It's definitely not something you should be going for. And later Svidler managed to untangle, and he even went on to win. But this is not an opening success by any means. So you might want, if you go here, you might want to kind of adjust your play a little bit, like let's say here, maybe some move like queen e1 first, or let's say knight a3, c4, knight c2, and well, basically the entire point of me showing this to you is that you can always get some interesting fighting setups without learning too much theory, but this is not how you fight for the advantage. And if you're wondering how, I'll show you a little later, of course. Another path is to play knight f3, and I wanted to show to you guys that these positions, if black keeps the symmetry like c5, castling, are not all that easy for him actually. In the first place, if he is to play knight c6 and we get an absolutely symmetrical position, then after d4 I think we are already clearly better. For example, if black is to play d5, well, here black has so many choices to make in terms of the pawn structure. Let's say he plays d5. He needs to anticipate what happens if we take, whether he gets the hanging pawns, or whether he takes with the knight, tries to eliminate the center, or if he does something else, or let's say here he can take, hoping we take with the pawn, maybe, or because after d5 now we have the hanging pawns, which is not bad at all actually, or checking what happens if we take back with the knight, which is also interesting. So black needs to make quite a lot of choices. Well, in the first place, if he is to play something like d6, after d5, white is already massively better. e4 is about to come, the bishop is about to go to grave. This doesn't obviously look any good, the bishop is completely shut down. If black is to take on d4, after knight d4, we reach not a very dangerous position for black objectively, but clearly a somewhat more pleasant one because of the extra space. And for example, after some moves like let's say d6, we can just play let's say rook c1, and this is a slightly maybe less ambitious version of some hedgehogs than white typically gets, but at the same time the fact that the pawn is still on e3 might actually prove useful in many situations, because if white goes e4, well, he needs to watch out for the center, and here he is not kind of overextended at all. He can play queen d2, rook d1, bishop f3, and thanks to his extra space, this position is very, very nice. And I would like to mention one very important tactical or positional idea based on tactics, which many players who are new to the hedgehog setups miss as black. They often go queen c7 here, which leads in a lot of trouble. Why? Why is this move tactically bad? Okay, I hope you took a pause and thought about it. Well, here white has a very powerful idea, which is to play knight to d5. The point being that we utilize this pin and the fact that there is a knight on c6, and if black takes after cd, this is just terrible for black, who is losing pretty much everything here. And, well, the typical situation is that black cannot take this pawn, and that it's protected, let's say, by the pawn on e3, on e4 or something. But here black can even win this pawn, and even this doesn't help him, because white can, let's say, take, and take, and if black takes, he takes here, with a huge advantage, thanks to the activity of the rook and the much better structure. This is an isolated pawn and a weak one. Or, let's say if white can play knight b5 as well and pick this knight for free, also a huge advantage. Black's position's falling apart. Or, if he doesn't take, he goes back, then white just gets the bishop pair, let's say with something like this. And this is clearly a very pleasant position for white. And to make it worse, instead of just satisfying himself with the bishop pair, white can also do something like this here. The point being that queen recapture is not possible because of queen d6, white's a pawn up. And after gf, this position is just very, very bad. The king is weakened, and actually all his pawns are not too strong. Let's say bishop f3 looks good to me, going to the position with the major pieces. Then white's gonna double up, white will put pressure on this guy, and white can easily bring the rook over to the king side. The position is very, very bad for black here, nearly lost, I would say. So, these are quite a few ideas. And, as I said, black can also consider, let's say, playing d5 here. But this doesn't give him a very easy life either, because we will now take on d5. And it's my firm belief that ed5 in such positions is not very good when black's pieces are set up exactly like this, because the knight on c6 is terrible. It should be either on d7, protecting c5, or it should be on a6 and c7, so that it can come to e6, protect c5, and take care of d4. And if the knight's already there, then the black bishop should be somewhere else, like on e6 or on g4. And when things are actually the way they currently are, I think white gets a huge advantage versus in this position with the hanging pawns by taking. Now, bishop c5 is clearly, accepting the failure, because after knight b5, this version of an isolani is terrible. The knight will come to d4 nevertheless, and the bishop really should be on e6 or on g4, creating pressure over here. On b7, it is absolutely useless. White's advantage is very serious. Or, if black takes bc, then we can just play rook c1, and then prepare knight a4, and black's position is gonna collapse very, very quickly. This doesn't look any good for him, believe me. For example, if he were to play rook c8, we would go knight a4, the guy is hanging on c5. The knight has to move somewhere. Well, if you have to play a move like knight b8, I don't even want to talk about the position, I guess. Let's say I go knight b8, we can now, for example, actually, yeah, I would like to ask you what we would do as white. White has some very, very nice continuation over here. What can he do? Okay, I hope you did take some time and thought about it. White has a very cool move, bishop f6 here. The point being that, look, the pawn on c5 is protected twice, with the bishop and with the rook, and if white is to take on f6, then he's either distracting this bishop, just winning the pawn and getting a completely winning position, or if black plays gf, trying to keep the material, then of course his king is becoming absolutely, tremendously over-weakened. And then moves like knight h4, bishop d3, queen h5, knight f5 are just quickly gonna deliver a touchdown. This is just completely lost. Black can't survive here for more than 5 moves, I would think. So these positions are really bad for black. And on the other hand, if he takes with the knight, which is perhaps the right way to go, the position's not going to be very pleasant either, because now, after knight takes, as we know again, e d5 is not a good structure for black with the knight on c6, because it should be somewhere else, like here. So queen d5 is what black would supposedly do, and here white has the strong idea to just take on c5. Now, why is this a good idea? Well, because if black now takes back with the queen gets harassed with rook d1, rook c1, let's say. For example, the queen goes somewhere back. Now, we can either trade and, win another tempo with rook to d1 with a clear advantage because the position is symmetrical and we are clearly ahead in development. Let's say takes, rook to d1, maybe followed by moves like a3, b4, maybe followed by some doubling of the rooks on either of the files. White's advantage is not huge, but it's definitely very, very clear. And on the other hand, we can consider a move, for example, here, like queen to e1 or queen to c2. Queen to e1 intends queen c3, or queen c2 maybe intends queen b1, a1, rook fd1, harassing that queen. Let's say queen c2, black does something. You want to play, let's say, rook to d1 here, attack the black queen, or maybe queen b1, making sure you avoid any potential trouble, and then you put your queen on a1, put pressure over here. Black would need to make some very unpleasant concessions like f6, and of course, if he does that, white's advantage is beyond any reasonable doubt. Now, another thing black can do here is to, let's say, trade the queens, and after some rook takes, take on c5. But then, obviously, again, the position is symmetrical, but white is the first one to move, and white already has the rook on the open file. And also, very importantly, besides just invading, which I think is good, let's say rook d7, rook b8, now something like rook to d1 looks very, very powerful. White's, initiative here is very, very annoying. Let's say if black is to play rook to d8, he won't be able to get out of this, because we have something like that, for instance. Now, if the knight takes, the rook will get lost. If the rook takes after, let's say, rook d7, now if knight takes, bishop takes, the rook's attacked, the bishop's gonna get lost, or otherwise we're gonna take and win this knight, or we're gonna take on f7, or if the knight goes back, we can keep putting pressure with moves like bishop h5 or like bishop c4. And here it's already clear that white has managed to transform his advantage into something very, very significant and substantial. Black's position is just clearly, very unpleasant. Now, this is why, trying to simply copy the moves for black is not a very good solution. And I want to be honest with you, black of course can equalize here if he plays well, but it's important for him to understand he needs to be quite precise. He can't afford to simply make the same moves that white makes and hope to get away with it. Not gonna work. So d5 is what black should do with the knight still on b8. And now we have interesting choices. You can play d4, or you can take on d5. And here I would be very happy with this position personally, even though I do find it equal after knight d7 because the knight is on the right position. But this is a position full of tension where black won't be able to release this tension too early, and you get a game your opponent won't be able to simplify or get away with a draw quickly or something. But unfortunately, after knight takes, as hard as I tried, I was not able to find anything but symmetry in an absolute dry, not too interesting version. So we'll play d4 first, saying, okay, if black wants to take here, thanks, he'll at least accelerate our development. And actually, in this case, we can make a very unusual move, queen takes back on d4. The point being that we want to provoke this knight to go to c6, because as we know it should be on d7, and on c6 instead it's obstructing the bishop. And if not, then our queen can actually prove very useful, like later maybe it can come to h4 or something, some knight g5 ideas. Ideas over the long diagonal might surprisingly prove annoying. If black, for example, now goes knight c6, we'll play something like queen f4. Now rook d1 is coming. Let's say bishop d6, queen h4. Let's say if black takes, we take back, and I can't really see why, why the hell not? The queen on h4 looks a little provocative, but it's very interesting. And actually, I like this position, the knight's coming to g5 here. Or rook d1, knight b5 ideas are coming down the pipeline. White's position is very nice. And it's also possible to take with the knight in case if you don't like it. But then, in such a position as dc, bishop takes, knight d7, I just find it hard to fight for anything as white. It's, well, a little too symmetrical to my taste. So black went knight d7 in the game, and after rook to c1, rook to c8, white kept the tension for a while and finally took. And as we had agreed with you, we would be pretty happy about black taking ed5, because this version of hanging pawns, while it's okay, I still like it for white. White will play bishop d3, queen e2, rook d1. Then a very typical plan is to go bishop a6, trade his bishops, thus weakening black's defense or black's control over the d5 pawn, and intending to put a lot more pressure on the queen side. The pawn on a7 might be weak, some other problems might appear. This is a very nice situation for white to be in. Or, interestingly, when the bishop is on d3, another plan is to go bishop f5 and put pressure, pin this knight, maybe prepare knight e5, maybe pin this rook. If g6, you can always go back to h3. And yeah, I do love white's position here. I think it's very, very both solid and ambitious. White is looking for the advantage. White is fighting for the advantage in the long run. And the computer also believes white is clearly better here. So I guess there is no reason for us to be unhappy, because our play is very clear. And again, throughout the entire course, I haven't been trying to necessarily give you, the best solution according to the engine. I am trying to give you the solution which is the most practical one, where your play is very clear, because you don't want a position where, okay, if the computer says plus 05, but you need to sacrifice stuff, or you need to somehow play with some pawn weaknesses. This doesn't look like something we can always be able to do, and if you mess up, you might lose. But here, on the other hand, white's position is extremely solid, and it's very clear what you should be doing, especially after, we have discussed all these plans with you. So, black took back with the knight, and white made a very interesting move. Takes. Well, the next move is interesting. Again, if ed5, we agreed we like these positions. So, bishop d5, and here, white introduced a very interesting positional idea, which is one of the primary reasons why I'm showing you specifically this game. White played bishop a6. A very cool move, taking advantage of the absence of that bishop on b7. Now, black played rook to c7, and here followed queen e2. White is willing to simply double up, play rook to d1, put the rooks on the open files, and if black is to take, then of course, while objectively it's hard to, look for much of an advantage, white's pieces are still somewhat more actively placed. Let's say the bishop's now taking perfect control of the c8 square. The knight's active, it might come to c6. This bishop is clearly doing a little more than the one on d5. The queen might come to g4, put pressure over here. And again, I'm not able to claim a huge advantage, but this is definitely the somewhat nicer position for white. He is definitely more active. So black played queen a8. And here, white continued with rook to c2, which is possible, but white could have done some other stuff too, like let's say just rook to d1. And I think it's interesting to follow how white tried to make use of the fact that black was a little bit clumsy, that he was not, let's say, able to take on d4 and stuff. So here, white played bishop d3, rook c8, rook c1. Black traded, knight f6. It almost looks like the position is absolutely equal, but it's actually not yet. White took on c5. Now, if black takes with the pawn, of course he creates himself a huge headache for the entire game. So black took with the rook, white traded everything, and here, in my opinion, what white did was a little, it was decent, but I think white had a lot of other interesting opportunities as well. White could have taken on f6, which I think is a very, very unpleasant position for black in the long run. And here, let's say something like knight d2. And white's goal should be to make an escape square, possibly g3, and let's say when he makes moves like queen d7, knight c4, or maybe knight e4, black will already start worrying about his king quite seriously. White might play h4, h5 possibly. If black ever puts his pawn on f5, well then after let's say something like e4, knight e4, it turns out that black has quite a lot of stuff to be very careful about. And importantly, even though we tend to say, the bishop is better than a knight on an open board, and here white just opens the situation up, we also say that the queen and a knight are a much better duo typically than a bishop and a knight, and that obviously, these two, because they combine each other, are very powerful attackers, and the black king is really wide open. So I personally would really like this position as white, and I think black is still, to walk a very long way until he manages to save this position. Now, white didn't do this, white went for something else. He went king to f1, which makes sense because he brought the king to the center, but in my opinion this position is a little... Well, white is clearly better here thanks to the king activity, and also because the black pawns are now on the dark squares, white can simply try to walk over here with the king and just win all that stuff. And at this point, I think it's clear that if, let's say, black were to play king f8, white's best move by far... Actually, I would like to ask you, what would you do as white here? Okay, I'm gonna say the solution now, so if you haven't paused the video yet, please do it now. Okay, white, in my opinion, even though there are other moves like knight e5, should simply take. Because after taking king c4, his king is way too active, and the black bishop is clearly less useful than the knight in this pretty closed position, and these pawns will always be liabilities. Like, let's say you bring your knight out to e4, the pawn starts hanging, you move it, then this one starts hanging, or this one. You can never walk too far with your king because all these pawns are going to be lost, and this position is on the verge of being lost for black. It's very difficult. Well, his only move is, let's say, a6, and now we can play a4. For example, the black king comes in, we can play b4, bishop back, now let's say g4, grab space, stop f5. And black cannot really do much here. We can, for example, now improve our pawns a little bit, maybe then put the pawn to h5, maybe then play, let's say, king back, maybe f4, e4, e5, or f5. And the position is highly annoying for black, who can't really get himself out of the squeeze. He just needs to hope for white's mercy. Now, black realized this and went knight to g4, forcing the king back, and here he went f6. And it's, I think, quite clear that white is pressing because, like I said, the king is a lot more active. It has some targets on the queen side, and because the bishop's a lot more useful, black already placed several pawns on the dark squares, and he can't really get out of the squeeze that easily anymore. And later on, white went on to show something which I personally consider very high level technique. I'll show you quickly because we've got some other stuff to look at in this in the rest of the video too. Bishop d6, knight to d2, and some moves could be probably argued or debated, but overall it is pretty clear that white was able to squeeze black very significantly. Now the knight's coming to c5, and pretty soon white just grabbed this pawn, and it's clear that even though the material was even, it's barely possible for black to fight the strong outside passer. If he tries to walk there with the king, he might not be on time, and even if he is, he'll lose all of the stuff on the other flank eventually, the classic idea of two weaknesses. And on the other hand, after black tried what he did, he traded first, and then tried to sacrifice the pawn. White actually, unfortunately, missed a win here. He should have gone b7, and now knight c5. And now the king's coming to b6, and white's easily escaping the checks. The king is coming, for example, to a6, and now knight d7 is coming, and white's winning without much trouble. But he went knight c5 here, and here after a check, king to b5, black could have actually held on by playing the simple g6 or g5. Well, g6 is cleaner, forcing white to take, and then after taking, or let's say g5 actually maybe, and then after taking, black would be just on time. Let's say here knight e5, king a7, knight c6, and black's holding up the promotion square, and his pawn's gonna distract white he is holding. But black didn't use his chance, and now everything ended in a very classic manner. White did advance his pawn, and then he maneuvered a little bit, and finally, after all, his king was able to walk exactly where it needed to. Now, it is, well, a little bit more of maneuvering happened, but finally, finally white managed to get the king exactly where it should be. Knight c6, king c7, black ran out of checks, and after knight d7 resigned, because even though he can now take and win his pawn, white will be able to collect all of this and queen his remaining f-pawn. And probably we went over this knight endgame a little too fast, because this kind of wasn't the main goal behind this video, to discuss the knight endgame, but I just wanted to show you nevertheless some of the key ideas, because it's important, I keep emphasizing this, it's important not to just stop your opening analysis after saying, okay, white is a little better. You need to look how to convert this typical advantage. And I think watching such games is exactly what teaches you precisely that. Now, we are done with the analysis of the symmetrical stuff which arises after these moves. And it's time for me to show to you what's the most ambitious continuation by far. I think the best move here is e4. The only problem is that you need to know quite a lot, of course, because, for example, after bishop b7, knight c3, c5, we get to some place which looks pretty much like the Sicilian. Let's say, imagine e4, c5, knight c3, b6. Well, a weird move, but here b3 is also a weird move. And it rather looks like something like e4, c5, knight f3, e6, b3. Some setups like this. But it's white knight still on g1. So actually, I believe white keeps the advantage here. But the type of positions is very different from, all the positions we have been discussing. So I did want to talk a lot about the previous symmetrical positions, because I thought you might not like these ones, because they're very different. But at the same time, I did need to show them to you. Let's say here f4 led to a very interesting game, which I have attached here in the PGN file, which you'll receive. In my opinion, this position is, very interesting and murky, but we're not gonna look too much at it, because I think most likely we'll be happy to just follow the symmetrical position with a little bit of an edge, a little bit of pressure. Black can also go e5, reaching a pretty weird e4, e5 situation, but I think here white is clearly the one benefiting, because his bishop hasn't gone to b2 yet, and it won't, and the black bishop is on a very, very debatable place, at a very debatable, on a very debatable spot. White will just play something like, let's say, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, and we're playing some very odd Italian game with the bishop on b7, let's say bishop c5, and here white can just play something like d3, knight f6, castling, and here moves like, let's say, a3 intending b4, because the bishop doesn't have the, square to be on b6 to go to, or maybe ideas like bishop g5 or knight d5 are interesting. Let's say go here. Black goes back, or black plays h6, we can now take, put the knight on d5, and then play c3, intending maybe b4 or maybe d4. And I think white should be better here, because the bishop again is very, very misplaced. Black cannot move the knight because he'll lose the pawn on e5. Black cannot play d6 because he'll lose to b4, the bishop will be trapped. And even though it looks like black should be very close to reaching equality, it looks roughly balanced, it's actually not entirely clear how exactly he should do so, and things look fairer and pleasant for him. And of course, if we are to speak seriously about the position after e4, black has many other moves, like he can play, I don't know, d6, or he can play maybe later knight f6, or later e5, or he can play, he can do a lot of things here, but objectively speaking, I think that the move e4 is the best one, but practically speaking, I think you might want to simply settle for those symmetrical positions. And I believe you can do it with a lot of confidence, because we've discussed them in, rather tremendous amount of detail here in this video. So hopefully this should cover the move b6 well enough. And see, it's not about just b6. I mean, black can play knight f6, bishop b2, and here b6. Or black can play e6, knight f3, and here b6. I mean, you can't get away from those symmetrical positions. You need to understand what you do in them. And hopefully this video will provide wide enough and deep enough an explanation. And it's important to understand, even if black can objectively equalize, as long as you understand what your plan is, what your setups are, what your ideas are, you should be completely fine. You should achieve a lot of practical success. So please stick to the firm understanding of the middle game plans and some favorable endgames. You need to understand what endgames you want to transpose to as well. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hi, welcome. My congratulations, because you've made it all the way to the end. We've discussed all the major systems that black can try, and even some less major ones. And now it's time to talk about the odds and ends, about some miscellaneous variations. What are they? Well, after b3, we've talked about pretty much every single move, like we spoke about knight f6, g6, e5, d5, c5, b6, everything, haven't we? There are a few more things, though, that I would like us to discuss. Namely, the move f5 is something we will start with. Why so? Well, it's very important to understand, like I had said in many other videos, that many players who have some opening as a response to d4 or knight f3 or c4 will try to use the same opening against 1b3 as well. Like, let's say, King's Indian players are likely to, go with their King's Indian setup, knight f6, knight f6, g6, bishop g7, and so on. Or let's say Queen's Gambit players are likely to do this. So, obviously, if you're facing a Dutch player, even though it's weird to speak about Dutch because we don't play any closed openings, they're likely to go f5, trying to reach either their stone wall setups or their setups with knight f6 and g6, the Leningrad variation. Fortunately, the move b3 is a very good solution against the Dutch, and here we'll see why. We're gonna play bishop b2, and now black has some choice, of course. He can definitely continue with the move knight f6, or he can play e6. Importantly, of course, he can't go g6 immediately, because, of course, the rook's gonna hang. So, if black wants to start with the move e6, this is a very serious mistake, because he's gonna run into something very powerful. And actually, I would already like you to think a little bit, what very, very strong move do we have here as white? Okay, I hope you took some time to think. We have a brilliant solution, which is e4, immediately opening up the diagonal, coming to h5. Now, if black is to take after queen h5, it's gonna backfire really badly, because if he goes g6, queen e5, just finishes the game, black loses a rook, or at least a knight after, say, knight f6. So that doesn't quite work. If black plays king e7 here, well, to be honest, I don't have, much of a desire to discuss the position after king e7, because obviously you cannot play chess this way. But still, let's do it nevertheless, because I want you to understand how we finish black off. I think the easiest is check. Now, if king e8, we can do many things, but just to take the pawn is probably the smartest practically, because we will play a position where we are not only better, but also, we would have been better, let's say, here, after king e8, queen e4, even if black could castle, but here he can't, so it's just nearly lost. Or if black plays knight f6, we can continue with knight c3, for instance, attacks this pawn, and again, if black gives up a pawn, he is just, much worse, being unable to castle. So it's principled at least to try d5, holding on to this pawn. And here I like f3 or d3. For example, d3, and after taking, bishop takes. Now, white's intending just to play knight f3, check, or knight g5. I mean, put the knight on e5. He might castle either side, and then put the rook on e1, and start creating threats over here. I meant check if the black king goes to f7, which it will. So let's say king f7, we'll play something like knight f3. Now, if black tries to get his bishop out, okay, we can play something like castling. Let's say if rook goes to f8, we have stuff like knight g5 check. And king g8 is not possible because of mate. If black goes king e7, okay, we'll just play, let's say, rook e1. This is not just bad, this is already entirely lost. Or we could have played, let's say, knight takes d5 even, intending to meet knight d5 with something like knight e6 and black's just losing everything. If king e6, it's mate. Like this, check. Let's say king c6, check. And well, I've been showing some very spectacular lines here. And, you know, you might feel tempted, but most likely you won't see them. Most likely black will just resign. So that doesn't seem any good. Now, I've shown these lines not for the sake of, you know, having you memorize them, but rather for the sake of having you just understand why it's so dangerous. And I think f3 is another good move. And then if, let's say, takes, okay, again, white will castle, develop his bishop to d3, put the rook on e1 and just slaughter black. It doesn't work. There's no way it can. So this position just, you know, doesn't look any holdable. Now, some even title players have actually blundered the c4 in classical chess, and they'd mostly either go knight h6 or knight f6 here to try to minimize their losses. Let's say knight f6 is a possibility, and here we can play e5, which is good for sure, but I find it very, you know, attractive to take, meeting taking with queen e2 check. The point being that should black play, let's say, queen e7 or bishop e7, we can take. And then after taking, just knight c3, and this is a nearly lost position because the pawns are very weak. White's gonna castle, trade, put bishop on d3, then maybe put the knight on e2 f4, or maybe on g3, and eventually just collect the pawn. This is simply lost for black, or nearly so. And if black goes king f7 on the other hand, we'll play knight f3, and again, there's just too many threats which are coming up. And black can't really finish his development. Like, let's say if he plays g6, we can just play h4. Now h5 is coming, knight g5 check, knight e5. Let's say bishop g7 check, then h5. And just time to resign. h6 is coming down the pipeline, the bishop's trapped. If knight h5, we can even play rook h5, and we will. And this is absolutely terrible for black. He is, you know, about to resign very shortly. So black, of course, cannot act this way. He can continue knight h6 too, but again, we can take with a huge advantage, or we can give a check. Now, if knight f7, we just win a pawn, and if g6, then we can just go back, and black has to play rook g8. Well, I do want to discuss this position a little bit because I do want everything to be covered. I want it to be a comprehensive material where you can find answers to all the questions you might have, but at the same time I wouldn't talk too much about it personally because it's a very, you know, clearly it's a terrible position for black, and it makes no sense to be discussing it in too much detail if you can spend this time either discussing the more critical opening variations or even doing something else, like, I don't know, either solving tactics or working on your middle game, end game, or just taking a walk to a park. Not a bad option either. So yeah, speaking of this position is something we should cut short at some point. So the move e6 is, you know, not attractive by any means. Now, black can also play knight f6, and here I actually like a few options. We can consider simply taking. In my opinion, this is the kind of most consistent continuation based on what we do in some other variations, like versus the King's Indian when we take on f6. And here, if black takes with the g pawn, he is losing nearly immediately. What's wrong with his setup? What do we do here? Okay, I hope you found it. Didn't take too long. e4. Now the queen's coming to h5, and it's nearly mate. Black has to play something like e6 or e5, surrenders the castling rights, and it's, you know, obviously lost. So black has to take ef here. This is the way to go. And at this point, white unfortunately can't deliver any decisive tactical blows or anything, but he can just play c4. And our goal here is just to develop with knight c3, possibly g3, bishop g2, e3, knight e2, like we do versus the King's Indian positions, and just play, trying to, you know, tame the black bishops. and eventually make use of these pawns, which are pretty weak. Now, black can do two things, and actually his main move, which he has been sticking to in practice, has been rather surprising for me personally. He has been playing pawn to d5 here quite a bit. I don't really think these positions look very nice for black after taking, and knight c3, because if black goes all the way back, we're easily able to, let's say, just develop knight f3, e3, d4, bishop c4, and see, once the bishop comes to c4, black can't castle, so this doesn't look any great. Or actually, maybe starting with e3 is even a little smarter, so that we're on time to meet some move like this with bishop c4 and say goodbye to the black castling. So perhaps it's critical to see what happens after queen a5, because if you have seen the video on the King's Indian where we play b3, knight f6, bishop b2, g6, bishop f6, I had shown you a line here which runs like this, where black plays queen a5 to put his bishop on a3 and take c1 under control. And this is actually very similar in that way that the square on a3 has been weakened too, but will react in a very similar manner. Actually, I think e3 is also possible, because here, to allow for this is not as dangerous. White can play knight b5, kick this guy out. But it also makes perfect sense to just play a3, in my opinion, and then b4 on the next move, or shortly. And really there is not that much black can do or black can hope for. I don't really think this position is very attractive for him. Now, the computer is showing some pretty weird move in this position. Well, the point is that if black is just developing, we're gonna play b4, and then wherever the queen goes, we're gonna play, let's say, e3, castling, we're gonna play, say, knight f3, d4, and of course white will be much better. So the computer is saying that here black needs to play f4, and it's saying that this is the pretty much only way for him to continue, not to end up seriously worse. But here I think white can play g3, for example, and after, say, fg, hg, this position is clearly very unpleasant for black. Now, the computer finds some very weird idea. Well, importantly here, you can't take on a3, because after knight b1 you're losing a piece. But if after f4 white plays g3, then suddenly black can take, because if knight b1 there's queen d5, and then black's counterattacking this rook, and he's on time to escape with his bishop, which is a really strange idea. But white still keeps a large advantage, even the computer admits it, simply by taking even. And then, when black runs away with the queen, for example e3, let's say black tries to run away with the bishop, now say knight e2, let's say castling and bishop g2, the fact is that these pawns, this pawn massive in the center, mass in the center, is very powerful, and white actually gets an open g-file, which he can also try to utilize for the attack. He can go rook g1, maybe bishop e4, queen c2, or queen h5, and try to put some, apply some very specific concrete pressure on black's position. So somehow it's not a very easy position for black to handle. And there are some other engine solutions too, which also, according to the computer, give white an advantage. But I wanted to show you this one because this is, in my opinion, the cleanest continuation, the easiest solution. And it's very important to understand that, well, not many black players are even going to find this. I mean, most won't. You just will have a very easy, advantage versus those who don't know much, and versus those who will just let you develop and use these doubled pawns. But I wanted to show it anyway. I wanted to be quite honest with, my evaluations and show all the black powerful resources instead of just omitting them or ignoring them. And I wanted to say that, you might be a little surprised, because typically you won't hear from me in these positions, throughout the entire course, words like the computer says, the computer suggests, the computer recommends, the first line, at some depth or something. I don't say this because, again, I've told you for many times, our main goal here is to understand how to play chess, not to how to copy what the computer is recommending. But this position is just very unexplored. And I felt that there were some interesting options which humans haven't yet shown in their games, so it made sense to me that we would, base our decisions quite a bit on some of the very fine computer recommendations. Now, in order for black to play this way, he needs to be really savvy and knowledgeable about these positions. and most players won't. Most players will do something like bishop e7, or maybe let's say b6, intending bishop b7. This in fact has been very popular with multiple strong players. Here I like to just develop and play e3, bishop e7, and we will just continue with something like knight f3, asking black to show their hand. And actually, if black continues in such a way, he surprisingly runs into a tremendous amount of trouble here. And don't get me wrong, you don't have to do this, you can just play bishop e2, for example, castle, d4, and you'll have a serious advantage too, because these pawns are doubled, the bishops are not too active, and black's king safety is seriously compromised. But it's very interesting to understand what the strongest solution is, and it is surprisingly bishop to d3. This move might seem a little ugly, but it's immediately attacking the pawn and is forcing black to play g6, isn't it? Why did we do this? What's our follow-up? Please take some time, pause the video and think. Alrighty, I hope you did take the time. Well, here an excellent move, an absolutely fantastic move is h4. Not too difficult, to be honest. It's a very standard idea, yet it's very nice. The point is that you want to play h5 and utilize the open h file for an attack. Like let's say if black were to do some crap like d6, and let's say if he is ignoring what you're doing, then after say taking, knight d4, you're just gonna, either win something with knight e6, or let's say if black were to go here, you can just play bishop f5 and queen h5, and this is just a mate immediately. So black's gonna lose very quickly. Or if black is careful and if black stops this attack here, like he should after h5, we can play something like knight d4, and we can actually consider sacrifices on f5 followed by queen h5 on the next move. Like let's say if black is to do something like knight c6, then this works wonders. Let's say gf, and now queen h5, queen e8, and now queen f5. And as a result, white's got 3 pawns for a piece, but the black king is very compromised. Ideas like rook h3, rook to g3 are in the air. White can put the knight on d5, the bishop on e4, in order to dominate this diagonal. And while it's still clearly a fighting position, it's not a forced win or anything. White's position is a lot better. The computer thinks it's nearly winning for white. I wouldn't go as far. I would say white is just clearly better in a practical game. But yeah, black's position is very dangerous. So he can't really continue in this way, even though many strong players did. But I feel like they got away with it because the position is just so unexplored and new, and most white players will just play it by hand, so to speak, as opposed to trying to find something specific. And of course, if black is to play, let's say bishop e7, again, no one just stops us from simply continuing with normal moves like e3 or let's say g3, and we follow with bishop to g2, e3, knight e2, d4, and there's always a possibility to keep ideas like this in mind, intending all these attacks, but it's also possible to continue positionally. And in my opinion, it's pretty clear that white keeps a very nice position here. Black won't be able to utilize this bishop on e7 of his, which we have given up. And in fact, even though this might sound a little funny, I would say white has the advantage of 2 knights here, meaning that, of course, we typically say the advantage of 2 bishops, but the bishops are not really all that helpful here. They can't really get active, and the black pawns are very weak in the long run. And one more problem for black here is that he can't easily fight for the center, because if you, let's say, play d6, you let me take all the center I want, and if you ever decide to do something like c6, then I can simply develop, and if you ever play d5, the big problem is that after taking, well, in the first place, this is a tactical blunder, which I would like you to actually find and exploit. How can white win material here? Okay, I hope you did take the time. White has a possibility to take advantage of this weak diagonal with knight d5, queen d5, and bishop to c4. This is it. Black's losing a queen. Or, I mean, he just needs to agree that he had lost a pawn. But even if it wasn't for tactics, white could have simply continued with moves like d4, and if he gets to, let's say, play g3, well, maybe not here, but black can't afford to play d5 anyway. But, okay, let's be a little more realistic, like, let's say d6, bishop e2, bishop e6, castling, for example, g6, d4, d5. Well, here white can also always either consider taking, when after taking black has this weak pawn as well, which white can try to attack with before queen b3, or maybe with ideas like knight a1, d3, f4, and as you can see, both of his bishops are frankly pretty bad here. Or white can consider just keeping the tension, or white can consider playing c5, intending b4, a4, and b5, when again, you would have a really hard time ever explaining to, anyone why black's bishops are supposed to be good here. They are not. White's advantage is very, very obvious. So, this video, I think, should explain fairly well why it's a very bad idea to play f5 in this position. Or, even if it's not a very bad idea objectively and in some lines black's able to hold up, I definitely think that practically it's a very dangerous solution. And very importantly, you're just, taking your opponents out of the comfort zone. If they want to play the Dutch, no matter what, you go b3 and make it pretty much impossible. To be honest, I've even played b3 on a few occasions versus, specifically Dutch players, and I've recommended this to some friends. So I think this should hopefully provide us with another important solution, important addition to our repertoire, and prepare us for one of the interesting miscellaneous solutions that black can try. We have another interesting move on move 1 that black can essay, and we'll look at it in the next video. But besides that, I think we're pretty much done, and we should be very happy with the result we have achieved. Thank you for watching. Hi. In this video, we'll look at a really weird move, which is b3, a5. I know it might look funny, and you might wonder why would I even, bother to devote any time to it in the course. But in fact, the thing is, many strong players have actually gone here as black. For example, there was a game between Jabava and Šuiskis Šarūnas, the best Lithuanian player, during one of the recent Olympiads, and a lot of players, like I believe Mamedyarov, have gone here as black, kind of saying, okay, you play b3, you do some rubbish, and I'll try to make an absolutely crazy move as well, trying to prove that, that I can play the even crazier chess. And it might look really ridiculous, but in fact things are not that simple here, and I don't want you to be somehow misguided or feeling that you're out of book very quickly. So probably the most natural reaction to many players could be to play a4, and it is possible it's a decent move, but the thing is, look, all the variations we analyze in our repertoire you'll need to reanalyze, trying to think who favors from this inclusion. To give you an example, let's say after knight f6, bishop b2, g6, bishop f6, ef c4. We typically play this way as white, with the pawns on a2 and a7. Now we have this pawn here. Well, clearly black benefits because we have weakened the square on b4 a lot. Or there are some lines, like for example, bishop to b2, d5, knight f3, c5, e3, where without these pawns on a4 and a5, with them on their initial positions, black would oftentimes play b6 and prevent bishop to b5 check, and here we clearly benefit. So things are not obvious at all here, and the inclusion might favor either side depending on the line, but I don't want to just say, okay guys, a5, a4, we included these moves, nothing changed. That is not true. A lot has changed, and you really need to be careful when you play a4 in order not to just repeat the moves you've seen in some main line, and not to later realize that in fact this inclusion, affect your chances heavily. This would not be any good, of course. So we will play bishop to b2. Now, the principled way for black to go is a4, and here white can do a lot of things. For example, it's interesting to play b4, intending a3. Let's say knight f6, a3, and when black does something, we're just gonna play, let's say e3, e6, knight f3, or possibly c4, let's say bishop e7, c4, c4. And actually I think this is very interesting for white, and that would be one of my recommendations, because now the pawn on a4 is clearly very, very weak, and it's likely that in the not so distant future black will really regret putting it there. Now, black does have some other continuations too, like for example here he can try to maybe play e5, a3, and here do something else, but overall it really feels to me like the pawn does not really necessarily belong to a4. But I think it's also very natural to go knight to f3 here, and I wanted to show you a few things about this position. One big idea that black might have, just in case, if you ever make a move like this, is to play a3. And the problem is that you need to go all the way back with your bishop, which of course is not something we're looking forward to, is it? So at this point, the pawn on a3 you might argue could be weak. You know, even after moves like knight b1 will attack it, but black will easily, with let's say e5 and bishop here, he'll be able to protect it very conveniently, and I don't think white wants to be here at all. This is somehow very, you know, ugly for white to have to retreat bishop c1. So you don't want to do this, and typically it's important to understand, if black ever plays e6 or something, you might want to watch out for a3. And this is why you don't want to play knight c3 or knight d2 too early. Because, for example, after some move, like let's say d3, you know, black does something, you play knight d2, a3, you won't be easily able to attack this pawn. But, on the other hand, if you make some move and then black plays a3 immediately, then you haven't moved your knight, and actually this pawn might be weak. You might even want to do something like, let's say, c3, b4 and win this pawn, or possibly d4 and then c4, and later try to win this pawn. But having a knight on b1 here is good, you know, even though it looks like it's on its initial square, it is good, because the pawn on a3 will be a weakness. As long as, of course, you don't move it for a few times and don't lose any time. Now, this is one possibility. Another possibility here, after a move like e6, is also to capture. The point being that after, let's say, rook takes, knight c3, let's say rook goes all the way back, let's say e4, say d5, for example, takes. Of course, white created himself an additional pawn island, but he's got 3 developed pieces, and black has none, and for sure this should tell in some lines. And actually in this position I think white already can play queen e2 and pose very serious problems to black, because if bishop e7, black loses to a tactical trick. What is this trick? Alright, I hope you did pause the video as usual. Now black weakened the long diagonal and white immediately wins with knight d5, queen d5 and bishop g7, and the rook's gone. Bye bye rook. So this doesn't work. If black plays queen e7 here, he blunders this pawn. If black plays bishop e6 here, then he might blunder stuff like this, or he might blunder knight d4 when white at least definitely gets the bishop pair and black's position is just terrible. If black plays knight e7, then he can't easily develop, so it's not a good position for him by any means, I think. And black can try a few other rook moves, like let's say rook a5, you know, or he can try to here not play d5 to play, let's say, d6, but in this case I think it's pretty clear. With this lovely center, white should be easily better. And of course you might not be very happy about this pawn and the fact that black could potentially attack it in the future, but this is not really a problem at all in my opinion. So here white is doing just fine. And after a move like knight f6, again, white can do all of the same things. White can take, later knight c3, e4, d4, or white can play, let's say, e3 here and meet e6 with capturing, or meet e6 with some move, ready to meet a3 with bishop c1 and keep the knight on b1 to attack this guy on a3. But it's also interesting to see what white did at one of the games. He took on f6 immediately. The point being that after taking knight c3, he says, if black plays a3, well, you've got no bishop on b2 to attack, you know, so white is completely happy about it. And black did play a3. He could have taken too, but this feels really weird to me, because after moves like this, it feels black just wasted several moves in order to trade the rooks and open up the file, and now white owns this file, so it's really difficult, you know, for my logic to grasp why this could be any useful for black, if anything. So black tried to play a3, claiming this pawn could be helpful in the long run, but after e4, e6, bishop e2. Importantly, white here needs to be careful. Moves like d4 might be dangerous because we have weakened the diagonal e1, a5 too much, and we don't have the dark squared bishop to protect it. So bishop e2, and now castling d5, and here white simply captured. And it turns out after, let's say, ed, something like bishop d3, white's completely fine with the fact his pawn is not on d4, and black's king side is very, very damaged, it's completely ruined. White can play rook e1, check, maybe bring the knight over here to d4, and then f5 or h4 and f5, brings the queen over to h5, brings his knight, for example, via e2 to f4, h5 or something, or g3, and attack with all of his pieces, and white has a massive advantage. Or black can play cd, and then after knight b5, actually white could have done many things, but he went knight b5, and here he played c3 and knight to d4. Actually, this was a little bit weird. I think it was also possible to just play, let's say, bishop b5 check, and so after knight c6, maybe d4, and just take the center. And let's say now, if black allows for this, let's say he makes some move, I think it could be very interesting to take and play knight a4, and install the knight on c5, utilizing this outpost, and just play c3 later. And it's really difficult for black to make use of these bishops, they are not good at all. White did a slightly weird thing in this game, and well, there have been several possibilities, but I think, let's say, taking here would have been very nice. Because if black takes back with the pawn, we'll play d4, and the problem is that this pawn could be backward. After, let's say, b4, we'll fix it as a target, and then we'll play knight e1, for example, knight e1, d3, c5, or stuff like that, maybe f4, to fix all these pawns and to fix a very serious space advantage. And if black is to play c5 right now, he is not developed very well, and after moves like rook e1, c4, the entire center will open up, and this can backfire very badly. So I'm actually quite alarmed about what black has been doing here. Now, white went b4, and later this game continued with some pretty weird moves. Both players apparently got a little too original, but I definitely think that if white had played it, especially a little more carefully, his chances would have been clearly higher. And I don't think we need to be, afraid of the move 1a5 at all, but we do need to take it seriously, and we do need to be ready for it. In my opinion, just as with many sidelines, the real problem appears not because of the fact the sideline was played or not because it's good, but because you don't take it seriously, because you think, come on, a5, any move would do, really any move. No, that's not right. Any move wouldn't. You need to be precise, you need to punish your opponent very, very concretely, and if you do, good. If not, his little, attempt to bully you in the opening, his little attempt to get a little funky, would not prove all that bad. So, I hope this covers move a5 in sufficient detail. I wanted to say more detail than it deserves, but I just remembered my words. We don't want to be, disrespectful about the sidelines, because we can get hit by them quite hard if we are. So we did pay just enough attention to the move b3, just as much as needed. b3 a5, and now we should be ready to meet it. Please remember about these ideas. Don't remember any specific lines. Just remember, in most cases, you don't want to develop your pieces and eventually end up, running into a3 under the worst circumstances possible. If the circumstances are a lot better than this, you should be doing great. If you act this way, black would have his idea justified completely. So be a little careful, and you should be more than alright. You should be, just clearly better, of course. Thanks for watching, and I hope now you're completely ready and willing to play this b3 and have a lot of fun, both online and in, of course, the real over-the-board chess tournaments. I think this move, now that we have studied it so carefully, this move should definitely serve you very, very well. Hopefully, it will become a new lifetime friend of yours, because, as you know, we haven't paid too much attention to the very, specific detailed theoretical lines, but we've concentrated a great deal, a bunch, on the typical middle games. And unlike theory, this is something that never gets outdated. You'll always possess this knowledge now, and you're completely ready to play this opening. Thank you so much for watching, and let 1b3 serve you extremely well in all of your games. Thanks, and take care. Hey folks, in this video we'll speak about some of the model games, which, all the positions have arisen after all the games we're discussing have seen the moves b3, e5, bishop b2, knight c6, and e3. And as you might know, in the theoretical section I'm saying that in my opinion the move knight to f3 is a lot more practical here and restricts black's options and gives us a much cleaner path to follow. But e3 is also a fairly interesting move, and well, I'm not really that willing to discuss too much theory here after knight f6, bishop b5, bishop d6, which is what grandmasters mostly do, because this move is not too natural. And again, we have our main theoretical recommendation, the move knight to f3. So there's no point in discussing too many theoretical options. But it's likely that you might want to experiment with this a little bit, and even if you won't play this specifically, I think it's still clearly worth seeing some of the great games. So the first game I'll show to you is definitely a very old and classic one, and then we'll follow with a few modern ones, which however I also find to be of a very, very good quality. So after d6, this is in my opinion the most natural move, unless you have the top-notch opening preparation as black, because again bishop d6 is a weird move, and if you don't make it, then after bishop c6 white will just nage this pawn. So d6, and here white can definitely play in many ways, but a very interesting original path here is knight to e2. Well, that is what people mostly do, but it might just look a little unusual compared with the typical knight f3. One upside of course is that white's not running into a pin, and another upside is that he can push f4, challenging the center, opening the f-file, and activating the bishop. And that's one of the core ideas I wanted to share with you here. So the first game we'll look at, bishop to d7, and at this point white simply continued with castling, of course, just developing bishop e7, and at this point white did not lose any time. Actually, he could have played could have tried many moves here, like let's say c4 and knight c3 is one interesting plan, but of course if you play knight e2 and castle, it's logical to immediately challenge black with f4, which is exactly what white did. Here black had multiple interesting choices. We'll look at some of those rising structures in the later games as well, but let's look at what he can do. Well, for one, if you were to take, after knight f4, white is clearly activating his knight. Now his rook's working and the bishop is very active as well. And for example, after castling, something like knight c3 looks like a very cool move. You might not want to place your knight in front of a bishop, because you might think the bishop would be obstructed, but in fact it's a very good solution, because the knight's coming to e2, and later let's say to g3, and then possibly to h5 or to f5. And once it's on e2, the bishop will be working again. So this is a very fun position for white to play, and while I might not be able to claim it's a huge advantage, it's very, very pleasant and fun, for sure. Perhaps black should have castled here, trying to keep things more complicated, and not at least helping white by taking and, getting the knight in. Well, at this point we have plenty of interesting continuations as white. One of them, which I definitely like, would have been, well, to begin with, let us say that bishop c6, and fe would not be a very good idea, because white cannot win the pawn this way. What would happen if white tries to win the pawn this way? How does black react? How does black refute our idea? Greedy idea. Right, I hope it didn't take you a while to figure this out. Queen d5, and well, it's high time white resigned, because the bishop and the pawn are both hanging. White cannot do that. So, in my opinion, after castling, white can consider plenty of options, but I like the idea of taking, because it's kind of forcing black to react somehow. And at this point, if black is to take with a knight, I think white's position is very nice after taking, for instance, and here just something like knight to g3, intending to come into f5, because if black were to play g6, it would of course weaken his long diagonal massively. Now, we can again stick to this plan, knight c3, e2, f4, and white's position is just terrific here. His bishop's super active, his rook's very active, it's working, black's not having that much fun. So perhaps black has to take with the pawn, but then we'll play knight g3, again coming to f5, and now black can either choose to play g6, which is absolutely fine objectively, but I would again be somewhat alarmed as black because, again, all the diagonals and all the files are getting weaker. The knight on f6 is not as well protected anymore, and I can clearly feel some potential problems coming. Like, let's say again, this plan knight c3, knight e2, or knight e4 could be very, very reasonable for white here. This is a position black can for sure play, but I can't say that he probably would be too happy about it in a practical game. Another thing he can do here is go something like rook to e8, intending to meet knight f5 with the move bishop to f8, but perhaps it's a little difficult to say that that position would be good for him either. So here black in the game chose to play e4, which is a very principled decision, isn't it? Why do I call it principled? Well, on the one hand, black of course activates this bishop and makes this pawn a possible target, but on the other hand he keeps that f file closed, saying, well, hey white, you won't ever open it. White went knight to g3. Now, black always needs to understand that white can consider taking, and if bishop takes come with the knight to f5, and another idea here could be to either play knight c3 and try to attack that guy, or possibly to play not just knight c3 because there is d5, but c4, knight c3, and then white could try to tackle that pawn. Black castled, which I'm not sure is right. I think black could have tried to play something like d5 right away, intending to somewhat disorganize white's intentions. And in this position, it wouldn't have been as easy for white to play c4. He can definitely do that, and he probably should, but as you can see in the game, white managed to play c4 very, very easily. And after d5, knight c3, of course, this structure is not too great for black because, if he ever takes, he'll clearly end up with two absolutely horrible pawns. And if he takes, it's interesting, white wouldn't even bother to take back because it will give black some counterplay. We can consider playing queen c2 and taking that pawn. We can consider taking that pawn right away. But the move I like the best for white, a fantastic, terrific positional move, is f5. And it's very important that, for example, after cb, ab, white gets a semi-open a file with targets. The pawn on e4 is not going to last for too long. And if, for example, black makes some move, like let's imagine some random move, knight e4, well, one big idea we have, like if black, let's say, keeps wasting time, which most likely he wouldn't do, but still, one big idea we have here is to, let's say, after taking, to play something like rook to f4. The point being that we want to play knight e4 and then f6 and get this fantastic hook, and this fantastic pawn on f6, which would provide us either with mating ideas or maybe with some terrific endgame. And the point of this move rook f4 is that if you went knight e4 right away, then unfortunately after, let's say, queen e5, you need to spend the time, defend this knight, and black can play f6, which would still give him a pretty bad position, but clearly it would be survivable. But after a move like rook f4, black is pretty much doomed and he is going to lose soon. So this would not have been great for black at all, but he could have tried it. I mean, the game continuation wasn't great for him either. As I said, in my opinion, a big mistake was to castle here, because now white was able to easily pursue his plan. Knight c3, black went rook e8, and here rook to c1. Again, white does not really care if black takes. His ideas would include taking that pawn, playing over the long diagonal, maybe bringing the queen in later. Black went bishop g4 and knight e2. Now white's ready to join the game with the rook as well. Knight d7 is what black did. Well, one important thing I wanted to show here is that if black made some move like bishop d6, for instance, possibly activating the bishop a little bit, h3 for example. Now if black takes, well, that's something he did in the game, just accepting a very bad position. It's just not, ambitious for him at all. But my question to you would be, what happens here if black makes a move like bishop d7? What kind of moves would you consider here as white? It's, of course, all about positional play. We're not winning by force here or anything. Okay, I hope you did give this some thought and post the video. So here I think we have a few interesting options. One option I would think of is something like d3. The point being that after ed queen d3, the queen is also joining the game, and now it's supporting the square on f5, and then white can play knight d4, knight f5. But I feel like this might give black some counterplay against the weak pawn on e3, which I'm not entirely happy about. So I would suggest a different plan, which would be c5, tucking away that bishop. And after some move like bishop e7, f8, doesn't matter where it goes, we have a very powerful, brilliant positional continuation. Nemtsovich, for instance, if he could see this game or this analysis, would have been entirely happy with his blockade principles. f5. A brilliant move. Now, the bishop is completely locked in, just as this guy. Terrible. This position is just resignable. Now, white's gonna simply bring the knight into d4 or to f4 and h5. The bishop will rage. Soon that knight will be eliminated. White will get in with f6. His queen will come to the game. Black would resign. His both bishops are horrible, and white's only bishop is absolutely terrific. This is when you say the advantage of two knights. Black's position would have been truly disgusting here. Knight d7 is something black chose to do in the game, but then white simply forced black to give up that bishop. It's important black couldn't hold on to it. What would white have done? A very quick question. Don't pause for more than 30 seconds. Okay, of course, f5. And there you go, the bishop is trapped. So, bishop e2, queen e2, knight c5 is what black did. But now black's losing to the direct attack f5, and here of course this bishop has no competitor, the knight's coming somewhere to h5, white's doubling over the f-file, and very soon the game was over. White took. Now if black were to take with the f-pawn, after queen e6 it's mate in 1, and when black took with the h-pawn, white had some brilliant tactics. How would you continue as white at this point? White to play and win. Okay, I hope that's another puzzle that went, that got solved as a piece of cake. White's got rook f7. When the king has no defenders, and you've got all of your pieces pointed at it, there should be some decisive tactics. But you want to look at the most forcing moves, of course, checks and captures. King f7, check, resigned. Well, if black went king g8 here, then he would have gotten checkmated in 1. And after this move, white would have won with rook f6, but he thought this is even cuter. And the point was that if queen f6, white can of course just win the queen, but probably he wanted to be cute with something like this. And if the black king moves, white just gets the queen for free. And if rook e7, we take, and get that rook. And this would of course have been really, really upsetting for black, so he just chose not to suffer too much and resigned immediately. Now, let's return to this position again. Black has a few more options, and in one game he tried the move a6, forcing us to trade the bishop immediately. But as you might guess, based on the previous game where white did that very happily, white did that as well in this position. White took, and after taking he went castling and f4, same plan. This is again something I'm trying to deliver to you throughout the entire course. Many positions you'll be getting in 1b3, and I mean that's the case for many other openings, but probably 1b3 is in a league of its own in this regard, will be characterized by lack of forcing play and by presence of very standard plans. And while anyone, me or some grandmaster or you, might forget a specific opening move, you won't ever forget the idea you have seen in 5 brilliant model games. That would not happen. Like if you need to open up a file, how would you not open up a file in the game? There is no way you wouldn't do that. So that's why we're looking at several games which feature the same picture, which will show you how nicely white's position can turn out, and that'll teach you not just the opening moves, but that'll teach you the passion for this opening, because you can't be successful in the opening if you don't like it. And I'm trying to share with you some passion for this move 1b3. I really love it, and I think you will as well. So e4, is what black did. Again, if he were to take, it would have been okay objectively, but after taking, white will follow with this very standard plan, bringing his knight into g3, maybe coming to f5 to h5, and this bishop together with the rook are of course both exercising a significant amount of pressure on black's position, disturbing him a bunch. So that's not too attractive, but that's probably black's best bet. In the game he went e4, and now knight c3. Again, this pawn is a weakness. White, after a move like castling, would have stick to the typical idea to play d3 and challenge that pawn. And if, let's say, ed, cd, white just gets this beautiful center for no compensation. He also gets a weakness to attack on c6 and a semi-open file to use, but importantly he has got the very, very powerful center. And black, who is supposed to have the advantage of two bishops here, you know, that's the only downside of us taking on c6, cannot really boast of those bishops. I mean, those bishops are absolutely useless. You can't really say they have been too helpful. So that doesn't seem to be too attractive. Black chose to play d5, but then follows a very cool move, knight a4. And here, white had many options. For example, c4 is interesting, intending to play rook c1, take knight c5, and so on. Or maybe bishop d4, intending to block the c-pawn with knight c5 is very cool. But white chose queen c1, which is a little weird, but his idea is first of all to play bishop a3, trade the bishops, and then install a very firm blockade on the square on c5, and then bring the other knight to d4. Like, let's say if black is to make some random move, here's what white wants. He wants to play this, and then let's say if black helps him by taking, white's dream is to play knight to d4 and knight to c5. And as we can see, this knight will simply dominate the entire position. And obviously black's bishop on c8, as well as his structure, will be absolutely terrible. He won't have any active play and any ideas at all. His position would be totally doomed. He would lose very shortly. But black played c5, kind of dismantling white's plan. And here, white perhaps could have played it in a more, normal, sane way. Like, let's say bishop a3 is a very normal move. Actually, I don't see a good reply to this move. Like, black can play c4, but that looks a little ugly. We have some knight d4, here a queen b2. White should be much better. But clearly the white player, Lagarde, the French Grandmaster, was in a very playful mood because he took and sacrificed an exchange like this. That's a very, of course, attractive sacrifice from the visual perspective, and he managed to install those beautiful knights in. And even though we cannot say white's creating too many threats at the moment objectively, this knight simply dominated black's position, and soon he went on to win very, very smoothly. So, as you can see, besides me just showing you some of the opening ideas, I'm also showing you the middle game ideas, the blockade ideas, the exchange sacrifice ideas, which is very important. Now, black went bishop d7 in this game, and I think at this point white did not utilize his chance. Well, he did make this move later, but I think he should have played it right away. What would you think is the right plan for white? In my opinion, white should have played f5 here, intending to crush black's structure completely with f6, and if black were to play f6 himself, then of course he would get, a very weak square on e6. And white can choose to play g4, possibly, let's say, rook f2, g2, h4, and then g5. And white's in full control, white's fully able to play this way because both his queen, his rook, and his knights are aimed at the black king, and the black's extra exchange does not really does not matter, because why would the rook be better than a minor piece in a position which has no open files in it? I mean, this is a completely passive position for black. And yeah, this would have been a very, I think, strong way for white to continue. But Lagarde played a4, when, even though that's a decent move stopping black's ideas, but black can consider stopping white's ideas now. And, well, he could have, for example, played a move like f5. And even though I definitely like white here, still, he is clearly not risking anything, it would not have been easy for him to break through. So, at this point, I think black's best chance would have been to stop all the kinds of play white could have had over here on the king side, but he never did. And now, white, well, again, black had this possibility a little later too. As we can see, they maneuvered a little and finally this happened. And finally, white went on to break through. As we can see, he didn't even bother to, collect some pawn or something. He just went on to break through right away. And it quickly turned out that black's position is simply too dangerous. According to the engine, it was still possible to hold on here, but you can clearly tell that, with such a weak king and with all those threats coming down the pipeline, you cannot really hope to feel very comfortable. And there is no wonder soon black went wrong. He played rook e5, which is still maybe doable, but at this point many threats started popping up. White clearly wants to be able to install the knight here. White wants to grab the pawn as well, and here black went for some losing plan. He tried to counterattack. Well, he should have tried to defend and keep some defenders around his king, but he went for the completely losing plan, and here white found a very nice positional move. What did white do at this point? Okay, I hope you found this. Should not be too difficult. Of course, the pawn is threatened. You don't want to play g3, so white went rook to f4. And here's the problem: is the knight just coming over to f6, and there is no way to stop the white's attack. None at all. One more idea is to play rook g4 check and meet queen g4 with knight f6. Oops, rook g4, queen g4, and knight f6, forking the king and the queen. And if black doesn't take, he just ends up checkmated immediately. So black tried something, but there is nothing that can be done. White could have taken this rook, but he preferred to take here, saying, okay, I don't really care about the rook, I'll just checkmate black. And in a move, black resigned. It went queen e1, queen f6, and black resigned because on the next move he ends up checkmated, like this, or like this, which in my opinion makes it another very illustrative and flashy and pretty game. And again, white may not have played in the best manner possible. White may not have converted in the most efficient fashion like the computer would have. But I think the game is worth seeing, at least for the sake of enjoying this exchange sacrifice, which may not have been, forced or necessarily even the best way of handling this position. But this is when we see the impact of the classic heritage of Petrosian's games, of some other impressive players of the past heritage and ideas. So even though I could have perhaps handled it in a smoother way according to the engine, I think the sacrifice is definitely very beautiful, and it's pretty strong. Black, even though according to the engine was still fine, he couldn't really manage and couldn't really resist, couldn't really hold on, and couldn't stop all the whites' ideas, which developed slowly but pretty unstoppably. And the last game that I would like to show to you today in this video is something that solves the move bishop e7, another developing move, and as you might guess, we would stick to the same plan. We would castle, then we would take, and, well, probably you expected to move f4 here, which would have been very good too. White chose to play d3. And white actually chose to handle it in a slightly different manner. That's why I thought looking at this would be helpful after seeing the previous two games first. So white could have definitely at this point tried to play f4, but he thought because the bishop went to this diagonal, it would make sense to first restrict it and later to push f4, because our bishop is going to open up after f4, but black's one is stuck. And black, of course, made a natural move intending f5, but perhaps he should have done something slightly different, like knight to h5. And only that would have given him counter chances. Well, one big idea black would have here is to meet a move like f4, with multiple swaps on f4, followed by something like f5, when he would even be happy to sacrifice a pawn, but if white were to take it, the black bishops will suddenly start raging. The queen's coming here, this bishop is very strong, and somehow the extra pawn does not really bring white too much happiness. That's why, in my opinion, it would have been a little smoother to start with the move f4 immediately, for example. Or, if white is all ready to play e4, then probably after knight h5, he should not play f4, surprisingly. But then it's a little difficult to justify the move pawn to e4. White should have started with f4 a lot faster, Black though went knight e8, which proved really wrong, because after f4, taking, it turned out black had no knight to trade here, and the reason why it's so important is revealed after you try to play f5 and run into a fork with knight e6, when obviously black would lose an exchange at least, and then this pawn and then the game. So black went bishop f6, but then it turned out white simply has the f file for nothing, and the next play proved very easy and natural for him. He could have, well, in my opinion, the cleanest path would be queen f3, activating the queen, preparing to get it here to g3, but white thought he would first improve his knight a little bit, which is also super manageable, super natural. The knight's coming now to f5, the queen would still join the game via g3, and as we can see, multiple threats start arising against the black king, and this bishop is absolutely dead. Probably something I would consider strongly as black is a move like bishop c8, intending to at least hope to give up this bishop or something for the knight, but clearly white is much better after something like queen f3. He doesn't have to immediately take the bishop or, let black trade it. He can first prepare moves like queen g3, maybe then double up on the f file, maybe move the knight and even intend some exchange sacrifice on f6, for example, and the bishop is something black would really have a hard time finding a good use for. So black went knight d7, but then it turned out that white's attack is developing extremely smoothly. And as you can see, white is in no rush. He is just improving his position in a very natural, human manner. The knight returned. Some moves have been made, and here I think white had multiple interesting ways of improving his position. I would actually like you to pause it for a second and give it some thought. Not in terms of even finding the specific move, but in terms of understanding how you would try to convert this. Okay, I hope you did give it some thought. Well, in my opinion, white had a few interesting continuations. One would be to actually trade. The reason being not because we are so scared of this bishop, but the reason being because now we can use the square for the rook. And then the rook might come to h4, and later let's say we can play rook h3, rook f4, rook h4, and create an attack on the h file. Or after we play rook h3, we can go queen h4 and create an attack on the pawn on h7. And it's really difficult to explain how black would be stopping this plan. It clearly looks very powerful. Black might need, let's say we would wait a little bit as black likes some move. Now let's say rook h4, let's say black keeps waiting. Let's say rook h3, black keeps waiting. Well, if black keeps doing this, we would probably just, play something like, as I said, rook f4 or rook f5. If black keeps waiting, it quickly turns out that there is no way to stop all those sacrifices, and white's actually getting to the king's castle, to the king's residence, and of course the game is just going to be over in a move or two. It's completely resignable. And while black's not supposed to waste a few moves, as you might say, it's really hard to say what exactly he's going to do, he should do. Another plan could be to push h4, h5, h6, and try to weaken the dark squares in black's camp. And if black were to ever respond with h6, it would never be possible for him to play g6 then, taking the square on f5 under the control. Well, white chose to play a bit of a waiting game here. He slowly but surely played around and provoked some weaknesses, and eventually, well, it clearly doesn't look like white is entirely sure how to make progress, but black was the one to make a very serious mistake with knight g6. And eventually the game continued. Here white made a move knight f5, and white was clearly better, and eventually he went on to convert. But this is probably the last moment I wanted to show you from this game, because it was really long, and well, it's possible to talk about it, but we have seen the main ideas, I think, in the opening, in the middle game already. It probably is not the most important thing to look at how this specific white player was converting. But here, white had a very strong possibility, which I would like to point out to you. What can white do? Okay, I hope you did take your time and did pause this. Let's take a look. White had a brilliant option. Rook takes on f7. Why is that so strong? Well, of course black needs to take, and then we take. And then, look, we are putting pressure on g7, and our plan is to go knight f5 and then take, and white will have both knights, and the rook attacking g7, and, importantly, this knight's hanging, so black's got no time for moves like rook f8, because white will just take the knight. And if black is to, for example, play rook e6, then after knight f5, white's inevitably getting to this pawn. And, of course, if white takes this pawn, he would have 2 pawns for the exchange, and I don't think there is any possible way black can hope to hold this. Like, for example, if he makes some moves like, I don't know, knight e5, white will take, of course, taking results in mate, or if black makes a move like, let's say, queen f8, we can just take, and at this point it's possible to play in many ways, but I guess it just makes sense to avoid the queen trade, and of course, with such a weak king, with fantastic knights, and with 2 pawns for the exchange, white should be better and near the winning, both in the endgame and in the middle game after queen f4. That's not something white found, unfortunately, and later on the game continued, and later on, after trying for many moves, 67 moves, white actually managed to win. And the game was of a pretty high quality, but some opportunities have still been missed, which is absolutely normal, in my opinion. That's something we all unfortunately run into. But I wanted to show you this very cool idea with knight e2 followed by f4, which, as you might see, has been absolutely repetitive in several games, and which I think should enable you to handle this variation very confidently. As I said in the beginning, we have not paid specific attention to the line with the move bishop d6, because even though that's a popular move at a club level, that's not something you might want, you're likely to see, and again, no one really stops you from simply playing in the same manner followed by f4. You already know the plan. So, these are a few model games, both from Bent Larsen, who has been one of the forefathers of this opening, and who won that first game we looked at, and from some of the modern players such as Lagarde and Yuven Yun, which are the second and third game we've looked at. I hope you found the ideas useful, and I definitely wish you to be able to utilize this f4 plan. It's very powerful, and it's very natural. The game is really flowing in a very pleasant manner if you do find this move. So thank you very much for watching this video, and I'll see you soon.